there comes a moment, not once, but many times, when you look in the mirror and realize, this isn't who I came here to be. Not just tired, not just lost. You feel it deep in your bones, that you've been living as an imposter in your own life. The version of you that compromises, hesitates, overthinks. The version that says yes when you mean no. The version that hides your fire, shrinks your power, and bows to fear dressed as politeness. And in that moment, if you're honest, something primitive whispers, this one must die. That's not madness. That's your awakening. This speech is not for the faint-hearted. It's for those who feel they are not truly living, only surviving behind a mask. Stay with me. Because what comes next isn't self-help. It's self-destruction, followed by sacred reconstruction. Most people live their entire lives under the influence of a version of themselves they never consciously created. A version built not from desire or clarity, but from fear, conditioning, and the relentless expectations of others. You think you are making choices, but those choices have already been narrowed down by what the world told you was acceptable. And so, this self you wake up as each morning, the one you carry into conversations, into work, into relationships, that self is not the real you. It's a fabrication, a ghost wearing this weaker version of you. Let's not pretend we don't know it. It's the one that stays silent when something inside you wants to roar. It's the one that smiles when you feel like screaming. It's the one that hides your light just to make others comfortable. You walk around pretending this is normal, that this is maturity, that this is peace, but deep down, you know it isn't. It's not peace, it's submission. You've traded authenticity for approval. You've exchanged your birthright for safety, and the price is your power. How did this happen? It started slowly. Someone told you to sit still. Another told you not to speak unless spoken to. You were rewarded for being nice, punished for being bold. Teachers, parents, society, they all added their brushstrokes, not with malicious intent, but with the goal of shaping you into someone who fits in, who is liked, who is acceptable. But the problem is, in being acceptable to them, you became a stranger to yourself. So the weaker version of you is not simply timid or unmotivated. It is built on lies. Lies that you are not enough unless you prove yourself. Lies that your worth is measured by how much you earn, how much you own, how much others approve. Lies that you should avoid conflict, even at the cost of your truth. Lies that say you should play small, stay quiet, and be grateful for crumbs. This version of you, though familiar, is not real. It is a survival strategy. It emerged when you were too young to know better and has stayed far past its usefulness. It is the shadow self, afraid of rejection, afraid of failure, afraid of being alone. It speaks in anxious thoughts and hesitant decisions. It makes excuses. It negotiates with fear. It apologizes for existing. And because it's been with you so long, you start to confuse it with your identity. You begin to say, this is just who I am. But that's the trap. You've mistaken a conditioned response for your true nature. You were not born afraid. You were not born apologetic. That came later. And because it came later, it can be dismantled. You don't need to fix this version. You need to bury it. Not because it was evil, but because it is obsolete. This death is not literal. It's symbolic. It's the quiet and courageous decision to stop living from fear. It's when you stop performing a version of yourself that the world claps for and instead start honoring the version that you recognize. It begins when you say, enough. Enough pretending. Enough shrinking. Enough pretending you don't know who you are just to make others feel less threatened. You will feel resistance. That's the weaker self fighting to survive. It will whisper, you're not ready. What will people think? You might fail. But those aren't your thoughts. They're echoes of every time you doubted your value. Don't listen. There's a real you buried underneath. a self that is unapologetically bold, not loud or arrogant, but clear, direct, centered, a self that doesn't ask for permission to be whole, a self that knows discomfort is part of growth and chooses it anyway. Killing the weaker version of you is an act of love, not violence, not ego, love. Because love wants what's real. And the truth is, you can't carry the old self into a new life. You can't reach the mountain by dragging the chains of who you were told to be. You must let it fall away. You must allow a death so that a true birth can take place. This is where your real life begins, not when you add more to yourself, but when you remove what isn't you, when you stop performing, when you finally tell the world, not through words, but through how you live. That version of me no longer exists. And in that moment, you don't become someone else. You finally become you. Transformation does not begin with motivation. It does not start with a self-help book or a morning routine or a list of goals taped to your mirror. Real transformation, the kind that shatters illusions and births a new being, begins with something far more raw, death. And not a physical death, but a death of the false identity, the persona you've built, layer by layer to survive. The version of yourself that was carefully constructed to avoid pain, rejection, and fear. That version must die, not be adjusted, not be slightly improved. It must be torn down. The mistake we often make is thinking that we can become someone new without letting go of who we've been. We cling to the comfort of familiarity while dreaming of freedom. But growth is not an additive process. You don't add strength to weakness. You replace it. You don't carry the past into the future and expect it not to weigh you down. Something must end before something greater can begin. This is why so many feel stuck. They are trying to build a palace on the foundation of a prison. They are layering inspiration over insecurity, confidence over shame, success over unworthiness. But what's built on fear will always crumble under pressure. You cannot construct your future on top of a lie.
Mark, you say your team sucks, but who built that team? Who gave them a platform? Who handed them a megaphone and then checked out? You did. You've created a movement where shadow work is preached but not practiced. NVC is supported. A place where egos are stroked but truth is censored. A place where moral relativism goes unchecked. And you did that for money. And you're wrong about us. Those of us who've been rejected, blocked, dismissed, not because we betrayed the message, but because we honored it more than the people on your network ever did. We're not haters. We're the ones willing to face humiliation, to hold a standard, to stand up for you when no one else would, even when it means being thrown under the bus by the very person we stood up for. Let's talk about the tantrum. You saw our podcast, or at least our thumbnail, and blew a fuse, not because we lied, not because we slandered, but because you couldn't handle the mirror we held up. You didn't like what you saw. And maybe that's because I brought to your attention that Will and Logan, your favorite students, your team, were running an MLM scan right underneath your nose. Well, you're welcome, Mark. Now you know, and now we know you know. So what are we going to do? Where's the accountability? You gave them your blessing, and now you're mad at Cory for doing exactly what you taught him to do? You gave him his excuses. You gave his carnism your blessing and threw your greatest students under the bus. And for what? To appease the weak students who pay for your clout? You're seeing shadows because you refuse to do your own work. You want to be treated special because you've done all the shadow work. Well, producing content is not shadow work, Mark. Meanwhile, the people you can help the most get ignored. because you're so focused on money and this utopian pipe dream of attaining critical mass. You built this house, Mark, but now you're blaming everyone else because it's on fire. Most of your network doesn't use the trivium. Remember the trivium? Grammar, logic, rhetoric. It shows in how you all handle discussions, conversations, challenges, criticisms. You're not doing the great work. You're doing cult shit. The real tragedy is you think teaching natural law is the peak when it's not. Doing natural law is the real summit. Living it, holding yourself and those around you to its standard. Instead, you've created a cul-de-sac for Crowley worshippers, conspiracy cosplayers, and emotionally fragile outward-pointing gatekeepers endlessly going on each other's podcasts that no one watches, stroking each other's egos, emulating this half-assed version of Mark, diluting the principles of natural law, which harms our message. But I get it. If you actually started holding your network accountable, you'd only be left with the dozen or so of us on VGT Live. The people you so quickly disowned, disregarded, and distanced yourself from. We don't need any more half-assed Passios. We need fewer gurus, fewer tantrums, less socializing, and more authenticity, more integrity, more discussion and debate rooted in truth, not ego and ad hominem. And tell them this movement will remain exactly what it's become, a diluted, inwardly hollow echo chamber led by someone who forgot what a mirror is. It's time to get back to the great work, Mark. Stop being the reason your team sucks, because my team is freaking awesome. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the chance to come up and talk about anything. How's it going, everyone?
Good.
You there, Alicia?
Yeah, can you hear me or no?
Hear you.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, so we got a lot to do today. Oh, it might be Telegram, Alicia. We have
Telegram.
some stuff today. Let's see. What should we get into? You there? Testing.
Can you hear me?
Testing,
I can
testing.
hear you.
No.
Can you... No?
Nope, can't hear you.
Okay. Okay. Give me a minute.
Since the last podcast, which I think is getting close to 1,000 views, which is pretty good for natural law movement stuff. Oh, look, Bracky's here. Hi, Bracky. I was perusing YouTube and I saw this pop up. There we go. This video here. It's called The Cult of One Great Work Network Has Fallen. And I looked and I was like, whoa, there's VGT Live right there. Look at that. How funny. Oh, wow. And so I watched this guy's video. Unfortunately, he's not, as you can see, he's not talking into his camera or into his microphone. You see his little silver microphone up here. He's not actually talking into it. So it's a bit quiet, but I will put on the closed captioning because this was a very interesting story to pop up out of nowhere. And this guy has a very interesting story to tell. So we're going to watch that.
Can I test the sound a sec? Can you hear me?
YouTube channel.
Oh boy, that was really quiet.
Stuff.
Okay. It's really
The
fast.
cult of Mark Passio, the cesspool of one great work network, is finally starting to fall apart.
What's that?
So I've been watching this video of Jeffrey Phillips VGT Live, episode number 57. Sleep
VGT
at
Live.
the Wheel, Mark Passio and the hijacking of the natural law movement.
I agree. Like,
I've listened to 1 hour of this stuff. All these people, they're talking about the same things that I've been exposing since 2021. Here's a video I uploaded on April 2nd, 2022. But there were more videos that I deleted the channel because I did not want to be part of all these negative stuff. All right. So I usually hide my videos I've been exposing the member of one quote unquote great work network, and specifically psychopath Sathicus Booza. He's a very close friend of Mark Passio and Mark Passio, Michael Cesarion, and all these people.
Passio.
Not just by spewing lies about them, but actually and factually. If you really go to my channel and see, the very first video I uploaded was of some psychologist. Okay. Mark Passio, this was about Mark Passio on October 23rd, 2022. I've exposed Logan Hart also. I've exposed Sathicus Booza also. They are all part of same. Like, there's a cult of Mark Passio, and it is getting hijacked by the psychopaths. Psychopaths such as Logan Hart. Logan Hart is a psychopath. I've exposed him way before any of you people would have ever come to know. Let me show you that video as well, where I exposed Logan Hart. What is actually truly going on is, see, in this video, I have warned people. It is hidden right now. Hello, everybody. And the production value is low in my videos, so that's a thing maybe people did not understand. The cesspool of these people.
The will. But
all these people, Sathicus Booza, Logan Hart, they are the psychopaths in a network of a narcissistic covert psychopath that is Mark Passio.
Woo! Shots
So
fired.
without wasting your time, let me play these people's stuff, because they are saying very similar things that I've exposed, and these people are saying they were the part of one great work cult. Okay.
Two questions. Did you end up looking into the Ostara hydrogen thing that I sent you the links to? And then how do we hold accountable bad actors in our community?
They're talking about the scam Logan Hart of Wizard Factory, that is
Wizard
manipulating
Factory.
people. Logan Hart, as far as I've understood, what happened is I came in contact with these scumbags back in 2019. One of the member of this cult, I did not know anything about all this cult, how they are interconnected and all stuff. And I wanted to ask these people about some personal stuff of mine that were concerned with my life. I contacted this scumbag that goes by the name Sathicus Booza of Black Earth Productions. And I came in contact with that person because he had a video with Jordan Maxwell, and he was talking about some tree.
Something I've noticed with Sathicus is if you leave him a comment, he responds and is like, hey, email me. Because obviously every comment could be potential cha-ching money in the bank.
Is the sound working now?
Yeah, even Michael Tessarian.
I'm so heartbroken. I didn't hear that part of the video, but like he even convinced Michael Tessarion to let him interview him. Like,
That's
how do these guys not
they
see
paid
past?
for clout from Mark Passio. They're on Mark's network, so any of these dudes will do it.
Michael Tessarion doesn't even follow Mark, and I don't think he even like it's just he's like in connection with these like big players in like the like esoteric conspiracy movement. It's very odd to me. Like I don't see how like
Michael Tessarion might be a little bit bigger in your world than anywhere else's world.
I guess.
Most of these people are pretty attainable. If you bug them enough, they'll interview with you. And then, you know, if you have all this content on YouTube, they'll actually think that you know what you're talking about, I guess. You there, Alicia?
I am. Sorry, I was redoing all my...
Are you sure it's not your Telegram?
I was pulling out all the computer wires earlier, so that's what probably threw
Yeah, we
it
can't
all.
hear you.
Nothing.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
So I was interested on that topic. So what happened is, that scumbag, he asked me to contact him. Satykas of Black Art Production is a narcissistic psychopath. I do not know all these things about these people, but after 5 years, I can confidently say that Mark Passio is a narcissist and he's a borderline, like he's a weird mix of borderline narcissist, and he's a psychopath. In the beginning, when he came out as a Satanist, ex-Satanist, he was a borderline. After that, uh, for years of running his bullshit, he became narcissist and he became psychopathic. And a few people understand this thing. They are just starting to see past the veils, past their masks. Okay. So I gave that. So that person asked me to contact him, send him an email. I sent him an email, and after that email, he like asked me to give him money. So I explained that I'm willing to give you money for your
First
time,
thing, money.
but this is my concern. Whatever the hell you are running in your like whatever the hell, I watched his videos. I told him I don't want to be part of that explicitly, and he started to like convince me. He convinced me that I know the answers. I'm the real deal. I have these much connections, all that stuff. We have libraries. We have been doing this thing for 25 years, and many other things. Okay, so I thought there's something very shady with this person, but since he's saying like this, maybe I have made some mistake. So I paid this person some money for one session, 250, 60 some dollars. So what happened is he took my money and he went to vacation with his girlfriend. And on the date that he committed to do this, whatever the fuck they do,
Come back.
and I'm coming from a science background, from education background, so I did not know how these things works. I just wanted to know what the hell is this thing, because I know things through science, and I'm from India, so I follow Buddhism, so I know a lot of things through those things. Now this person, he took my money, he went to vacation with his girlfriend. From his vacation, he was gaslighting me that you have made some mistake, it was not today, it was of next month. And I remember this because the place I was in, it had frequent power cuts and all stuff. I had to go to a hotel because the power are stable. In India, there's a problem during the summers of all these power cuts, and also because the load of on power, electricity, powerhouses is massive. But in hotels and also they have backups and all stuff. I did not have backup at the time, so I went there and sat in a room, felt stupid. And after 1 month, he pretended to do a session. What Bozo was trying to do is he was hoovering, he was collecting information during this period. He did not have enough information on me because I did not have any Facebook and all stuff. These people, they stalk you. These people, they stalk you, they collect information on you, and then they pretend to be something. They are ultimate psychopaths, they are ultimate Satanists.
Shots
So
fired.
he took my money during that session, quote unquote. He took like he did this session in the night from 8 a.m. to 5 5:30 in the morning. He did it deliberately. In that session, he was just spewing about himself, what he knows, what he has, all these things. And every time I bring my topic up, he would just either won't let me talk or either he mix his bullshit, what he is doing in his cult. And what happened the next day, he made a video with Logan Hart. And he was talking about entirely different things. During that session as well, I explained this person about my background, like I'm from India, I'm coming from Buddhism and all stuff, and all the things that all you people, including Mark Passio, they spew, they are coming from Buddhism. So these scumbags, they ran this stuff. In the morning, Boza told me that the session is over, and I said, "Where's my stuff?" So he told me that you need to be initiated. I did not understand what the hell is this initiation, what is going on, and I have to pay him again. And he said, don't worry, you don't have to pay all at once. You should pay me just one installment, and I will do the session, and you can pay the rest after all that. Okay, so I thought that, so this was a trap as well. I paid him one installment because
That was important. Now I need to go over that. I put up a comment over this dialogue, and this dialogue's pretty important.
and I will do the session, and you can pay the rest after all that. Okay, so I thought that, so this was a, him again. I did stuff. So he told me that you need to be initiated. I did not understand what the hell is this initiation, what is going on, and I have to pay him again. And he said, don't worry, you don't have to pay all at once. You should pay me just one installment, and I will do the session, and you can pay the rest after all that. Okay, so I thought that, so this was a trap as well. I paid him one installment because he knows these people are psychopath. They knows when you invest something and you did not get that, and they do it all deliberately. You did not get it, so you will keep investing. All right. And when you expose them, then they have different game. So it is a whole cult of psychopaths. If these people from Jeffrey Phillips are listening, they're watching me,
We hear you.
they watch me, contact
Well, you can.
Yeah.
give me your emails, I will contact you, I will give you the evidence of these people. And Mark Passio is also connected with this. He came later on to validate Sathikis Booza's stuff, all the doings of Sathikis Booza. So after giving him money for one installment, he said, I have to give him all the installment in one go. Then he will tell me. He took my money for all four installments. So in total, I gave him $800 or something. That's a massive amount for me in India. That is huge amount for me. After taking my money, he did next session, and in the next session, he was also talking about his horse shit. And during this session, he talked things in such a way to create a narrative so that his narrative would sound better. And in this session, once again, he started to spew same things, and he did not listen. He did not address my stuff once again. And he wasted my time from 9 in the night to morning. I don't remember the exact time, like it was 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So after that, in the morning, once again, he did not address any of my stuff that he promised first. And after that, he started to give me death threats. I have connections with very rich people, very big people. They have very big connections, networks, and all stuff. He started to give me death threats.
Okay.
He started to provoke me. What these people's game is, once they have done this, they provoke you. They provoke you and they log that. And they present that part and they go silent. After going through this abuse, the scam, people would naturally get angry and expose. And when you expose and angry, they say that these people are mentally ill. That's their game. And that these people are possessed, these people are this and that.
That's what they've been saying about me.
These illiterate scumbags. Sathikis Booza was a bum on the street. So he ran all these criminal activities. And not just bum, he was in prison as well, I'm pretty sure. So they have brought these things that common people don't understand. So common people are vulnerable toward these elements of these people. Somehow these things are validated by that scumbag Donald Trump and his followers. So this is what One Great Work Network is. One Great Work Network is to destroy democracy, to abuse vegans and all these people. These people, they say that they are vegans, and Mark Passio is treating us like that because Mark Passio is an alt-right, right-wing scumbag.
Did he
When
say
he's interacting with you
the
and
part
he's saying
yet?
he's vegan, this and that, first of all, that is for show off. Maybe he's a vegan
Or
or
Seth
not, I don't know.
threatens him?
Yeah.
Oh,
But that person has identity
Okay.
crisis himself. One day he will say that he's like right wing. So what is going on with Mark Passio is he's out there for attention, not for any fixing of people or anything. One day he will say he's occultist, this and that. Second day he will say he's a philosopher. He's a philosopher. All the while he's bashing actual scientists, actual philosophers, people who talk on those terms. They bash those people. Okay. Now, these people, they have just come across the iceberg that is lying underneath. I have faced that thing I'm just one person. I've exposed the whole cult and they've been attacking me viciously for 5-6 years. They have affected my life doing this narcissistic abuse. What these people are facing right now, it is called narcissistic abuse. It's a psychopathic abuse. All the bullshit, all the build up, these Passio and cult created, it is all fantasy based.
Talking about mean comments.
So these people thought that there was some depths in these things. There was no depth. There was just this, you are so stupid. I have studied some occult. I was a satanist. I know better than you. I know more than you. And whatever the hell you know, go fuck yourself. That's all wrong. But what I know is the best. And you are nobody. You are dirt under my feet. You will give me money. You will give me equipment. You will give this and that. And I will I will abuse you. Okay. So all these people, what they're doing is they are Satanists still. They are promoting occult actually. These people, they're confusing New Age with occult. What is going on? And the Western people, they have very poor understanding on what Hinduism is, what Buddhism is.
I think at this point we can probably go with that. So yeah, so that's an interesting story. Another death threat. What's up with this network? That's like several death threats. Derek Bartolocelli threatened to beat me up on site if he ever saw me, just because I asked him to work on his presentation. It's pretty strange. Pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack. What do you think, Alicia?
Yeah, I mean, this whole video is, I think it's about an hour long, if I recall. I watched it like a week ago or something. It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
What's really, where there's smoke, there's fire. And what this guy went through was a number of years ago, and we're starting to see it. And what I'd like to know is how many people are hidden from view who have had a suboptimal experience. I'm putting that mildly. I mean, death threats and abuse and gaslighting and all the whole shebang is, call it what you want. But when you come here and you want to learn, expand, and grow and do right by yourself, and you're up against all of this, it's shocking and it's not okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, it's brave of this guy, and if I would encourage people to listen to his entire clip, his entire video, and he has other ones on there as well, because he
What's his channel called?
Being unshakable.
Being Unshakable.
I would give him a shout out, maybe put share link to his channel. And he really, he shows a picture of himself at the time when he started this journey back then, and he shows a picture of himself now. He talks about the whole journey where he's, in one sense, you could say he's a shell of himself. In another one, he deconstructed himself and he's really his best being. So obviously you turn bad situations into good, but he went through a very deep, dark process for this. So, I mean, on the one hand, you can say thank you, but it shouldn't have to come in this way. And I think that is something that is being echoed and echoed and echoed to the people who are watching this and listening. Say, did I have, this kind of experience? Not exactly, but the themes are there. It's like deja vu. So sorry for my audio at the beginning, by the way.
No, that was my fault. I had the settings wrong on my side. It was totally, you were good, Sally.
All right. I had redone my computers earlier, so I was like, oh, it could be the wires. So, okay.
Yeah, it was me.
I thought your video at the beginning was really good. I would like to rewatch it.
Oh, the Alan Watts video?
Very good. Actually,
yeah, that's only like a quarter of it, too. It's really, really good.
Maybe drop the link on that one in there, too.
Yeah.
I thought it was really profound, and personally, I would say that echoes a lot of the same central themes that I'm personally going through. And we talked about this in the Kabbalion as well, the self-identity and the death of the identity. I'm not trying to mix the two here. I didn't have audio, so I couldn't speak for it. But it's,
Yeah. So this week in the Europa Natural Law group, holy cow. A long time ago when we first met Darren, he came on the show a couple times and was always ranting about the alien believers that are trying to co-opt the natural law movement and push this new age statist agenda. And that's something, when you get into the truth movement, you kind of hear people talk about that a lot. But now that I'm thinking about it in hindsight and seeing what went down this week in the Europa Natural Law group, I'm highly suspicious of our little group of New Agers that came out of Mark's class. There was a very controlled kind of like so Calv showed up again, right? Calv, the guy who we destroyed utterly and figuratively destroyed a couple episodes ago, showed up in the Europa Natural Law group with Meg, and and Calv started pushing this natural law tribunal minarchist. Oh, we just need the right natural law believers to go in and be the government, and common law garbage.
Constitutional. They'll have a constitution with natural.
We'll all agree to it. It'll work. Yeah, because we just needed to figure out natural law people to hold themselves accountable, right? It's utter, like, I can't even believe there are people that know Mark's name repeating this type of garbage. And so what happened was Nemo, who I have to hand it to Nemo. He is a true believer in anarchism, natural law, and he stuck up for it no matter what. Even when his whole group was turning on him over it, he stuck up for natural law and stuck up for me. So me and Nemo and Allie and everyone looked at Calv's link and we're like, did this guy accidentally send the wrong link? Like, is he joking? Because it's straight up satanic statist propaganda. And Nemo's group is specifically for natural law conversations. And so Nemo gave some sort of response explaining to him, no, that's the state. The state's always bad. The state is the opposite of anarchy. Anarchy's natural law. Like, kind of explained it. We all kind of, we're like, okay, Calv, like, whatever, dude. And then Nemo was like, hey, Calv, this is a group for natural law, not for statist garbage. And then I got attacked by all the females in that group, basically saying, oh, you're so mean. You just go after people. All you do on your show is talk shit. All you people on your show, all you guys do is just talk shit. You don't do anything, just all this ad hominem, like all this. Oh, I'm gonna, instead of talk about, oh, I don't like what Jeffrey talks about on his show, this specific, I have a problem with what Jeffrey's saying on his show about this specific thing or these things, or I don't agree with him on these things. It's not that. We don't get that type of smart conversation. We get Jeffrey just trashes people. Oh, he's an awful person. You should kick him out of the group. I had someone 3 times go into a group and try and get Nemo to kick me out. It was absolutely hysterical. And then they were telling me that I was childish. And I'm like, you're the one here tattletaling. Like, I'm confused, So there was a complete meltdown over there, and Nemo had my back the whole time. Everyone was like, oh, not everyone, but all the antis that were backing up Calv were saying, oh, we think Calv should be able to talk about this stuff in this group. And Nemo's like, but my group is not for that. Calv can go make his own group, and you guys could all go talk about it there. And you know, meanwhile, we're still talking to Calv about how wrong these ideas are, but he's not engaging with us. He's just showing us more links. And Allie goes and looks into one of the links, and it goes to some video with 200 views of some guy selling a course about, what was it about?
Oh, just teaching about common law, jury, tribunals, and how power of the jury. And how it was British guy, so it was like
imperial law.
He's talking about a monarch, how a monarch aligned with natural law and a constitution aligned with natural law can spark a community with like the right people as jurors and everything. It's just same slippery slope into statism, essentially, but very British sounding.
Yeah, his ideas are exactly what led us to get where we are now. Government, even if you start with a small one, it's a vacuum. It will get very big very quickly. So yet again, this clown who's claiming to understand natural law is claiming that the state is okay and that we need a state as long as all the people in the country understand natural law, we'll be able to do natural law tribunals and everything will work out. So this dimwit has taken Mark's bullshit idea of like critical mass, converting all the people, and is now basing all of this stuff off of this idea. And then all these ladies are backing him up and they think it's a great idea. And these ladies are like, oh, I feel like in my environment where I want to talk about natural law, I don't want people to be criticizing anyone. Like, it was straight up non-violent communication and new age bullshit. Just be nice to everyone, accept everyone, don't criticize anyone. Insane. These ladies have all watched the show. They're all watching the show probably right now because it's absolutely insane. So I get like me and poor Nemo for like a solid day are just like, hey, people, no, like, these are examples why these are bad ideas. And these ladies are attacking me being like, you guys didn't let him talk. You guys aren't letting him even speak in this group, but we let him show his stuff and we responded to him and he wasn't engaging with us. And when someone does that, it's very frustrating. It's kind of a gaslighting thing. When someone will just keep posting and you tell them what's wrong about the thing they posted, and then they just post something else and they don't actually engage with what you're saying, like the whole Padini thing. All these guys coming out of this network, this is like how they respond to things. And this isn't the trivium. Like, it's crazy. So anyway, almost all of the people on Europa Natural Law are straight up statists. They've all decided that they have this idea of what natural law is. I don't know if because it's a bunch of Nemo's friends. So they may have only learned about natural law through Nemo, and it might be a little funny, but like, I don't understand where these people are getting these ideas. And they're so mad. And Allie wrote these beautifully written, several paragraphs explaining very calmly how, the state is bad and the state is the antithesis of natural law and stuff like that. And no one responded to him. They just wanted to keep talking shit to me because I'm not nice to everyone all the time. Because if someone does something ridiculous, I'm going to say something about it because we're supposed to be representing natural law, and people being idiots isn't going to help our movement. So that's been really funny.
But that doesn't, you're not being nice. I mean, you it's not that you're not nice, you're just calling them on the shit. You're just
it was you're not being supportive, and that it's a supportive space.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, literally.
Essentially, yeah.
Literally. Not they ain't listening. They don't got it right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like one of the ladies was like, I choose to be more emotional in how I deal with people who I have problems with. And like, this is the lady that like everyone loves this lady on the show. And it's like, wait, so you're literally describing, and then she's saying, and today she was dropping some what's the guy name's Peter Levine, like the guy who started New Age. She's like dropping all his links, and I'm like, wait, isn't that the like New Age guy? And she's like, yes, he's amazing. So she's just like trying to taunt me with this stuff to engage with her, I think. But they're obviously completely off base over there, and we're pretty much like, I don't know why Nemo, I don't know why that group even exists. I don't think it should exist anymore. It's really bad. They're just, it's like, I made the analogy. It was like Calv's like a guy who shows up to his friend's bike ride in a car and then fucking yells at everyone for not having a car. You know, it's like, bro, you know, like you've been asked like 6 or 7 times to stop posting this stuff. And he's like, oh, obviously Nemo is okay with just letting this vegan troublemaker say whatever he wants in my group. Like, and then these people, and then the show comes around. There's no Calv, no Meg. Why are these people in this group opening their fucking mouths? Like someone came in, I vouch for what Calv is saying. Some person who's never been on the show, never in the conversation in ENL, she just shows up and is all, I vouch for Calv. He's great. It's like, who the fuck are you? Why would we care what you have to say? We don't know you. And so you're going to sit here in the background, watch everything, and then show up to defend the New Ager who's trying to get to, who has an awful solution to a statist solution for a statist problem. Like, holy shit, people. And I'm just like, I had to pull myself back down and be like, I'm dealing with kindergartners as like kindergarten level truthers right now. Just I've been around too long to deal with this shit. And it's just super funny. But these guys again are so wrong, unbelievably wrong.
Can I read just a little? So this person we were talking about, Calv, says, this was in the group, I am now certain that there are people within this movement that know how powerful the voice of the people is through a natural law tribunal of trial by jury. So they want to keep people in the mindset of pure anarchy with no room for self-governance, knowing full well it will put the majority of people off natural law altogether, thus creating a limited hangout and little progress. Isn't that ironic?
Wow. Kind of what's going on here. But purely statist shit. And dude,
was there something else, Allie? Allie's
something else?
No, I was just gonna dive into that. It's just he's equating. He says that jury nullification and jury tribunals are natural law, not even that they are a framework to enact natural law. He equates it directly with natural law. And so it represents just like there's a lot. If this is not, again, a person who was sent to co-opt a movement or to throw people off, he just represents the fundamental misunderstandings of natural law and people who are trying to teach it without the fundamental understanding of it. I mean, even at like a base level. Again, this could be a cultural thing as well. Like, isn't he British?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, not to like, whatever. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are aligned with truth who are from that country, but it seems to be sort of like a cultural mind control thing.
He thinks that if enough if jurors understand natural law, that natural law will hold those jurors accountable. That's basically what he's trying to say. Humans are fallible. Natural law is not. You can't just name a panel of people a natural law tribunal and expect natural law to hold those humans accountable. It doesn't make any sense. It's mob rule. It's democracy, which is 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. 51% of a population choosing to bomb 49% of the population. It's the same old bullshit, and the overwhelming majority of the people in the Europa Natural Law group that were supporting this shit. And me and Nemo and Ali were losing our minds. We're like, so obviously this is some sort of planned bullshit, and all these people are connected. They all live with each other. They're all weirdos. They've all threatened us. They've all threatened our lives. We've been threatened by 5 different people that are in and around this network. Derek threatened to beat me up if he ever sees me. This is a pillar of the One Great Work Network and a pillar of shadow work. So Jerry threatened me and Darren's lives. Seth Gasposa threatened Vivek, his life, after robbing him. Logan Paul, Logan Hart, and Will Keller are scamming people. I don't get it. And then, we get like Mark's mad at Scott because Scott was allowing, me to post links to the show in one of the groups. That's the kind of shadow work we get. Oh, I'm not going to, maybe do a little bit of the trivium and like do some investigating here and like look into this stuff. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tear everything down, block everyone, get mad at everyone involved, and have a little temper tantrum. So Mark unfollowed me from Facebook, but then followed Allie. What? What? Bro, are you out of your mind? So yeah, nonstop hilarious. So Mark found out. I guess I didn't really say it. Mark found out. He looked at the Scott Gordon's group, the study group, What on Earth is Happening study group, and saw our last show, which thumbnails very good, and had some sort of big reaction to it where he kicked me out of the group, took everything down, kicked me off Facebook, kicked me off his Facebook. Derek Bartolocelli said he blocked me, but he didn't block me. We're still connected. So, super, super funny drama. And then now, and then Derek's in the ENL chat, tattletaling to everyone that Mark doesn't like me, just like he did, like he tattletaled to everyone in the group that Will Keller wasn't coming on the show because I had been on the show before. Little tattletales. These people are super funny with their tattling.
It's childish behavior. It's really,
definitely not behavior of anyone doing shadow work.
It's not adult. It's not healthy. It's not functional. It's not balanced. It's nonsensical. And it's tantrum like, where you throw the toys out of the crib and you go, wah, wah. And then, I mean, tough love is, where are people to apply tough love on this one? Because that's how people learn, but they're too weak to do it. So it's not just the people who are doing it. It's the enablers that are around each and every one of these people who are contributing to this. Yeah. And then the people who are trying And there's I mean, you'd like to think that there's good in each of these people. It's just they're off the mark, you know.
And like Nemo was listing the ad hominems. He's all, why can't you guys? He was like, why do you keep ad homineming Jeff? Like say something about what he says that you have a problem with. Stop just calling him an asshole, you know? And that's all. Like then Derek pops up and writes another 3 pages about I'm gonna get my ass beat and all this shit. And it's like, why don't any of you? Why aren't? And then I bring it up and I'm all right. Why don't we talk about Will and Logan scamming everyone? And then it's crickets. Everyone fucking leaves. They don't want to talk to me anymore when I'm talking about that.
Because of the power and the influence that he holds. And
or they're like, oh, that's just your opinion. That's your opinion that they're doing an MLM. And it's like, oh, did you actually look into it and use the trivium while looking at their scheme that they're doing, and you came to the conclusion that they're not, and I'm just lying? Or are you just backing them because you're defending the social hierarchy Marx made?
So I have this picture that kind of comes up, and when you have sour milk in a coffee, you have to throw the coffee out. At which point is any of this salvageable? Really? I mean, is it too far gone? I mean, when you put sour milk in a coffee, it's garbage.
Gross. Yeah.
And it's almost impossible to filter through all the different nuances and the, you know, all the cracks and where they are, because they're in, and this, you know, what's ironic is this reflects the real world out there. The very thing that this whole thing is all about is mirroring in its own internal actions and behavior and conduct and ethics and morality and like being off kilter. It's a mirror of what's going on the outside.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty crazy to be like told that I'm projecting my childish behavior when I'm simply just asking my peers to do a little bit better.
So you've been called a childish behavior. You're
so many
angry,
things.
You're blah blah blah.
I'm a psycho. I'm unhinged. All I do is scream into the mic in my show and cuss at people and talk shit. And I'm like, wait a minute. So all I do is talk shit? Did you ever watch a single episode of Europa Natural Law when I was on it? Nope. None of them want to talk about those episodes because I didn't talk shit about anyone, because that's not what I do. If I have a reason to talk shit, like someone is scamming people and lying and being satanic and deceptive, then yeah, I'm going to point it out. And if you have a problem with it, you need to go do some shadow work. Like if you're triggered, that's what I told Derek. I'm like, dude, let's talk about what about me, what I said that triggered you. Let's talk about that. And he can't, because he can't admit that he doesn't have a reason to be triggered by me outside of me going after Will and Logan and being critical of him, his terrible presentation that he puts out 40% of the time.
Can I ask a question, which is, of all of the characters, because they're characters really at this point, have any one of them, and we've named who they all, or you've named who they are thus far, have one stepped up to the plate to have a proper dialogue with you?
I gave them all the links yesterday. I'm like, tomorrow, let's talk. Come over here and talk. But all they want to do is talk shit in their group with their people that back them up.
So all it is this kind of ego ranting and distraction ball. So they're punting it, and it's just they're not staying on topic. So just address it. If they have nothing to fear, then just have a conversation and address each of the points. Yeah. But they can't, because it's all shades of murky.
Yeah. I just need to stop judging people, and I need to go do my own shadow work and leave people alone, and because there's no such thing as petty tyranny and forced shadow work. That's just evil stuff. Don't ever tell someone that they're not in the right place. Like, what?
And what's really sad, and I'm seeing some of the comments about the students who are just, I mean, everybody's a student technically, but I mean, the newer people coming in or some of the old, how they're all being influenced by this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I just like in everything they do, like from Funnel Fest, you know, like anything they put their effort into, it's like, what about this isn't completely self-serving and so obviously not trying to do outreach? Like, this is all super self-serving shit. Like what I said earlier about, oh, these guys, all they do is go on podcasts with each other. And they think because they've done 200 podcasts to 0 people watching, that they somehow have this clout because they're friends with people that Mark is friends with.
And you would think, I mean, there are all different types of people of different backgrounds, careers, knowledge, passion points, whatever. And as we've said before, there is an individual who has now I've discovered it's a doctorate in psychology. And you would think that that individual would be able to say, who has clients that he, you know, it's a 7-year average client charge for shadow work. And yet he's not stopping, you know, pulling the chain on the bus or the train going, stop, clean house, do something, silence. Is this a cult thing when it's met with silence and gaslighting? Cricket chirps, absolute cricket chirps.
What seems really weird to me, the Doctor and the Mystic G and Dr. G. Why are they starting a new natural law school when Rudolf Steiner has Waldorf with 200 years of experience behind it, or 100 years or something of experience behind of like, why would they go off if not to serve their fucking own egos and try and start a new school and do it different when there's already something in place that has an infrastructure? There's a Waldorf school almost in every city in California, you know, in you can find them. They're all over the place. So like, I don't get it. Like, do they not know that Rudolf Steiner exists?
And
probably.
I went on their website and I went on the contract. And
yeah, we got to talk about that.
I think, well, since you're talking about, do you want to do it now?
Do it.
Well, I don't have it. Do you have it? Like I sent it.
Yeah. Do you have the contract?
The this old
NDA.
Oh,
the weird ass NDA.
And it's regarding your children, like your children. So, I mean, my mind is just blown, but I think I'm going to let the document speak for itself. If you're able to pull it, do you have it? I'm putting you on the spot. Obviously, none of this is planned. It's always you roll with with everything. But this is, so I'll set this up. We've discussed about Jerry, and a number of people have had concerns. I'm going to
Jerry, who threatened my life, threatened to kill me and Darren.
And about a week later, Jerry, aka Mystic G now. This is when I took the course. Jerry was wearing a Studio 54 mirrored helmet. She was off her head pretty much every night doing karaoke and just posting this to the group. I mean, this is not exactly
G. That's her new name.
And
not Mystic.
We've already, you know, I woke up. She's threatened. She threatened me and other students with some spellcasting shit, and then it got even worse. And Darren's uncovered stuff and what have you. So now, so Mystic G was on with, what's her boyfriend's name?
And then you told us that guy, who in here is a reconstructive surgeon?
St. John.
Yeah.
So St. John.
That dill hole.
So about a week after the death threats, I think it was, give or take, she's on with, now we know to be her boyfriend, St. John. and he's talking about the cracks in the foundation is their podcast. And he's going back, and I'm not going to negate everybody has a history, everybody has a whatever. The point that I want to make, and I'm not diminishing any of what he was saying. Anyways, but she was being the auditor. And so he was saying 20 years ago, I did X, Y, and Z. I'll let his podcast, it's already out there what he said. He stole from stores and this and that. And she was saying, well, why did you do that? But like the hypocrisy of this is she just issued death threats to a number of people. And here she's auditing her boyfriend, who is also, he's on the One Great Network. And she's auditing him on why he would have done something 20 years ago when she herself just did this, like, what, a week or two or whatever the heck it was. And now she's opening up this school with Dustin, who's got a doctorate in psychology, and you're showing this code of conduct called the Liberation. You can look that up. And so you've got a death threater who's now being exposed to children.
And the guy, so St. John is on the network. The guy who said we have to call the cops because we're in this system.
Yeah,
he's on the fucking network. That dill hole who says that we have to call the cops because cops lead to reconstructive surgeons. Like, just pure nonsense bullshit. Fucking statist. There's nothing but statists hanging out in this network.
So there was
what is going on here?
There was a review of the conversation, and this again harkens back to the leadership, if we want to, which would be Will. The only one drive at the wheel on that one was technically Will. There was some other people. Nobody came forward. There was a discussion. That was the discussion amongst the after class of Marks, where St. John was talking about this. Now, you would think that natural law moderators would help steer the group and explain to them what is and isn't in accordance with natural law, which is actually what you did, Jeffrey, on one of your shows sometime back. Maybe Allie would. It's hard to say which one it was, but you literally listened, and then you you said this is what actually natural law is. So, coming back to the students, whether or not they're new or older, if you learn to drive a car with a bad teacher, you're never going to drive the car well. So everyone's being influenced in a subpar way through all of this. Now enter in, this is Jerry and Dustin's school for children for natural law, the background of which we've just shared. So I'll let you go through this. This is you have to sign off on this. It's their NDA.
They give you this contract.
And this is after an exhaustive application where you have to give a lot of information. Now, note, in the school of what the fuck, they're giving, I can't remember verbatim the questions. Anybody could go on their website and then see what is the application for the parents, but they're basically getting the Achilles heel area of each parent. It's like, oh, that's really healthy. And who does that going into a school? Like, I mean, it's nuts. And then you have this contract. Okay, I'll let you go.
I affirm that I am not acting as a representative agency or in any capacity officially for any city, county, state, or federal agency solely attempting to investigate TLA, its trustees, its staff, or its membership. And I affirm I am requesting private membership solely for the social benefit of gaining potential greater depth of education for my child or children, and to assemble within a safe and comfortable environment. And I agree to the following code of conduct as described below. Number 1, private members agree to confidentiality and non-disclosure. And private members agree to take 100% responsibility for their actions and their child or children's actions. And private members agree to be civil, cooperative, and kind to all private members and their children. And private members also agree to follow natural law at all times. Thus, do not take any action and initiate harm to anyone feeling, living being, which is violence. Harm is defined as stealing property, and stealing property is defined in these ways: taking away another emotional body integrity of life without consent, assault, battery, murder, taking away another sexual choice.
So I just want to pause for a second before we go to the second page.
Yeah.
The taking away another's emotional / bodily integrity
What?
of life. So to just put that on the same level, bodily integrity and emotional integrity, new age bullshit. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's
Do not affect
NVC
others'
language.
emotions,
Yes,
or else you will lose money because you will have broken your contract. Like, are you fucking out of your fucking mind?
But no harm to another being. This from the person who issues death threats.
And Jerry said that Jerry's the she's not even fucking vegan. She says the veganism is unhealthy. Publicly says veganism is unhealthy, and she's only doing it for ethical reasons.
Oh, she does.
What?
Oh yeah.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is a change.
No, she said that I told you guys.
You did.
She was
I didn't
backing
get-
up Calv with his fucking carnist bullshit, and she's all, oh, I agree with Calv. I don't think it's healthy at all. Once I started going vegan, I started getting bruises and stuff, and it's like, bitch, you're fucking doing it wrong. You underate.
So
You
when
did the classic vegan blunder, and you didn't eat right, and then you're blaming your own dumbass for not eating right on veganism. Fuck you.
oh wow. So when we took the course with her, we had a out of group place for messages and what have you on Telegram, and every day she was putting her vegan meals, and it was vegan messages, this and that. And again, she came after me originally because she thought that I was anti-vegan. Right?
But then she literally said she agreed with Calv, and that regenerative farming, like all his fucking garbage nonsense. Regenerative farming, right? Okay, so let's go take the field that was destroyed by cows and add more fucking cows to it. Wow. That's some serious trivium work there. Holy shit.
Cows are so natural.
Cows are so natural. We need to just flood the entire continent with cows. They'll fix everything.
I didn't
That's
realize
what this dill hole peddles. And that
Is she
veganism is
surrounded-
unnatural. Okay, so we're going to watch.
Is she surrounded by carnists now? Is that what's going on?
Obviously, if she's
Okay.
hanging out with dill holes like St. John, who thinks he has to call the cops, and he thinks it's natural law to call the cops. Like, holy shit, bro. You don't have any way of dealing with problems yourself like a fucking man. You got to call the little cops whenever anything happens. So this is the second part. Said something about the first part. Said something about sexual. You can't take away someone's sexual something.
Yeah,
Without
autonomy without consent.
without
which is-
consent.
We're
Right.
dealing with children
Yeah.
here. Just like this isn't an adult, like
For their
born
kids.
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
children.
it is insane.
It's insane. Taking away another's personal property without consent, theft. Taking away another's a peaceful domicile without consent, trespass. Taking away another fact for full informed decision, deception. This is like AI bullshit. Taking away another free will choice, coercion, and private members agree that they will not break the code of conduct against TLA, its trustees, and staff in any way, shape, or form.
The second paragraph is scary.
I confirm if I purposely, by ill intent, break this privacy membership agreement and or code of conduct, I will be removed from the membership immediately and will allow TLA to take measures to recover the damages I have caused from my own property, financial holdings, assets, etc., by using any third parties deemed to be unnecessary by TLA, to collect those holding as to resume safety of all members and to reconcile the wrongdoing. What?
So you do not want to hurt anyone's feelings in that organization or in that membership because
They'll wipe out your bank
they
account.
might send someone after you.
Oh
to,
my
to
God.
reconcile the wrongdoing.
But also,
What?
Thought crime.
and my mind is blown with
Are
this.
they going to make baby sign this and read it all?
This is red flagville everywhere. Red flag, red
This
flag.
is psychos. For one, it's infant, like it's elementary school writing. Like this is fucking like I could just see them. They got together and they're all right. Well, we need to write some natural law sounding legal binding document.
This
And
school
it's got to go ahead.
It starts June 2025. It starts in a couple days. This school.
To nobody.
I don't know if they've had anybody sign up. What's really scary is sorry if I've interrupted you.
No, we're good.
How dare you?
Ouch. We had that code word ouch, right? From like Oscar time.
Poor Oscar. Oh, everybody's really mad at you for how you treated Oscar, Alicia.
Because I called him on it?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
She was forcing an idea into Oscar.
He had Stockholm syndrome. I was trying to say, what the what?
Even the Australian kid who's 23 saw that shit as being toxic.
Jules.
And we're not like crying about like people being mean. It's just he's representing natural law, and he was just put on the network, and he has many outbursts of anger, not righteous anger, straight up emotional breakdowns publicly on shows. You know, I've seen at least 3 or 4, and that's just what I've seen. I don't go around looking at Derek's shit, so I'm sure there's a lot of ridiculous stuff. But
Darren has just said everybody is mad at
yeah,
me, except Oscar.
yeah, Oscar's cool. He's
so,
all right.
but this is this tribal mentality. This is herd tribal shit. And
They want so they want this. This is like they want this safe space. Like this is lib snowflake shit. Like what?
Now,
so they're just gonna bombard children with nonviolent communication and
Moral
BS
relativism.
moral relativism, candy coated with natural law. Like I've heard so many people say the words natural law this last week, and not a single one of them understand what the world is. If you agree with any moral relativism, you do not understand what natural law is. The state
and
government is the antithesis of natural law. And all these people in this group are supporting statist fucking ideas because they just simply want the lesser evil. They want the lesser evil. They just want a little bit nicer of a government. It doesn't have to be gone. I just want a little bit nicer. Let's just cut out a little bit of the cancer. Let's not get rid of government at all. Let's cut out a little bit of it, and we should just be fine if we get rid of half of the cancer, right? Is that how it works?
Oh my God. You get half the dandelion out of the ground and it'll not grow back for sure. So, you know, and I just want to say for anybody who doesn't maybe understand the backstory, and I don't need to go deep on it, I was calling Oscar because we showed a video where Oscar was reprimanded, putting it lightly, by Derek, because we didn't show the whole video clip of the podcast for Derek, where Derek lost it on Oscar. How dare you interrupt the Emperor of Rome? How dare you? And then so with that video replayed, Oscar still couldn't see it. So this is what they're mad about, this tribal enabling bullshit stuff, because they all don't want to be, you know, they don't want to be, they don't want to rock the boat.
They just all want to get away from their schemes. They all want to make money off of natural law, off their clout they got by being around Mark or by paying to be in Mark's network. It's all false ego shit. These people are all straight up Mount Stupid, stuck with no fucking, but they're shit up shit creek with no paddle. Holy crap. So anyway, yeah. So psycho legal paperwork here. Is that it?
You know, and what's really interesting is with software updates or, you know, whatever it is we are habituated and programmed to just go, yeah, where do I sign? Like, does anybody even, if they even have any business going on here, is anybody actually reading this? And anybody who does read it and signs it are cuckoo.
Yeah. I mean, yikes. And anyone who buys Will and Logan's freaking death machine is fucking cuckoo. Out of their minds. And anyone who supports Will and Logan selling those things, anyone who lets them get away with it, just because I've had so many, dude, so many people are, oh, well, I really like Will Keller's content, though.
Mm.
The funny thing is, like, even people who support Will and Logan will ask them, so have you looked at their presentation? And they'll be like, no. So it's like even the supporters, their supporters and friends kind of like at some level maybe know it's bullshit, or just at the very least are like uninterested. Yeah. And thank God they haven't sold a bunch of them, or haven't sold any. You know, thank God they haven't scammed people. Or one.
It's up there with Jeff Berwick's like electronic machine with the LED thing, and now we're missing Aryan tonight, where he can like bust
that's who's missing.
Bust out. The chat is pretty hot tonight. Like, there's a lot going on. I don't know if there's anything you want.
Got some heavy hitters in the chat.
Yeah, very, very, very much. I've not been calling it out. I don't, but you guys might want to. So.
Ooh, there's a mystery person backstage. Curtis Griffin. I wonder who that is. Well, anyway, so now, since Scott's here, I don't want to keep him up too late. I don't know where he's at right now. I know Cory Endrulat, right? We've covered lots of stuff.
Oh, Darren says get Curtis on, exclamation.
Okay.
Hey,
here we
can
go.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Curtis.
Hey, how's it going, Matt?
And Noah's saying, come on out, Kurtz, show yourself, exclamation. Maybe they know something.
So when I'm hitting start cam, it's cutting my feed. I need to figure that out.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So what's up?
I'll work on that. Oh, nothing. I know about you guys through Darren. So I just I got done some chores for the evening and hopped on now. I'm kind of jumping into this cold, so please just continue whatever you were doing.
Oh, it's
sorry about that.
The name Curtis threw me. I know you, Kurt. Hey.
Yeah, we were in class last year. Cool. You guys you guys have also streamed with Oscar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a couple times.
Right. So we all know each other through Mark's class last year.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There was some kind of overlapping interest. I don't know if Darren's mentioned to you, but he and I, for the last 3 weeks, we've started recording a show we call New Age Dumpster Dive.
Nice. Cool name.
And so the last week we did it, it was we did an episode on Sethicus Boza and a guy he had on his show and urine therapy.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
How much was that aged? It was 21 day P.
Yeah. Which he kept trying to pin on. He kept trying to pin on Paracelsus, and there's a problem there because I've read a lot of alchemy, and I don't remember when Paracelsus said to drink your own piss. So,
gross. Yeah.
Right. Paracelsus is actually the father of what we call modern chemistry, where he took alchemy from the desire to create gold and transitioned it to a more general desire to understand hidden traits within the kind of parts of nature around you that you might not be aware of. So Paracelsus was the father of chemistry. I don't remember when he said, drink your own piss. That's a whole separate problem. But again, these people just they basically come out here and they run their mouths, and they're hoping that the people that they're talking to haven't done enough reading to know that they're just basically speaking out their asshole, right?
What do you mean, bro? The stem cells. Don't you know about the stem cells in the pea?
Oh my God, I'm getting flashback because this stem cells and the poo. That's where we had that same show with Logan and the poo.
Ugh,
Yeah.
bro.
That's
Yeah.
like that's Crowley shit, right? All
Well,
the body secretions and everything.
Crowley's an interesting character on his own. That's a whole separate thing.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I peed on my foot once when I got some coral. I racked my foot against some coral and I peed on it.
You
But,
get
like,
stung by a jellyfish or some coral,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, within its correct spectrum, it makes sense. It's not something you should just be doing without reason either.
Yeah. Well, cool. Nice to meet you. We're
Nice to
in
meet
the
you as
middle
well.
of a bunch of shit talking, quote unquote. I've been
that's
told
the
I
best
only
thing.
talk. I don't do anything productive, and I only talk shit.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Look out! I'm a
with, like,
projector.
with like Darren and I and the New Age Dumpster Dive, that's basically what we've been doing as well. Because, frankly, if someone's out here running their fucking mouth and talking shit, they need to get checked.
Yeah.
So,
Basically.
no, be my guest. I'll mute my microphone, and you guys continue for now.
Yeah. So I've been under attack by a bunch of people, by a bunch of New Agers this week, for calling out New Ageism. But anyway,
Wonderful.
so this dipshit Cory Endrulat, who's on the One Great Work Network, sorry, Scott, he's been on our list for a while. He's been on our fools list. He's like 23 years old, and he's like the prodigy of the One Great Work Network. He machine guns AI written videos out, and we've found some ridiculous things that this guy has said over the year. And anyway, so he made this video, which is a straight up inversion of the truth, inversion of natural law. A long time ago, we watched a video with Cory interviewing Mark Passio, and the sole reason Cory made this interview was to get Passio to throw vegans underneath the bus, and Mark did it. Basically told him that veganism doesn't matter. Vegans are militant, divisive, blah blah blah. Don't worry about veganism. Save humanity first, then worry about the animals, quote unquote, is what he exactly said, as if we're actually going to change the world under Mark's fucking captainship. Anyway,
Why
so
would he... Go ahead.
what?
I was just going to say, why would he do that? I mean, because we just had 2 of Mark's videos shown on another stream.
He contradicts himself.
Yeah, and they're diehard vegan videos, and so it makes no sense. In fact, we could maybe play those videos at some point just to remind everybody what he did put out.
Is this
for the sake of numbers, and his Mark's all about the numbers game. In his idea, we're going to being in line with natural law is getting many people to have a little bit of knowledge about it as possible and have them regurgitate that knowledge, or that it's just repetition. But
is this not the one, Scott? Sorry for interrupting. What was I just doing? Oh.
He says, "Is this the exact video posted?" And then Darren,
It might. I'm not sure, but I'll go and find the one Darren posted. Just give me a sec. Darren, you posted it in Telegram? There's shotguns.
So
Honey.
Darren's still at work right now, right?
Yeah.
So he might not be able to respond.
he's saying Facebook and Telegram.
It's
It
one of
is
the
in
only
Telegram.
videos that
Oh,
comes
okay.
up. I don't know if you can just share the window.
What's What's interesting is I dropped the 2 Mark vegan videos that are on Light Occult Revival. Shout out to Allie on her page, and I dropped those into the Out of Class group this week. Cricket chirps. Not one person.
Nope, they don't care.
They
don't want, because they aren't the people that are they call themselves vegan. They're only doing it for clout. They're vegetarians, if not, they're still carnists. Vegan, babe? They're still carnists. And I don't even believe them when they say they're vegetarian. Like, they're not doing it. They don't act like vegetarians or vegans. They don't talk about veganism like they're actually vegans. Like,
and
oh shit.
What happened?
Has it been taken down? There it is. Natural moral right there.
I think we just lost Kurt as well.
That's
I mean,
no. Right there.
Not everybody is there. We just lost Kurt, I think. Either he dropped off or we lost
That's
him.
okay. He'll come back. He's still here.
I mean, not everybody's there. Not everybody, they can do it on their own time or whatever, but at least understand that it's kind of the end goal in order to have that ultimate alignment to natural law. And that's it. It's not bashing people, but to kind of hide it under the rug is the oddity of all of this. It's the missing. I've said this before and I'll say it again. With the elite, they'll take people only so far and they'll withhold a certain critical piece of the puzzle so that people can't actually do what it is they need to do. And the piece of the puzzle is the vegan part with natural law. So why hide it?
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to assault you. I'm going to assault you with this video right now. I'm sorry, but it's very assaulting.
Are you being facetious?
Yes. Here we go.
Veganism. I care for the people who support it. They often have good intentions, whether it be for their own health or for the life of animals. However, I'm afraid I have to bring a contrary perspective you are unlikely to hear anywhere else. If you are vegan, I share this with you because I care about your health and animal lives just as much as you do. As a health coach, my focus is to listen to people and learn about their situation.
How is a 23-year-old boy a health coach? What fucking life experience have you been through in your fucking short ass life to be coaching anyone on anything?
That's not actually fair, depending, right? Like, if someone's actually lived their entire 23 years studying dietary needs and how to live, that might be valid, but they should be presenting their credentials.
Yeah, that's not what we're dealing with here.
Right. Just, I'm trying to be.
We're dealing with someone who. We're dealing with someone who gets his health advice from Sverige, a felon who's on the run for hiring someone to kill his wife and child. This is the moral type of person that Cory Endrulat gets his information from.
Yeah, so you know more about this guy than I do.
Yeah. Sverige is the guy who would show up to vegan conferences and eat like raw meat in front and like flex and shit. And so he got really big in the cool alt-right scene because like, fuck vegans, right?
Man.
He might be 25, not 23. The comment.
Yeah, but 2 years.
He's 17, as far as I'm concerned.
Also, why the raw meat? Because, like, I'm not vegan, but I also, cook the food that I eat for, health reasons. Why would you eat raw meat? That's disgusting.
Yeah.
You're just asking for parasites.
So the fact he calls himself a health coach is pretty funny to me. Just the balls.
learn about the many different diets in existence, and help others evaluate the action steps that they must take with.
So I wonder what this contrary perspective is that no one else has presented to vegans before. I'm very interested to hear what this
in
is.
their own life toward their own goals, optimizing digestion and healing the gut, making healthy and small changes to lifestyle that can make a huge difference. But what I've noticed from our modern world astonishes me. For even studying
Oh my
nutrition
God.
is not enough to study nature. The first concept we must understand is health. This word represents whole. Therefore, we are in good health if we are fulfilled. Nutrition means nourish. So when we are fulfilled, we are not only satiated, but we are nourished. We are in good health. Health isn't just dependent upon nutrition, however. We must also account for career, exercise, spirituality, relationships, modern world influences, and anything off the plate.
God, is he going to get to it?
These often impact us more than the food we eat, but they contribute toward each other. So the first
Okay.
point must be made. Veganism does not account for off-plate health factors. Again, extremely important. But you may be asking yourself a question, don't all so-called diets focus on food? And you're right, they do. And therefore, all diets can leave out this crucial part of health, focusing on your own daily lifestyle. What is a diet anyways? If we see the common definition, it is food restriction. The alternative to this is what food people habitually eat. There's a problem with this. These are two completely different definitions. Food restriction is willfully neglecting certain available food, and habitually eating is eating certain kinds of food often. One is an act of will, the other is passive, because everyone has a diet even if they aren't on a said particular diet. So when we see it being marketed to us to go on a certain diet, what is actually being marketed is a type of restrictive eating. A common accusation about veganism is that it's a religion. And regardless of the morality or spirituality involved in the motives of going vegan, the very act of restricted eating and mental servitude to only plant material may demonstrate this.
Okay, so eating the diet that we're supposed to be eating, we're actually restricting ourselves because we aren't just eating everything. And eating everything, I feel an appeal to nature coming soon.
So then us choosing not to eat other humans is also an act of restricted eating, because that could be
could
not
get nourishment from
not
No.
being a cannibal
As-
would be considered a religion as well.
As someone who's not a normal part of this community, appeal to nature, you're referring to it's natural to eat meat, right? I'm just trying to understand what you're discussing.
He's saying veganism is unnatural and immoral.
So therefore eating.
Well, those are two very separate arguments, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Unnatural is a very separate state, because I would personally, as a non-vegan, argue that it's unnatural in that it's hard to maintain veganism. There's a lot of supplements, there's a lot of dietary concerns.
That's just
The amount of study and accuracy you need in your diet is very specific, is all I'm trying to say.
I horrendously disagree with you. I have perfectly good blood work without taking any supplements. It is a sure, you can't just eat everything. You can't have this ultimate convenience of just like throwing whatever in your mouth. So yeah, you have to have a little bit of willpower. But this supplementation, you think vegans are the ones solely holding up the supplementation industry? It's mostly people who eat meat and dairy who take supplements.
I never made that accusation, so please don't try to pin anything on me that I didn't say either.
You just said there were an immense amount of supplementation necessary to keep a vegan diet.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Typically, when I hear arguments from vegans, they're saying, well, you need to take this iron supplement and this and...
Well, I'm not those vegans, so...
Right, and I tried to come on here and say, I don't know your angle. So I'm trying to be fair on both sides of this thing right now. Right?
Got it.
So, Kurt,
now,
can I just say something to that point, Kurt, before you move on from it?
Yeah, please jump in.
So, I actually turned vegan about 7 months ago, actually, and had been thinking about it 6 months prior. What I can say is I didn't even touch supplements for 5 months, and then I'm like, well, maybe I'll, and I did my blood work. My blood work was the best it's been in years on a vegan diet with no supplements. Okay, it's anecdotal, it's whatever, everybody can have a story, and I'm not diminishing supplements, and there can be a time and a place, but if you learn to eat properly on a vegan diet, there's very little you need to supplement. So it's actually much, much, much cheaper and easier and ethically better to do it. But anyways, you can continue with your other points. I wanted to be a case study because I am one, and I can put myself forward for that.
No, and it's very interesting. Right now, I'm not vegan, but I am vegetarian right now. And that's actually a challenge that was pitched to me by Darren all the way back last year during Mark's class. He asked if I'd be willing to try going vegan for a week. And what I said was, before I ever consider that, I'd want to go vegetarian for a month. So I already had some of the dietary issues dealt with in preparation. So that's something I'm working on right now is getting my dietary needs met. But I still have access to things like eggs and yogurt and butter and those kinds of things. So
you don't need any of that shit.
Well, right.
Any of it. Like you've been convinced that you do, but you don't.
Well, I don't know what you mean by convinced, because again, we have different.
When you were too young to make any choices in life, you had this diet forced on you. You didn't do the research and decide to be a carnist. It was forced.
So
small.
Outside of things you do know about me, the things you don't know about me are that I'm an ex-infantryman. I used to be an order follower. But part of that was I had to learn to live in the woods for extended periods of time. And that was part of where I said I consider the statement, it's not natural, a very different statement from whether or not it's healthy. They're totally different arguments. If someone's trying to argue against veganism, right? Because when you're living it, so like I spent 3 weeks living up in the Arctic Circle with the Eskimos. You aren't going to live off plant material up there.
That doesn't make any. That's not like a justification for eating plant matter. Like, I mean, eating animals.
I'm not trying to. My point
and
is,
these Eskimos don't live past 50 too, so that's back to the health thing. But I don't understand why you bring Eskimos.
I met Eskimos who were 60 and 70s.
So what about you living right now? Instead of comparing to Eskimos, your life to Eskimos, why don't you talk about your life now and what you can do?
Well, that's part of where I was going with this, was that if you go out and try to live in the woods right now, you run the risk of falling into what we'd call the spiral of death, where you're not getting enough calories to sustain yourself. And you might only be 50 or 100 calories short, but you're spiraling downward, and you're going to be more lethargic, and you're going to have a harder and harder time, and eventually you're going to starve to death.
I don't think that's a point that any vegans deny, though, that from like a survivalist point of view, or like for survival, that's kind of like how, I mean, that's just kind of like a logical understanding that most humans have, where I put into a situation, it's always like the situation, okay, what if you're stranded on an island, et cetera, what would you do? And it's like, okay, most people would do what they need to do to survive, but yeah, absolutely. And depending on regionally where you are as well, that would change how much you could survive.
Right, and my point when I brought this up was not to attack. I'm not actually I'm not here trying to kind of drive at you guys and be harsh. It's the kind of nuanced middle ground moments are the parts where the hardcore militants actually drive people off, because
Can you define militants?
So the kind of people who will say, in the same way I was describing that, I live in a rural area. My sisters raise chickens. They have goats, right? So they will see my niece walking out of the barn, hugging a chicken and saying thank you with a basket of eggs, and they'll shriek and pull their hair and go, "You're enslaving the animals." Well, at what point does it stop being slavery and become symbiosis?
When it's necessary, when it's not, when it's no longer necessary for survival, I would say.
Right.
And you didn't answer my question about what militant is.
Militant is the point where you're saying that anyone who doesn't completely agree with me on any stance is therefore completely immoral and should not be listened to.
Because I think the dudes that are burning down fur farms are militant. I wouldn't say I'm militant at all. Militant is like a direct action type of thing. It's not simply someone saying some words. So let's cut out the logical fallacy here and call it what it is.
And as previously stated, I didn't come here trying to attack.
Well, you're using very provocative language with vegans that you know will trigger them. Yeah, and we're just
I'm not saying that you shouldn't respond to me. I'm also, if you perceived that I was trying to attack you or accuse you of being militant, I wasn't.
I'm simply, when I talk with people, I try and get the definitions right first, because most people, especially when it comes to veganism, are very off on their definitions of things.
And it's just to be able to speak, like not talking about anyone attacking anyone, just to be making sure everyone's on the same page. Definitions are very important when two people could be talking about using the same word, but each holding their own definition. Things kind of get cloudy. So just for clarity's sake. It's pretty important.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to do any of that. So no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. This is how I talk to people. Yeah. And before you get too piled up with information, I like stopping every once in a while and clarifying things, because, it's hard to respond to. It's just important in a conversation to be able to respond to things. We're not that at all.
Can I add?
It's very easy for me to, in 1 minute, I could make, 6-7 different references that would each justify a 10-minute response, right? So I'm not trying to criticize that at all. Sorry, Alicia, please go ahead.
No. In your defense a bit, I wanna just kind of bring a little bit of my interaction and experience with you to the table a little bit from when and correct me at any point if I have this wrong, but during being, I knew you were a carnist. I was a carnist too at the time. And it's funny because we both had a little spell casting on us, because you posted a book about a man going into the forest and becoming a vegetarian, right? So like, he's not diehard carnist if he's posting. What's the name of that book, by the way?
The name of that book is Walden by David Henry Thoreau.
There we go.
If you haven't read it, you should. It's a wonderful book.
Also read Civil Disobedience by Henry David Thoreau, too. Very good books.
The other thing that I know about you, Kurt, is you're heavy data driven, and that you lead with that more than anything else. And to that end, because you talked about the Eskimos, and obviously they don't have, geothermal gardening and everything else. Like, they're making do with what they have. But there was a great talk, and I'm really sure it was by Dr. Peter Rogers. If it was that or Dr. McDougall, one of the two, I could try to find it. But I would encourage you to and they actually talked about the autopsy, the skeletons of them, and the damage that was done to their bones because of the diet that they had. But apart from that, I would encourage you to look up Dr. Peter Rogers in terms of health benefits, because you're data driven. I know that, like, bar nothing else. And McDougall, Kempner, and all of that, they're on YouTube. Have a little, skip through some of that, and you'll start to understand where the group are coming from and in terms of the benefits of that. Okay.
Right.
But congratulations for doing this 30-day vegetarian. From where you were to now, that's phenomenal. And credit to you and credit to Darren, because it is baby steps and you don't have to go hardcore all at once. And it is a huge change. Like, honestly, from my end today, like I had lentils and beans, and I'm like, oh my, where have these been all my life? And I never touched these things before. They're freaking phenomenal. So it really is a different habituating of cooking and eating, and it's amazing. So it's just a completely different way of eating and being and enjoying. And it's not missing out on things. You're actually gaining. That's what I can share from my experience.
Right. And part of like when I brought up the militant veganism was a conversation topic I brought up in the chat in Mark's class last year was, if you saw a video of Larkin Rose eating a hamburger, would it make the Jones Plantation less valuable as a movie?
No,
No.
not at all.
Right.
Larkin
So
didn't make the Jones Plantation anyway, so doesn't
well,
kind of
yeah,
funny comparison.
that's a separate conversation, but you get my point, right? So there's an entire conversation to be had with that. Beyond that, the point about starving to death in the woods is something that does need to be brought up. Well, how do you live as a natural being if you're not willing to participate in the cycle of life and death?
But there's a natural cycle and then an interference with humans. Go ahead, Allie.
I don't think we have a choice in not participating in the cycle of life and death. Really, I mean, even as a vegan.
Good point.
What, Larkin would have more legitimacy?
Yep.
Just like Curtis, do you think let's just say do you think that vegans are in better moral standing than carnists?
Well, that depends what you mean, and we need to get careful there, because where are you sourcing your food from? For instance, I know people who I know people who grow soy fields who will hire hunters to shoot the hog.
Yeah, but that's not what they have to do, and that's not necessary. And the amount of animals...
Hold the hell on, because
the amount of plants that are fed to animals are far higher than the amount of plants fed to humans.
No.
So you're actually... if you're
the
looking
one
at the numbers, we've done a three-part debate with a farmer that was moderated. So you're talking to two experts about crop deaths right now.
Well, I didn't bring up crop dusting once.
Crop deaths, bro, deaths. Crop deaths. You did bring up the soybean thing.
Yeah,
it's completely irresponsible for farmers to do those types of things, and it's not vegans' fault that irresponsible carnist farming practices exist.
Correct.
There is veganic farming. There are ways of not. You could simply put a fence around your farm, and then you don't have to shoot people. The fact that that's your excuse, or that's the first thing you go to, is pretty funny.
You have not dealt with animals.
Bro, I have dealt with animals. You're strong.
We're talking about hypotheticals here. We're talking about hypotheticals here, and even just looking at the numbers currently with all the conventional farming of soybeans and plants, blah, blah, blah. Farmers shooting up all the animals to save the plants. Broken down, there's still more animal life that ends up being killed for direct meat consumption, even more than crop production. Just even conventional.
Functionally, when you create a farm, what you've also created is essentially a bait trap. Animals are going to go to it to try to eat. It's not their
As well
fault.
as
And
the
they
food
should,
grown-
and they can. Sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I was gonna say, as well as for
Right.
the food grown for the livestock and the animals
But-
that are being raised for consumption as well. So we
but-
can't exclude that occurrence happening for just the food that's meant for human. The food that is grown for the animals to consume are also bait traps as well.
Right, and that shouldn't be addressed with a no, it doesn't. That should be an eye roll and a well, obviously, because of course it is. What else is gonna fucking happen?
So how is it relevant?
Well, again, you're saying what is the moral issue? Well, if you're saying that veganism doesn't cause bloodshed,
No one
I-
said
that's
that.
not- I
You're
think that's
straw
an
manning right now,
important
big
distinction.
time.
Well,
Yeah.
it's an important distinction.
Back to
no, no, no.
definitions. Back to definitions. What do you think of
hold
veganism?
on.
No, you define veganism.
No, no, hold on. If
Define
you're
veganism.
saying the purpose of veganism is morality, then what is that without saying that veganism reduces bloodshed?
It does reduce bloodshed.
Right. So you're saying
You just
that's
changed the
true on
story
one
from
side of
zero
your-
bloodshed to reducing bloodshed. You just changed your story.
No, my whole point from the
You said
start.
vegans claimed zero bloodshed, and then you just changed it to vegans are claiming less bloodshed, which is accurate. Which is
No,
accurate.
you're attempting to put words in my mouth.
No,
what
that's
I
what you said.
said-
We'll be able to watch it because this is recorded.
Wonderful. Was that no, it reduces it. That isn't the same as zero.
What?
Correct. That is not the
Correct.
zero, but it's not. It's not accurate to say that vegans claim that their diet has zero bloodshed, though. That would be an accurate depiction of veganism.
Incidental
It's about
and
harm
intentional.
reduction.
Intentional harm.
Well, it just. I mean, that's a whole nother
Yeah.
issue. But yeah, it's harm reduction.
I don't know any vegans that claim to not not have some sort of blood on their hands from existing. And the fact that most carnists, this is their big argument, is, oh, you're actually, you're not vegan because you drive down the street and hit bugs with your car is pretty ridiculous. Everyone exists, has incidental crop deaths on blood on their hands from incidental crop deaths. Everyone. There's no getting around it. No vegans, no carnists, no carnivore guys are getting around crop deaths. It happens for
Right.
everyone.
Now,
So
on a smaller scale example,
vegans have less crop deaths than all other diets combined.
if
Less
I
crop
get-
deaths.
Less
Less
being the
harm.
operative word.
Less harm.
Scott is even echoing the word is less.
if I see a rabbit outside digging in my vegetable patch, digging up my damn carrots, and I shoot it with a broadhead arrow, am I a disgusting, immoral monster for killing that
Well,
rabbit?
you certainly wouldn't be a vegan. I'll say that. You wouldn't be-
Correct.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be a vegan.
Yeah.
That wasn't the question I asked.
Especially if you can do something to get that rabbit out in a different way.
think that's what it
Just
comes
blowing
down
it
to.
away with an arrow because you're lazy and you don't care about natural law.
We could hypothesize if one were in a survival situation where those are the only carrots or a source of calories left and the rabbit is going to eat it, then would it be
Well,
moral to shoot it? That's
that
kind of like
was
a hypothetical.
the
but-
entire situation I brought up to begin with, was the military experience.
Yeah,
in
but
my
you
time.
put yourself there, dude. Like you decided to go do that. That's not what you have to do, and that's not your only way of surviving. I don't know. I don't want to understand why you're even using this as an example. I was in the Boy Scouts. I used to go do that too. They used to leave us out there for 2 weeks. We're endurance athletes. Every time we go riding, we tap out. We run out of stuff. Run out of nutrients and run out of energy. Like you're not like, you don't know way more than us because you were in the military and spent some time with some Eskimos. We can understand the situation without going and living that life. We don't have to go hang out with Eskimos to understand the health problems Eskimos have. So
No.
the fact that you have a choice. Hold on. So you know about government subsidies, right?
Yeah.
You know that the meat and dairy industry is heavily subsidized because to raise a animal from birth to death, to kill off, chop up in pieces, and sell is economically psychotic. It doesn't work. That's why the government has to pay for all the soy, all the corn, all this stuff. The government pays for that because if it didn't, meat would be something like $200 a pound. So if you think it's natural to be eating this much meat, and how do we have to prop it up with the government? How does the government have to prop up the industry in order for all of us to eat this much meat?
You brought up something interesting there when you said this much. For instance, my grandparents have about 100 acres. They're farmers.
The truth comes out. That's
but
where the bias comes from.
No, with that, about 50 of the acres were used for cattle farming. Do you know why those 50 acres were used for cattle farming?
Because your grandparents weren't very creative. I don't know.
No, they were used for cattle farming because they were far too hilly and too rough to drive tractors over.
Boy, these are like super specific situations that is not what we're talking about here.
No,
these circumstances are completely like, I'm not even interested in having this conversation if it's just going to keep going to these anecdotes.
The moment you don't like getting into the nitty gritty where you're saying the actual problems.
Kurt, he went there with you and he's given you a lot of time and really tried to listen to what you're saying.
And you're talking really fucking slow, dude. Like, it's like really slow.
It's the way Kurt talks. But you're talking real extreme things like Eskimos. What we're saying is, listen, you're in Ontario, you've got access to grocery stores, you've got access to choice, and this is what you're doing. And I'm not trying to target you. I was complimenting you for doing 30 days and then maybe try 30 days with vegan after that, because at the end of the day, what you're looking at and the battle that you face is ending in addiction. And we talked on the last show about habit. So where did you get to make a conscious choice? And listen, I came Irish background. I had animal. Listen, it was meat. I get it. But at one point, my parents both died young. Who cares? If nobody cares, I do. But like at the end of the day, it didn't serve their health well. And I had to take a look at that amongst other things. And I had to look at, how was I habituated? What was I brought up with? And this is, when did I have a choice? Well, I have a choice as an adult when I look at the statistics, when I look at health, when I look at the ethics, when I look at natural law. Hello, we're all here for natural law. And these are components of it. But you've got to understand whether or not you go hard or slow, it's ending in addiction. It's a habit that's been put upon you, whether or not it's because your family had a farm or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Everybody has a situation. I'm trying to support you. I am trying.
Well, you're misunderstanding, Alicia.
What have I misunderstood?
The argument that I'm making that the use of cattle animals, specifically ruminant cattle animals, has historically been to use land that cannot be used for cash crops to produce protein.
But this isn't the point. This isn't a petri dish discussion about that. This is in general terms when you have access to a grocery store and you can go for the meat or you can go for the beans and
but you're now trying to take
I'm not
specific comment I was making and bend it into a whole direction of
what did I bend? I'm not the one talking about Eskimos and whatever it is, cows on a hilly vista. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about a lot of us live in cities and we have access to grocery stores. I've just put up a hydroponic set to try to grow today, like to try to grow, edible food, not other stuff, so that I have access to it and I know the whole thing. It's about a choice, and it's about stopping habits that we have inherited, should you wish to. But also, it's hard to judge something if you haven't done it. And so you've got to give yourself you've talked about the blood, and you've talked about supplements. You've talked about all those things. Those are excuses right now. And you don't get to have that conversation unless you've tried at least 30 days of full vegan regimen, and then come back and then say, and get your blood done first, pre, and then afterwards. You're in Canada, it's covered. You can do it. And it's like, just go do that and then see how you feel and see how it is. And then come back with some experiential aspects to it, not just about historical stuff. And I'm not negating your family situation, but that's not the topic of the conversation here today. Does that seem fair?
Well, that's like 30 different points. Whether or not that seems fair is a kind of long conversation in itself.
Would it be fair? Let me bring it down to one. Would it be fair to say, try it after you're vegetarian when you're out of that? Then that addiction, you're coming out of the meat addiction for 30 days and then the egg and dairy addiction for 30 days. If you come off of that and then see how
would I be willing to come back on and chat with you guys in 3 weeks? Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So maybe with that, we can move on to your video, you guys. Go ahead. Thanks, Kurt.
Yeah. Yeah, so we were gonna watch that Cory video, but honestly, it's fucking unbearable. I have something I put together.
May I ask
in response?
Who is this Cory character? Could you please?
He's just a cartoonist.
He's on the network.
He's on the network.
Back in a sec.
He's very young and
Whoa,
wet.
you guys are a little broken. I don't know if chat's coming through with that.
I could hear you pretty good.
Yeah, you can hear me good, but to me, you're all chopped up.
Too? Or is it just
Actually, you just stabilized.
Is that better?
Yeah,
but Elisa's camera vanished. So
I'm
okay.
here. I'm just gonna go make a tea. I'll be back in a second. But you were chopped.
Wonderful.
There, you're fine. Okay.
Sorry, I'll leave you guys to that now.
All right. I just subjected my ears to Cory Endrulat's YouTube rant. Veganism is unnatural and immoral. Let's start with the central claim.
You're bad again. You're bad. You're bad. It's all awful. Your mic is awful. Really? Yeah. I walked away to go to the kitchen and I'm back. Try again. Testing.
Check.
Yeah.
Check.
No. You sound like R2D2. You're all broken and unreadable right now.
Check.
That was better. Let's see if it continues.
Check.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah, you're good now.
All right.
Let's see if
So
that.
I just subjected my ears to Cory Endrulat's YouTube rant.
No, that's
my God.
That's the power that be. They're trying to shut me off.
Oh, I have to go back on the chat. I can see that there was a bunch of discussion. Who else? Go ahead. No sound. Now you have no sound. It's the night of. Yes, I hear something.
A couple things
Cutting
to
in
make
and
this
out.
work again.
Okay.
I need. Check.
Yep.
Okay. There we go.
All right. I'm going to go make my tea. I'll be right back.
Where'd Curtis go? I want him to hear this.
I'll be back.
We'll be back. Maybe we'll look at this. We'll look at this real quick. It's a little weird.
Why?
The horse thing. Everybody's taking a pee break, I guess.
Mine was tea. I'm still trying. Okay. There.
Tea break.
Yeah.
So I just subjected my eardrums to Cory Endrulat's YouTube rant. Veganism is unnatural and immoral. Let's start with his central claim. Veganism is unnatural.
Oh my God, it's bad. It's bad. It's cut, like, honestly, it's unbearable. You can't hear.
Yeah, every time you're starting to speak, it becomes
Hello.
All broken.
oh, it's dreadful.
What the fuck?
Like, I get 2 feet away and then I'm back. Like, let me send my water. It happens sometimes.
Check.
Yep.
That's much
Maybe I'll,
better. Let's see if that
talking,
continues.
yelling.
So
Yeah,
far,
man.
good.
Give me 5 seconds and then start doing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Check.
Start talking.
Oh my God, it's back. All right. Let's start with the central claim. Veganism is unnatural. Cory shows his ignorance by kicking.
When you start talking, it starts again. You go check. It's great. The minute is
Let
it
me
the
try this other mic. I'm going to try a different mic.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean.
It's not April Fool's. Like, the minute that you start to go in,
Right.
it all is discombobulated.
You can't hear. You hearing this now?
That's perfect.
That's
sound
beautiful.
bad?
Yeah, no, loud
That's
and
a
clear.
different
You're
mic.
perfect.
That's the mic in the fucking camera.
Yeah, you know.
It shouldn't sound as good as this.
Oh my God, that's the best.
Okay. All right. Cory shows his ignorance by kicking off with an appeal to nature, as if what's natural automatically equals what's right. That's a logical fallacy so old it predates the wheel.
So,
just because lions eat
the moment you
gazelles.
got into the meat of that description, you became broken.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to restart the computer. You guys talk. I'm going to restart the computer.
I can hang out with
We'll be right back.
Alicia here while you guys come back. Sorry about this, man.
Can you put the name of that book, Kurt, in the YouTube comments? The one that we were talking about. I remember getting just bomb blasted. You put it in the group chat at one point, and then I thought that sounds so good.
So the book is Walden by David Henry Thoreau. I don't know about putting it in the YouTube chats because I'm not on YouTube.
Oh.
I don't know if you've been keeping up on what I've been doing, but
no.
Most of what I've put out is on BitChute and Rumble. It's not available on YouTube because I'd get banned.
Gotcha. Okay, no problem. But so let me ask you this: when you've gone, and I'm not dissecting, just as they do that. So when you came up, because it's a habit, right? So when you did go vegetarian route, what have you been doing to, like, what have you been cooking with, or have you been leaning heavy still on the dairy and the eggs? Like, are you integrating beans and lentils and?
Well, that's, I mean, a lot of my diet has been like, I've been making chili with beans and lentils and things like that as my kind of daily protein.
Right.
But beyond that, even with, when we're talking about like reducing harm and things like that, as far as the dairy and eggs and things I'm consuming, I mean, the chickens I'm getting my eggs from, I can walk down the street to my sister's ranch and pick up the chicken.
What difference does that make? Why does that make it any different?
The difference is that it's not living in some horrific tiny metal cage.
It's still having its life blood taken from it every day. It still has to be a slave to you and go out and find all the nutrients to make the egg.
It's a slave.
Yeah. That's exactly what slavery is. If you're making that, if you think you own that animal's fucking labor, that's slavery. How is that not slavery? As above, so below, bro.
When I said that militant vegans actually destroy the argument to the point where it's hard to
you don't
even
know what militant
bother.
is, and you think vegans think that they don't kill any animals. Like, you've already shown
If
that you don't know these definitions.
If you're acknowledging you kill animals, then your entire foundation is already corrupt. Beyond that,
that's not our foundation
not
that we
so.
don't kill animals. You don't understand the definition of veganism. You think we think we don't kill any animals. If that was our foundation, we'd be all saying we don't. A vegan doesn't. No animals die because of vegans. That's not what we're claiming. You're straw manning us over and over and over again because you're biased, because you're lazy, and you just want to keep eating meat. And I doubt you're even vegetarian. Why would you be talking like this if you were actually trying to be vegetarian?
I mean, I'd like to go back to the chicken thing. I
Yeah.
mean, because so chickens
with
lay
that,
eggs.
there
and
is a
pick
Bro,
up-
stop
we just pick-
talking.
oh, so
She just starts
Well, no.
talking, bro.
Okay,
Jesus
just going back
Christ.
to the chicken thing. Chickens just lay the eggs. They don't eat them. Whatever we take and we eat them. Sure. When we're talking about harm, what harm is being done? It's a much lower level of harm than buying eggs from a factory farm, from participating in the meat industry, etc. There's
Correct.
another side. So let me just present to you the vegans' argument against participating in even if it's your local farm's chickens, eggs. So the type of chicken that the breed that is a high egg producer, it's kind of like, you know how there's certain purebred dogs who have genetic issues now, let's say. So there's certain dogs that only live a certain amount of time. They have certain genetic issues because they can't breathe right because they've been bred to make their nose stubby, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing's happening with chickens. So chickens are not naturally, chickens lay a certain amount of eggs. We breed them, we selectively breed them to have the capacity to lay a shit ton of eggs. And health wise, it's not for it compromises the chicken's quality of life. You're breeding a creature that is not natural into existence and supporting the breeding of that animal. So while yes, there's a situation where if you have there's vegans who have rescue chickens who lay eggs and they'll sell the eggs or give the eggs away to friends. I mean, you could, from a standpoint of as a vegan trying to cause as little harm as possible, I don't see the issue with that. But again, what is an issue is supporting the industry of breeding that creature that is unnatural, and more so than it being unnatural, what's more important is that it is harmful to bring that thing into an existence that it's genetically messed up.
I actually agree with you. So with that, and I run into the same issue because I deal with rescue dogs on a regular basis. I don't agree with breeding pugs.
Right.
But once a pug does exist, do I kill it?
No, not at all. And then the same thing with the chickens. It's once the chicken. That's why I was kind of saying it's in the same realm of a vegan having rescue chickens, let's say, and not breeding them.
And so similarly, I might not agree with the breeding of domestic chickens, but they exist and they're a common thing. Now, am I going to pay into the factory mill egg farming system, or am I going to hand $1 or $2 to a local farmer where I can walk into the coop, I can see that they're being kept in a state where they're warm and dry and well fed,
right?
And
but you're still paying into that industry of creating and breeding that chicken, regardless of the scale of the farm, regardless if it's kept in a tiny cage in a factory farm or it has a happy chicken life on a small farm. Your dollar is still going towards perpetuating the breeding and bringing more of them into existence.
Right, and part of the point I was making earlier was you get to the point where the militantism gets to the point where you're not capable of seeing nuance, and it actually turns people off.
But I think you're also missing the nuance in that how that's not just because the scale of farming is different and just because the chicken has a happier life, you're still Like it doesn't make it morally, it doesn't make it moral just because the conditions of the chicken being kept. It's still, that's kind of like the nuance. Again, it's kind of what we're saying, the nuance of you
Now,
labeling
part
those
of the
vegans.
problem we're getting into there, and Jeffrey, oh, you're being so extreme with these Eskimos. How much time have you spent living in nature?
Irrelevant. Are you
No,
kidding? Super irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
Yes, it is. It absolutely
Because
is irrelevant.
The
What the
truth
fuck? Like,
is
so I
that
can't
the
know about
animal-
something that I don't experience. None of us could know anything that we don't actually fucking experience.
Correct.
Are you kidding?
No.
You're joking.
None
You're
of
joking,
you
right?
can know anything you don't.
I can't know the harm that happens in farms
Oh,
because I don't own a
You
farm.
don't know the harm. Oh, you don't know the harm.
Oh, I do.
So
I've owned animals, bro. I've lived out in out in the forest just like you. I grew up on sailboats, bro. I live off grid right now. None of that matters to what I know and what I don't know. You are biased. You're just like looking for excuses to stick with your biased bullshit. You absolutely are. You're justifying. You're justifying some nonsense. You don't even care. You're lying to Darren by saying that you're vegetarian, that you actually care enough to actually do it, which is fucked up. And then you're coming here and you got, bro, do you think these are the first, you think you're the first people, you're the first person to tell us these bullshit excuses? I've been hearing this since the 90s, bro. Bullshit excuses.
First one to talk to Darren.
Vegans are of higher moral value than carnists across the board. You can't come up with something to refute
what
that.
I can do is look at actual nature.
And I had a bunch of stuff I was gonna do, and like carnists come here every week and try and say this all the same shit, and it's really boring. I have stuff I want to do.
Correct.
The chat wants to see the stuff I wanted to do.
Appeal to nature does not, I mean, nature, number one, we need to define what is natural. Number two, it does not dictate morality. I mean, a natural state.
You're actually being more reasonable than him.
Well, I mean, our arguments are essentially the same. It's just kind of the manner in which we're presenting them. But
over top of me, you're actually discussing the topic. Thank you.
Okay.
But again, our points are generally the same. Like I said, the manner in which we say them may be very different, but it's taking historical instances and anecdotes to justify an immoral behavior. That's kind of what we're seeing here.
In line with natural law.
Well, again, you want to throw that word around as a buzzword without holding to it. Now, if you're saying natural law as in objective morality, what you do and don't have the right to do to others, right? That should be the foremost thing. What do you do and not have the right to do to others?
Do we want to just be reminded Mark did those two videos? We just played them. Actually, I had them played on Jeremy's show. Is there value in just popping those up so people can see
These
those?
guys don't care when Mark talks about veganism. They don't give a shit. They don't care.
Well,
that's the one thing everyone hates about Mark. All these guys, because they actually have to do something.
It was that
going
video.
vegan is a hard choice, like you said, Curtis. It's a big decision. It's a big life change. You guys don't want to change anything. You just want to keep doing shit the same way, and you want to pat yourself on the back because you understand natural law and you don't enslave your neighbors. Wow, you don't enslave your neighbors. That's
when you had to feed your child,
bro.
What did you buy? You bought a goat, didn't you?
What's that? When I was a carnist, yes, I bought 2 goats when I was a carnist. And I had them, and I did all the stuff, and I found out how psychopathically stupid it is to own an animal for food, because it makes no sense, because it costs so much in time, water, labor, space, medical, food, all that stuff, especially if you want to feed them like a good diet. It
See,
costs
now-
tons of money to raise an animal for food, so much so that it makes no sense. You have to be filthy rich to do it without the
You
government
think
support.
You're expressing some kind of wonderful
Bro,
argument. You're really
why do you
just
think people
expressing your
at
incompetence.
why do you
No,
think
no,
people that
no.
work at concentrate at a factory
Motherfucker, you
farms?
will not speak over top of me.
Oh yeah.
I'm sick of that bullshit. No.
Why do people get mental health
No,
problems
no,
from
no,
killing
no.
animals, bro?
You will not.
Why do
speak
people get
over
mental health
top of
problems from
me.
killing animals?
Motherfucker, I can do this all day. Now, if you want to talk about why people get paid to kill animals, that is a completely separate issue.
And
If
you probably
you
agree
want
with
to
all that
talk
stuff,
about-
but you don't. You still support
No,
factory
no.
farming.
You are now again projecting assumptions
Okay.
onto me.
You're not more moral than
make an
vegans because you
argument.
eat animals, dude. You're fucking fooling
At
yourself.
no point have I made that argument.
Of course, you are here
Again,
representing that
no.
idea through and
No,
through,
I am
making
not.
excuses
And
for your
again,
bullshit
you are
satanic
speaking
diet.
over me
Death
again,
cult,
and I
blood
will
cult,
not allow
blood
it.
cult member.
Motherfucker, I can do this all day.
Yeah, and I
Fuck
can
you.
get rid of you also.
Good for you.
I got
You
other
can
shit I need
censor.
to be doing right now.
You can censor. You can
Endlessly
kick me
arguing
off
with
the
Tarnus
stream
is
if
not
you
in my
want.
interest. You're wrong. That's it.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wrong about the situation where my family
I'm in
kept cattle because it was cheaper than cash
So
crop.
it's
It
so
was-
irrelevant. It's a
No,
fucking
that's
anecdote,
not
bro.
irrelevant.
Okay.
That is the actual.
We just watched a
thing.
video the other day of a
But
guy
no,
who
no,
instead
motherfucker.
of doing animals,
No,
he started
no,
doing
no.
he started
No,
raising
no,
flower,
no.
apple
You don't
trees,
get to say that
baby
bullshit.
apple trees, and he's making way
No.
more money with his
No,
baby
no,
apple
no,
trees than
no,
he
no,
ever
no,
did with
no.
the livestock.
You don't get
Livestock,
to say that
livestock is
again.
you make the least
What
amount of money growing
is
livestock. There's no big
required
profits or anything like that. It's
maintain it?
only like
Again.
it's
It
an
was
old
not about
tradition that's dying that
big-
is only propped up by the
It
government.
was not about big profits. I was also
There's
not
zero
trying to
profits,
stand
bro.
up.
We're not in survival anymore.
Or was it survival?
Right. I was not trying to make any of those arguments. Those are all straw men. You stood those up. Frankly, I don't consider my grandparents to be absolute heights of moral authority. I don't.
Oh, this guy's.
But I think this is where we're getting confused
He's
to where, well, because we're talking about the perceived morality of people in the past in historical situations and hypotheticals versus the now and current conditions and
Right.
people who are present here.
And
That's
you need to
talking
be
about two different
capable
things.
of navigating that space. And you're
But then
not.
the problem is if you use those historical instances to justify something in the present that
Because
is
those
relevant.
historical instances are still relevant because they're
How
going
so?
on to this day.
Are you having to survive on land that where you can't grow anything? Are you in the Arctic?
Well, am I growing cattle on a fucking ranch where I can't grow cash crops? My grandparents definitely are.
But are you? I'm asking about you now. So again, we're
No,
separating
no.
the.
Me and my grandparents are not the same individual.
That's what I'm saying.
Got to
That's
keep
the
that
point.
separate. Right.
That's what I'm saying. We can't
Now-
use that your grandparents as a justification for your habits now.
Right, and an entire point of what I was trying to bring up when we started this was the importance of nuance if you're going to try to get anyone to accept your message.
I get
And-
plenty of people to accept my message, bro. I don't need your advice. I got something else to do right now. It was cool talking to you, but we'll see you later. You can hang out if you want, but we're not. We're moving on from this point.
Okay.
Because there's a certain amount of we only have so much time.
Yeah.
like to cover everything, but good.
You can always come back. Maybe not drunk next time. That would be cool.
Oh my god, stop. For the record,
Can
I
you
think
play-
veganism is natural or
I'm
unnatural.
eating now. I apologize. Can we play that one video? I think it's the Law of Correspondence with Mark. It was that video. when
He's
I
seen
watched-
it. He doesn't care.
I don't
He's
care.
he's not going to even listen.
I don't. It doesn't have to be for Kurt. It can be in general. If not, then don't. It's fine. But that's the one that turned me. That's the click factor for me. And that was in Mark's words. Sorry.
They
But
don't respect Mark. They respect their shit. They respect their tradition more than they respect him enough to listen to that stuff.
What, respecting Mark when he's putting people on his fucking website who pitch $5,000 hydrogen machines?
I agree, bro.
100.
This is where we can have a really fun conversation because we're, this is where, hey, Ariane, this is where, this is what we do here.
Actually, it was
Right.
perfectly fine because we were Arian. We were talking about the light bulbs, and we're missing you tonight.
Darren's not
We were
coming
talking
here
about
for some
Berwick's
reason.
light bulbs. Sorry, this is an inside thing, Kurt.
Darren's still at work. He's probably driving home right
He's
now.
just lurking on us.
No, he's not lurking. He's probably driving home right now.
He gets
Dude's
home at
on the
11.
road.
He's got another half
Yeah.
hour to get home. Yeah.
Leave the poor guy alone.
So Cory shows his ignorance by kicking off by appealing to nature, as if what nature automatically equals what's right. Hey,
Well,
Ariane.
These are separate statements as well.
I get it. Just let me get through my thing, and then we can talk
Yeah.
about it after. As if what's natural automatically equals what's right. That's a logical fallacy so old it predates the wheel. Just because lions eat gazelles doesn't mean you get a moral pass to kill a cow. Nature isn't a permission slip. Animals will sometimes eat their young. Should we eat our young also? But let's humor his idea of natural. The latest isotopic work on the late Stone Age remains at Morocco, some of the best preserved gatherer-hunter skeletons we've got, shows up to 80% of their calories came from plants, not flesh. Morphologically, humans aren't obligate carnivores. Our gut-to-body length ratio, about 5-to-1, is closer to omnivores like dogs than to true herbivores like cattle. We're generalists, we adapt, and now, with modern knowledge and resources, we can choose not to kill. That's what ethics is. That's what natural law is supposed to guide us towards. Natural law forbids initiatory harm, period. So here's the question abolitionists like Tom Reagan and Gary Francione say, if a being can suffer, why is your appetite an exemption? Cory's answer is, because I like the taste. That's not principle, that's hedonism. That's the same moral relativism he claims to be fighting against. Even Passio, who Cory cherry picks when convenient, calls carnism a dogmatic religion. He lists the same 6 excuses Cory regurgitates, and yet Passio's platform now fosters a space where carnist propaganda thrives, unchallenged, despite its clear contradiction to the central tenets of natural law. Let's be clear. It is never moral to steal the life of a sentient being, especially when it's unnecessary, even if you believe it's good for you, or that if it fits, or that it fits some ancestral diet some steroid-riddled influencer made up. If it causes harm, it's immoral and a violation of natural law. But Cory's arguments aren't just philosophically bankrupt, they're economically backwards. Meat and dairy, the most subsidized food on the planet, governments pump billions of dollars into propping up this collapsing system. Without those subsidies, beef would cost over $200 a pound. So how exactly is it anarchist to advocate for a diet that only exists because of massive state intervention? It's not. It's state-sponsored carnism. Cory wants you to double down on that and do carnivore diet and eat meat all the time. Let's talk about the real victims, not theoretical nutrients. Slaughterhouse. Oh, hey, Darren. Slaughterhouse workers, mostly poor people, immigrants, and prisoners, are diagnosed with perpetration-induced traumatic stress syndrome, a subtype of PTSD found in those who inflict harm. This isn't just about ethics anymore. It's mental health warfare. A 2017 study in a U.S. beef plant showed serious psychological distress rates far above national averages. A 2021 systemic review found depression rates 4 times higher in slaughterhouse workers than in other low-wage industries. Another study saw crime and domestic violence rates skyrocket in areas where farms open up. These jobs break people's minds. So when Cory waves the flag of freedom, ask yourself, freedom for whom? Certainly not the workers, certainly not the animals. His idea of liberty ends at the edge of his plate. He has no problem paying people to take on his karmic inventory. Let's talk grift now. Cory positions himself as an abolitionist crusader, but his channel is a pipeline into raw meat, supplement hustle, miracle liver pills, MLM affiliate links. Freedom of choice, more like freedom from scientific study. Here's the truth. Natural law, clinical data, ecological data, and basic empathy all point in the same direction. If you can thrive without killing, why wouldn't you? If your diet causes PTSD, ecological devastation, taxpayer exploitation, mass suffering, why continue it if you have a choice not to? Especially if you claim to be striving to do less harm. Cory ain't speaking natural law. He's speaking new age bullshit fucking raw.
That I actually agree with you. Now, can I ask how many people in this chat have ever hunted?
I'd rather hear from Scott Gordon right now.
Okay.
We've probably hunted. We've all been in your position before, bro. We're not like we weren't born vegan. We were all just like we all used to be statists and we all used to believe in war and shit. We all used to be there, but we've gone away from that for good reasons. You never decided to be a carnist, bro. It was forced on you when you were too young to make a decision.
You said you wanted to hear
brainwashed, bro. Brainwashed into a death cult.
No. You said you wanted to hear Scott's statement.
Your grandparents brainwashed you with their farm.
I want to hear Scott now.
I want to hear Scott. Where's Scott?
Continue.
No, that's Aryan.
Can I ask, like, what's the argument that he proposes?
Aryan,
the
turn up your mic
argument
a little bit.
Is that
there we go.
I'm not a vegan. I have
a little bit.
Okay, bro, we're gonna.
How's the sound, everyone? How's the sound?
How's it going, Scott? We hear you.
Hey, Scott.
We hear a little bit of an echo. You might have to turn off your YouTube.
I'm going to mute mine as well, just to give Scott the floor.
Okay. And Curtis, please respect Mr. Gordon and let him talk. Good job. What's up, Aryan?
Mr. Gordon, are you going to talk?
I took some sleep to be able to like to come on.
You took some hydrogen to wake up?
Oh, you had some sessions.
You had some sessions with the hydrogen machine?
Yeah, it's right.
Get it out. Get it. You got to see Curtis. You'll love Aryan's hydrogen machine.
He's director of theater.
Nice, you know. You put the water here.
He doesn't have to sleep anymore, and he doesn't have to go to the doctor or the dentist or anything. His teeth, it's fixing his teeth.
Hold on. I thought I was a filthy, disgusting piece of shit for drinking fermented strawberries. You were saying, "Oh God, you're such a disgusting piece of shit for being drunk right now."
Is Scott?
I didn't say that.
It looks
That's a
like
straw man.
Are you ready, Scott?
Okay, how's that?
Not a disgusting.
Do I have a
piece of
microphone?
shit. How's it going, Mark?
Coming through loud and clear.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. You can hear me okay?
We hear you great.
Loud and
Okay,
clear.
good. Yeah, sorry about that. I went ahead and got some headphones, and I might have might have been solved it by just turning off the YouTube that was running. So
Yep. That usually does it.
I should have. So sorry.
Good to
about
see you
that.
again, man. You look better than last time we saw you. I think you
Well,
were in the
thank
middle
you.
of a fast last time we saw you, and
Yeah. I've done some inner work since then, and I'm doing really well. Thank you.
awesome.
So I had a spat with Cory today because I was in shock to find out just the other day by some postings that Cory had spammed Mark's One Great Work Network, which belongs to Mark and Mark established. And Jeffrey's already brought up the video. That video is posted in your face. It's a big middle finger to the vegan community that follows Mark and wants to do less harm. It's not that Cory doesn't have a right to his opinion. He does. And I wouldn't even mind if Cory posts that on his own sites and on his own channels. But he puts it on Mark's channel right there in your face with a big middle finger to Mark and the rest of us. And it's driving me around the bend. It's a big betrayal. I told him, you put a knife in Mark's back. And it's still there. And I didn't realize that he had done this all the way back in 2022.
Oh, that's how old that video
That's
is?
how old that video is?
That's how old the video is in the post. I remember taking the post down from, I'm on Facebook. And let me back up and explain a little bit. Many years ago, back in 2017, 2018, Mark Passio rounded up a few of us that he felt he could trust, and I was one, to take back over his groups, his own groups on Facebook were being overrun by carnists, anti-vegans, and flat earthers, and other nonsense. And Mark was at the end of his wits, even back then. I can imagine how far it's progressed now. And I think the problem with Mark right now is that it's become a habit. I think he's gone into apathy that he can turn this around, because let me tell you, today, Cory spilled the beans in his arguments with me and revealed that Mark is surrounded by carnists and that all of these carnists are Cory's friends. And Cory talked about it like he was proud of that Mark is encircled, Cory is part of it, and that, Mark is just, as Jeffrey pointed out, when Mark was interviewed by Cory, Mark is at the point, what we would say in a state of suppression, like a military dictatorship, where you don't fight back anymore because you've lost the will to fight. You know it's not going to do any good, so you don't bother telling Cory, get that off my One Great Work Network. And Mark is starting to target people that the wrong target. And this is a symptom of somebody who's been overrun by suppression for so long that he no longer sees where it's coming from, because it's coming from the people close to him. And Cory is one of those who should know better. Now, I want to reference Mark's for those who haven't listened or don't know what I'm talking about. Mark has a series in his podcasts where he makes very clear the reasons for going vegan, the rationale for going vegan, how to go vegan correctly so that you get your nutrition, not to do it overnight, and just a ton of great advice that I never see people repeating, except Jeffrey here on the show, his show. For a long time has been repeating this or replaying it or reminding people. But it doesn't come up on our groups anymore because guess what? I've been assigned, one of the things that Mark wanted was to stop the vegan wars. Okay, so what am I supposed to do as a moderator? My job is to take religious vegans, or and it's very rare that they do exist, but they're, you guys, you critics think that everyone's a militant vegan, and we're not. And people go militant because of the insanity of the arguments that keep getting kicked in their faces. However, it's very rare. But I have removed posts from so-called militant vegans because they were combative, and they were bound to have that stupid argument that Mark hates so much, where people are ad homing each other and fighting in a war over vegan versus carnism. And for sure, I was supposed to not allow carnist posts through as well. So
what
for
constitutes ad hom?
I'm sorry, ad hom what?
No, keep going, Scott.
Okay.
Ad hominem.
So we're talking 8 or 9 years of this that I've been keeping the chaos out of his groups. I kicked out the chaos anarchists, the flat earthers, and Jeffrey knows me. I give people a chance. I give people 3 strikes even. I'm a school teacher. I don't kick kids out of my classroom, right? I want people to have a second chance to learn and get it right. And a lot of people know me for that. But, there comes a limit, where 3 strikes and you're out. And I ban people for life at that point, because they're intruding on Mark's property, on Mark's space. And the One Great Network is established, run, financed, and kept going by Mark Passio. And back to Mark Passio's teachings, in his several podcast episodes, he makes it clear that he doesn't expect his followers, and this is before the One Great Work Network, and certainly not his teachers that he's training, and he's reiterated this to them in class. He's reiterated this on later podcasts, that he's not expecting people to even be vegetarian, to help him with the great work. What he doesn't need and want are people climbing on the Great Work Network, his own network, his property, and using it as a mouthpiece or a sounding board for radical anti-life ideas and ideas that harm. And Mark's whole thing, he made it so easy for carnists. You can be a carnist and be in the One Great Work Network. Just shut up. Stand down. Realize you're doing harm. And if you don't belong on the One Great Work Network at all. Stand down, and you shouldn't be posting the shite that Cory thought he could get away with and has gotten it away with up until right not in your face, middle finger, you guys, not only are you not trying to do, not only are you wrong for trying to do less harm, but he has all these reasons why you're actually doing harm and violating natural law, because he's redefined all of these terms. And he says, no, I used Mark Passio's terminology. And I said, what twist did you put on it to do that? Because that is not what Mark teaches. Mark has been very clear about what he expects and teaches. The problem is, I don't really know what the problem is. I don't know why Cory gets away with it. But one of the problems is Mark is really a nice guy. I mean, he talks very tough on his podcast. And we all love that because it fires us up. It's male energy. It's the energy we need to get off the couch and get into action. But that doesn't mean that he feels comfortable about getting in people's faces that are around him, helping him. Cory has helped him with so many things on the computer, and Cory has quite a arsenal of really good material on his sites. And this is why I've entered into cooperation with Cory, and we have a project we're working on. And I'm trying to keep this separate, and I will keep this separate because I'm able to do so. And I know not everyone's going to agree with me on that point, but we have a very valuable project having nothing to do with carnism. It's called healthrevealed.org. And we've been we went and talked to Mike Adams, visited him in Texas. I flew all the way up from Argentina to do that. And now I'm, spending some time in the States, seeing my family. And anyway, the point is that Cory made a lot of excuses for what he did. He didn't, I went private with him at first. I said, I'm not going to share any of this with anybody. It's just between you and me. It was an appeal to Cory, like, you entered Mark's space, you violated his property, you put something diametrically opposed to Mark's teachings out there on your One Great Work Network page in front of the rest of the One Great Work Network. And, it's got to come down. There's no argument about it. It's like, it's not censorship, and it's not whether, I'm controlling what Cory posts. I'm just relaying to Cory, I know how Mark thinks, because Mark was explicit about what he wanted us to shape the Facebook group so that we could actually have natural law discussions instead of nonsense, flat earth, and carnism, and all kinds of other harmful psyops. And carnism is a psyop. They're pouring millions of dollars into convincing people that it's right and okay, and it's keto, and you're going to have relief from your short-term relief from your diabetes, and then long-term you're going to die, because diabetes is a meat disease, and that's a fact. But I'm getting off thing. Mark doesn't care about the nutrition, and Cory spent half his video on the nutrition point. Mark does not care about the nutrition argument. He cares about less harm. He made that clear. And I told Cory, you are encouraging more harm. You're dissuading vegans from going forward. And so that, questions if you want, but that's basically where it's at right now. And I'm just at the end of my rope with the One Great Work Network. I love Mark and his work. I'm a loyal person. I've been working for Mark for free for 9 years as a volunteer on these sites, and I've been wanting to get my work out there on the One Great Work Network. And I show up and find out that Cory has this nonsense on there, and that the whole movement is out of control. At first, I thought Jeffrey was stirring it up, because that's what I heard in my little ear. And I took a look and I found out Jeffrey is onto something here, and Jeffrey's been very polite. It looks combative, maybe with the title he rigs up to the YouTube thing, but he runs a good discussion. I haven't heard him run Mark down or badmouth him. Lately, I know he's frustrated with Mark, and he's, expressed some things, but Cory's been, Jeffrey has been extremely well-centered about this whole thing. And not all the people around him are, I've had some trouble with some people, but that's nothing. That's nothing compared to what we're facing. We're facing the destruction of the great work by insider agents or egotists. And I posted in my chat earlier that you can't tell the difference. You really can't. I've been at this business a long time, and they're so close. You can ultimately sort it out, if you get in there enough, but they're so close in their agenda. Ego-driven people who want to do what they want to do. They're little mini-me Satanists that want to do what they want to do, or getting paid by the deep state to run us out of business. Either one, it winds up in the same place. It winds up with wasted time, killing the spirit of the movement, killing its momentum, turning people against each other, making Mark so confused that he doesn't know who's after him, and he starts lashing out at the wrong people, alienating them like he did with Jeffrey. And I know Mark is better than that, and I know that he's got something in his space that needs to be energetically extracted. Let's just put it that way.
Well, thank you for that, Scott. I definitely want to commend you as being one of the only people I've seen really go to bat for the network and what I think Mark actually started it for. Yeah, our first interaction wasn't a good interaction. I had posted one of our crazy thumbnails in your group, and you took it down. You were like, "Whoa, dude, chill out." You had a very polite conversation with me about it. We talked about it, and then I think you went and looked at stuff, and you actually took the time to look at my work and see the value in it, which a lot of people don't do. I deal with all these people who just think I'm sitting here talking shit, doing nothing. But we are actually doing something over here. I'm sorry about all the Cory, man. Like, I'm sorry that it bums me out. I've seen this happen so many times around these celebritarians. They will just zap the activist out of people, like they'll deal with these people. They tend to have narcissistic tendencies. They get involved, and afterwards they're like, I don't even want to do freedom stuff anymore, because like I put so much energy and time into doing this stuff, and it just gets shit on. And these people, don't understand that there's a responsibility with like being this type of activist, influencer, or whatever, teacher, or whatever you call it. Like you can't get culty. It's very hard not to get culty when you're around that type of energy, and it takes a lot of shadow work not to turn into a cult leader. And I've been defending Mark. Vivek's here. I've seen him shaking his head because he's got some big opinions, I know. But it really bums me out. And like someone said earlier, what about the new people coming to natural law, seeing these half-assers and like this rehashed Mark Passio? Like, I want to show people Mark Passio, not these rehashed half-ass Mark Passios, or not even Mark Passio, just natural law. But these people just, they make it all about socializing and who knows who and clout and money. The money thing, I think, is the biggest problem. I would think that if there was no money involved in the One Great Work Network, there'd be geniuses like Vivek up there, and like we'd all be up there, and it would be the best network of information out there. But he's allowing people to pay to get on his network, so he gets what he's paying for, basically.
Can I ask?
Go ahead, Alicia.
Because Scott, you bring such a wealth of knowledge with regards to the topic of cult. Can you talk? Would it be possible just to say what are some of the signs and symptoms of cult, and how do you break through? Because they can be very, the theater of it, it's often hard to see, and we're seeing a lot of fallout with this. Can you talk to that for a sec? Or
I'm not really, I've got experience. I'm not really an expert in that area or anything, but I've got experience. And one of the things that struck me today was when we were talking about the childish level of these people. That's your first symptom right there, because these are people that need, maybe they think they broke free of the need for mommy and daddy government, but they're looking for it in other places. They haven't resolved that. And so you've got a conditions ripe for a cult if you don't already have one. And it's pretty clear that we have one, right? And I think Mark has taken a lot of steps to prevent his movement. I think earlier on, I think it's out of his control now, just the momentum of it. But I think earlier on, Mark took I saw him take a lot of very intelligent steps to keep this from becoming a cult or a cult of personality. In fact, the whole One Great Network is there to make more leaders to do the work, so that he's not the only one, so that he's not the top leader of this thing. However, you know, we all have egos. We can be seduced. Everyone has their limit, and you know, we brought up the subject of money as well. And yeah, I didn't mention that, but that's a powerful force. And, you know, Mark's got to make a living, and he doesn't want to go under because he's financing this network and it's not moving forward. So there's a lot of weird offers coming along that I've heard about, and a lot of money changing hands, and people getting on the one great network that otherwise might not be getting on there. But yeah, you know, cults, you know, the money thing is another dimension, but the cult thing is, yeah, for sure it's there. And you can see it. You can see all the signs of this group getting into cult behavior. They're going to have, you know, us and them, you know, not letting new people in, not apprenticing these new people that approach Mark or get on his teachings for the first time. And they're going to make them conform. And you see that in the chats, right? Make them conform to their takeover. They've essentially taken over Mark's work.
Yeah.
And they're forming a cult. It's a cult in formation, if not already formed.
Yeah. What do you think, Vivek? Oh, we can't hear you. Muted.
Thank you, Scott, by the way, as he's unmuting
Yeah.
himself.
Thank you, Scott.
You're valued and appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alicia.
Still don't.
You might need more volume, Vivek.
Yeah, your other videos were really quiet. You got to point that mic right at your mouth.
Vivek, you could also look at your settings on StreamYard. I had to do that. You go settings and then input and output and make sure it's the default of whatever it is, because sometimes it can get thrown off. So you go
also
on.
make sure Telegram's not on.
So settings and then audio and then input output. Not yet. You'll get there.
Maybe back out and come back in. Sometimes that helps.
But I've had that happen. It's under settings usually on StreamYard.
Yeah, no,
No, guys, it
Something
was
was
he
happening.
needs to adjust the mic cable. That was
Yeah.
a live signal with
It was
noise
buzzing.
on the cable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just a physical cable he's got to adjust.
Okay. Well, maybe he can hear you if he's listening via YouTube.
Yeah.
So Scott, Cory essentially broke up with you, huh? It's from what it looked like.
We're still going to be working together. You know, we have this project. Like I said, it's a valuable project, and there's no reason to scuttle it just over something. Cory is young. He's like you pointed out. He's a potential Satanist, or he's a potential extremely awesome leader, and I want him to be the latter. Okay, and he's young enough. You know, he's allowed to make mistakes. He knows how I feel about it now, and I know, you know, all of us have pride, and it might take some time to look this thing over and reevaluate, right? But so I'm committed in a project this has high value to the teaching of natural law. It's called Health Revealed, and he's done a lot of good work and a lot of hard work. I think he does use AI for some things, but he works around the clock, practically doing a lot of things and putting people together. So there's so many plus points, so many valuable points, and I think he's just going to drag himself down if he gets into justifying harm, justifying violation of natural law, not clearing up his misconceptions. It's going to be bad for him, and I don't want that for him. I like the guy. He's a wonderful guy. He's been very helpful.
Did you notice he was in the chat, and he just came by to shout out to the Carnist on the panel, and he left?
Interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting. So
Very
yeah,
antagonistic.
he revealed today that he's friends with the carnists that surround Mark and are Mark's
That's not a
friends.
justification.
It's
He has to, like-
it's actually let's be blatant. It's an evil justification. It's taking pleasure in a hero of our movement, Mark Passio, who's earned that right. He's earned that respect from his work, his life of work that's going down the tubes, going down the toilet, because
Can you hear me now?
these guys, and Cory's not the only one, whoever else, these guys around Mark are doing him in, whether they realize it or not, because obviously all it takes is one with evil intentions to do it, and the rest of them just kind of join in. And because they don't say no, they don't use the lost word, no, we're not going to allow harm to Mark and Mark's work, then it becomes a group, literally a conspiracy. And it's not a theory, it's literally a conspiracy to take Mark down. And whether it's conscious or unconscious, they're all participating and nobody is stopping it. And it could get really ugly. And it's going to get really ugly karmically for everyone involved.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
go ahead, Vivek.
We can hear you now. Thank you.
I don't agree with the gentleman's words. Sorry, because I am an outsider. I'm from India, and I contacted the person that goes by the name Statist. And in my case, Mark Passio, he involved himself without knowing anything. He was very authoritative or something in my case, and I approached Mark Passio through his friends and also to listen to my side at least. And he decided what's right for me, what's wrong for me. And as far as Mark Passio is concerned, I've been watching him since 2012, and I really used to like his work. I used to like his work, but when I interacted with these people one-to-one, so my experience was very different, very different. So I have been studying psychology for a while. So Mark Passio's logic may be right, but his character, if you say that person has a character and a personality, so there's something seriously lacking in his character first, and second in his personality. There is issue with his personality. The way he behaves, the way he attacks people. Like, you can say anything logically that this is logical and I mean this, I mean that. But when the thing is happening right in front of you, you are behaving like that. So you cannot talk about behavior after that. First, in order to police somebody or parenting, this is called parenting, the way he tried to tell people, grown people, that this is right, this is wrong. You cannot do that with grown people. You can explain, you can explain the logic, what is the logic behind all these things. And they can choose, they can pick to whether do that or not. But these people, they try to bully them. And that is just one part of this thing. There are a lot of other factors as well. They have this video, those channels are highly idealized, their concept is idealized. It's not practical. They are living in a fantastic space and they think, and they try to project that onto people. But when you look into the practicality of this thing, they are falling flat in that. So yeah, this is my experience with Mark Passio and gang. Actually, I call it gang, not even cult, because they behave like gangsters. Yeah. That's all I have to say for now.
Someone pet that kitty.
Yeah, actually, I just fed it.
So what happened? So you went to Seth to take one of his courses, and he basically ripped you off and then threatened you.
Not Mark Passio, but his friend Statist.
Seth, yeah.
Yeah, since day one, and Mark came to defend him without knowing the other side. He attacked me viciously, and Mark Passio said, keep torturing him, keep attacking him until he learns. And I had nothing to learn from that bum, pardon my language, Satyas Booza, at least, because he does not have the intelligence. He does not have anything. He's a show. He's there for show off. He's there for getting money, grabbing money, attention, and all stuff. That person does not know anything. And I'm just one person who exposed him. There are many other people who have also exposed the person. So it's not just my person.
He researched you, and then
Mark
like
Passio.
no, Seth. So he like researched you and tried to like tell you some stuff that had to do that was relevant to try and win you over and make him think you're like he was smart or something. He was just scamming you, right?
Satyas Booza is he's actually a narcissist. You can, if you understand psychology, you can say that this person is a malignant narcissist. So what he does is he has, when people contact with these people, they don't understand what is actually going on behind the scenes with all these people. They interact with their content or whatever they put in front of camera. That is overt part. But there is also a covert factor where these people are very opposite of what they pretend to do. Like, for example, they talk about natural law. So natural law is not somebody's, like, if they claim it's their property, so it is not. If natural law exists, it is for everybody by default. It is nobody's property. It is not Mark Passio's property. It is not Satyas Booza's property. It is not my property, even, or Buddhist property, or anybody else's property. Right? It is just a thing for everybody by default. So these people, they pretend as if they are authority. And with that mentality as well, I can relate that there are a lot of people who are lost. But you cannot bully people into following something and then talk about that government is this and government is controlling this and that, because you are behaving just like government, right? So these are the basic things that I have discussed here. I can talk a lot about these people, but then it will take all your time.
Yeah. I wish you'd make public some of your other videos. I'd like to see them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, what's shocked me more than anything is the like kind of the most these guys are like wrong on the most basic level. So many we just had all these people pushing imperial law in one of Mark's groups that just went through one of his classes, and it's just like, wait, you don't even know yet that the state is bad? Like, I'm confused. Like, and I would have thought, and I went into this thinking that the One Great Work Network was full of gangsters like Scott Gordon, like badass people. And once I started doing the show, all these people came to my show and told me, hey, like, the Mark's network's fucking awful, and there's a bunch of people totally making a mockery of it up there. I mean, there are some good people up there, but more so there's kind of ridiculous, like, like girls that are like half naked on Facebook all day and like talk about meditating and shit and like, just like ridiculous. And I was just blown away by how not based all the people were on the network, not counting Scott Gordon, not counting like Patty Logger and Nathan Redette, and there's some gangsters up there still, but it seems like Mark's losing them all. And I was telling Scott earlier, I don't think Mark deserves any of these natural law because he's thrown us all under the bus for money.
Actually, Mark is pissed off at people at this point. He is really, really mad, and I call him Mark Passio, not Passio, because he's always pissed. He's always pissed, and he's pissed because he idealized everything. He thought that I will do this and people will understand, but this is not how the natural world works. You can input your like whatever you are doing, your hard work, and you can explain to people. Then people will decide whether they want to follow certain things or not. And if they don't understand his point of view, so he gets mad. And that is also acceptable to a certain level, that he's trying to force people. But he crossed very many lines. He always crossed all the lines. He infantilized people. He attacked people as if they are not human beings. He attacked them that they are coming from some like shithole. They don't understand all these things. So you cannot just do these things to people and then talk about natural law or spirituality, or you cannot blame any other person, government or anybody else when you are behaving like this. And then he thinks I've seen one more thing in his cult with all narcissists and all these type of crazy people. They said certain things called interject or internal object. So these people, with their own process of life, they have certain understanding on their life. They understand in certain way, but they make those objects about everybody else. They think they want to project those objects onto other people, and they want people to take it as their own reality. That is very, very disturbing to me. Mark Passio has lived his life, and I'm living my life. It may not be as perfect as his, and I may not be as good as him in many, many ways, but it is still my life. And this is very dear for me. I cannot just throw everything. And they don't even take, like, if I follow these people blindly, I follow everything what they say, then it will destroy my life, because I'm from India, right? And I'm following their stuff, and they think that I'm not trying. I tried, even what they are saying. But this does not work in my country. So they don't care about all that stuff as well. So this is the main issue with these people. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's asking everyone to be workaholics at emulating him, which he's kind of done it better than any of his minions have done it. So it's like you're just asking your people to dilute your message, and it's just going to dilute further and dilute further and dilute further. And then all this energy that could have been put into something else, or these people could be looking internally instead of outward pointing, because most of the people on his network do nothing but outward point and blame government and blame everyone and do all this stuff. So it's like they're not even, and they talk about shadow work every once in a while, but like they don't give any examples, and it doesn't seem to be, they seem to be way more interested in their echo chamber, just kind of feeding each other's egos. That's exactly what I've seen. Yeah. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I did want to make an additional point about if anyone thinks we're being unfair to Cory or, anything like that. Mark has made it super, well, I started making this point and I guess I didn't finish it. Mark made it super easy for anybody, regardless of what their diet is, right? He made it so you could step by step. And he just said, as long as you're going in the direction of less harm, you're on the path. Okay. And it's, nobody's, business really, but, we would expect the out front leaders to be in living, the ideal, which is, and as I pointed out in a lot of my comments, we live on planet Earth. It's not a perfect planet. It's tilted. This goes all the way back to Plato when he said the eternal spring was when we didn't have a tilt to our planet. So we had plenty of plant food all over and sunlight all over the planet. Now we have seasons for the last millions and maybe billions of years. We have seasons. And it's true, you can't be a vegan and an Eskimo, but I don't see anybody joining the Eskimos, do you? It's like, so it's not a perfect world. Mark is just asking, it's really reasonable. Mark is just asking people to promote going towards less harm. That's all. And then you see this gang form that isn't content with that. They can't appreciate that Mark made it easy for them and that they don't have to profess I'm a vegan when they come online. They can teach natural law and not be a vegan. Okay, made it easy as hell, and as Jeffrey has pointed out, has made it pretty lucrative for people that are using Mark's name to make money. Okay, and he hasn't put a stop to that either. He's been very reasonable. See, Mark is very generous, extremely generous, no matter what you think of what you see of him when he rants. He's a generous person. He works his heart out for humanity and for other people. And he loves other people. And, he doesn't get it right all the time. Obviously, Vivek has found, a time when Mark didn't check with him and just took the story of the people that are around him. And that's fatal in a leader. A leader really has a duty to get in there and find out both sides of the issues. Yeah. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in so much trouble with Jeffrey, Vivek, other people who are now complaining loudly, and it's their right. But back to the whole question of Cory, and why I call it a middle finger to the rest of us and a dagger in Mark's back. It's a fact because Mark made it easy to be yourself and do your own thing on your own time, kind of a thing. It's just that Cory walked into Mark's house, so to speak, the One Great Work Network, and I don't even want to use the graphic imagery of what he did in Mark's house. It's like, get out of here. Get your stuff out of here. Clean it up. Clean up your mess and leave the house, please. That is Mark's right. And, we could speculate all day on why Mark doesn't do that. But Mark has been more than fair, extremely generous. He's let people come in. He's not asking them to become vegans or vegetarians. He's asking them not to counter it openly and so diametrically. You know what I mean? It's just
that's what irritates me the most.
Kindergarten logic. Yeah. Kindergarten logic.
It's like, no, but Mark Passio, just keep your mouth shut. Don't be an anti-vegan and be antagonistic and be like that ridiculous about it. Just like Cory coming in here, shouting out to Curtis and leaving, the only carnist in the group. It's very antagonistic, and I don't respect it. These people, expect me to respect all these guys because they're on the network, and it's like, no, respect is earned, So I don't know. It's disappointing. But Cory definitely took advantage, and he's doing the typical young adult thing. Oh, he didn't get mad at me, so I'm just gonna push the envelope as far as I can. And that's the only reason Cory feels this comfortable doing videos like that is because Mark hasn't put him in his place yet. Mark definitely wants everyone to be, on their path to be vegan. Like, he's not happy to hear Cory is doing carnist videos still. Like, no matter what Cory wants to say, oh, he doesn't care. He's around carnists all the time. Just because he hasn't surrounded himself with vegans doesn't mean that it's okay for you to be a carnivore dieter. Like that. The logic is super flawed, and it's very young. It's a very young adult thing. Oh, Dad didn't get mad at me, so that means I could push the envelope. That's typical teenager behavior. And and then I've dealt with Cory a couple times, and he's just like dealing with that guy Calv we've been dealing with. He just wants to say what he says. He doesn't want to engage in the argument at all. He told you, oh, why hasn't anyone debunked it then? Go look at his comments on that video. There are people debunking him. He does not engage. He does not go back and forth. He says, oh, I was rude to him, so he doesn't come on my podcast. Oh, bummer. Oh, I was rude because I didn't like some ridiculous new age video he put up where he was saying if you eat fish, you get slippery skin. And if you eat, oh God, there's some ridiculous shit this kid has said in some of his videos. And it's like, dude, like businesses know. I'll tell you this little story real quick. We did this bike race. We do this bike race every year. It's like 130 miles down in San Diego. The first year we did it, the guy who promoted it, it was a huge event. I used to do punk rock shows and stuff back in the day. I've been a promoter. I know what it takes to promote a safe event. And this event wasn't safe. There were people literally like, There was heat stroke all over the place. No one, people crashing, no one there to help. There wasn't enough stuff. It was a really crazy shit show, right? So I went on this message board and fucking let the guy have it, like really bad. And this page, this group, this discussion got huge and had people fucking threatening me and all kinds of stuff. But the next year, the guy who ran the show, he had looked at everything I said and took everything into consideration. And the next year, the event was amazing. Oh, I just died. Is that just...
We can hear you. Oh, until...
I'm still there. So
you're audio only, yes.
Just knock the camera out. Here, hold on. It's okay. Smart people will look at their critics and actually listen to them. But all I've seen of all these guys on this network, around this network, they just block at any criticism whatsoever, or even like Braxton was in here. Braxton, by the way, lost $800 to Seth Gasposa also. Seth Gasposa told him that Bracky was going to be on the One Great Work Network after taking that class. And alas, Bracky's not on the One Great Work Network. So Braxton, where was I going with that?
People not taking their people criticism into account to make them become better.
You were leaning into shadow.
So people, so there is a huge, if you're smart, you wouldn't just shut off. Because look at what happened with me and Will Keller. Braxton asked Will Keller a simple question. How do you ethically kill an animal? Or how do you kill an animal within natural law, right? Will throws a temper tantrum, blocks him, talks shit about my network. So my show. So he blocks me, blocks Allie, blocks everyone. And then now I've had to do 15 episodes about the guy because he's blocked me. Because blocking me doesn't mean I disappear. Blocking me just means I have to go to greater extents to get the word out about how you're a scumbag. And so we're 10, 15 episodes deep in Will Keller and his scams that he's pulling. And he's still nowhere to be found. This show has always been open. Anyone could come here, and none of these people come here. They all want to do it behind closed doors. They all have very fragile egos that Mark has inflated by allowing him to be around him and to use him as clout. I've been dealing with these people every day, like 8 of them, These people hate me, and they won't say why. They're just, you're a dick. You're mean. You're trying to tear us down. No, I'm trying to make you better. Trying to not make you fall for this new age bullshit with all these fucking liars. And, Cory, I'm sorry about that. That sucks. Hopefully he'll get it someday. But by no means is the carnivore diet more moral than veganism. And by no means is carnivore diet in line with natural law. No matter what way you put it, it's pretty wild that he has the balls, and that's all these guys. They're all moving to radio. They're all over at Revolution Radio now. Where can you hide? How that's where you go to hide. You can't comment. There's no comments. There's no discussion in radio, and all these guys literally just moved to Revolution Radio, and I think it's because of me, because I show up everywhere they go. And now they're in radio where I can't get to them. It's wild. Will, Logan, all those guys, they're all doing shows on Revolution Radio now because there's no commentary. They're that full of shit.
That's a pattern. That's a pattern of people, narcissists, sociopaths, where they allow people to build them up and they have this whole halo, but they don't let people actually have that interaction with them. It's a very controlled environment. And that's something that people need to be mindful of. It's a red flag.
Well, Mark's teaching them to do that. He rants about it all the time. Oh, block these motherfuckers, bro.
you don't get special rules because you did a bunch of YouTube videos. That's not, he's all the time, I did all the shadow work. Look at my content. That's not it, bro.
That's exact. May I make a comment?
Go.
It's exact. You've literally linked what I've been wanting to kind of jump in on. Mark talks about shadow work. He talks about, I've done my shadow work. If you're a human and you're breathing and you're eating and you're whatever else, you need to maintain your shadow work and go deeper and deeper. It is not a one and done. And why Mark gives himself license to be a one and doneer, I don't understand. He's about to teach a course November 22nd on shadow work, which originally I was excited about. And now, I mean, this is the perfect time for Mark to go deep and go into another layer of his another level and layer, or however much there is. And he could really overcome a lot of this if he does what he preaches, do his shadow work. And especially this, apparently this seminar, webinar, whatever it is supposed to be what the elites use. You know, it's this special intel type of shadow work approach on it. I mean, really, really heartfelt, not that anybody cares, but I would say, please, Mark, go and do your shadow work. Go and do it and come out better and stronger and you know, be the person that we want you to be, or be the best you. I don't know.
Hearing Mark talk about that course.
Whose microphone is getting microphone kickback to somebody?
I think maybe
it might be Aryan radiating hydrogen.
He's muted. Anyways, I don't know, Scott, if you have anything or anybody has something to say about that, or it was just.
Yeah, actually, in Buddhism. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, in Buddhism, we have this thing about shadow. Shadow is like our nails, it's like our hair, it grows every single second. And as long as you are mindful, you will be able to mitigate it. Otherwise, there's no way that you have done it one time and it is your lifetime supply. So that is narcissistic way of thinking. You cannot talk about natural law and use nature as a supply. You have to be the part of nature. You cannot use nature as a supply, right? So these people, they are deluded because they think they have done something very difficult to one time. That is enough. Life is difficult for everybody. It is very, very difficult for everybody, even to the people who don't get angry. The thing is, people are processing their things properly. They have proper handle on these things, and they do certain things every single day. So that makes their personality. They think doing something for camera once, they have this authority on people that they can attack them viciously, and that will make them some sort of masaha, whatever you call. So that is very wrong way of thinking. If you want to be, if you actually claim to be a follower of natural law, you follow it every single second, not even day. And if you don't follow it every single second, then you are a charlatan. You are lying about all these things. So that is the issue with these people. On top of all that, why these people are attacking vegan, and because these people are right-wingers. They have always subscribed to this right-wing ideology. And when you come across these terms that may sound like left-wing or like that, so they think that these people are weak. They attacked me for this thing for 3 years. They were calling me weak for behaving properly. And they were saying that however these people behave, that behavior is good. So I was so confused. What's wrong with these people? So yeah, these people are very, very wrong. I don't want to just blankly bash this person, but I have dealt with this person for 5 years. I know him inside out. Anything he says, he preaches, it is all a facade. Sorry to say. It is the truth. And I was being very objective about these people. I was giving them all the benefit of doubt. I did all I could because I actually liked these people. Then I finally come to realize that these people are fake. These people are charlatans. Sadly, yeah.
Vivek, were you saying right wing or right brained?
Right wing. Right wing.
Okay, right wing is, the hyper masculinity that I see. Everybody thinks Mark's a macho badass in a sense. And, there's a lot of imitators and tough talkers. You can see that, which is another immature level. It's like we all teach natural law from our own space. I may have ranted a little bit a while ago, but that's not my style. I'm a teacher. I teach people. Watch Chris Nelson sometime. He's a very soft-spoken, but he's extremely intelligent. He's a great teacher of natural law, and he's been doing it for years. I hear he's kind of caught up with these guys because they've given him a spot on their, stuff or whatever. But he knows natural law. He's really good. But on this point of inner work, what life is throwing at you is your best clue to what you need to work on. And if you don't continue the inner work, your inner work starts going further and further out into bigger and bigger spheres. Pretty soon your inner work is groups. Pretty soon it's mankind. I mean, Mark did at one time get to the point where his total attention was on solving the problems of mankind. And he came up with some of his best stuff. Okay. I don't know what happened, but if you don't continue your inner work, you start collapsing back down. And pretty soon you have body problems. You have problems with yourself. You start hearing voices. All kinds of things start going wrong when you relax the inner work. And Mark has, taught us, the old adage or the old saying, if you're going to start on the road to truth, keep going and don't stop. You can't stop on the road to truth. And that's where the inner work comes in, because you have to learn the truth about yourself and you have to do a self-examination. And so this keeping the inner work going is how you get out. I don't worry about my personal finances or health. My total attention is on groups and mankind because I do the inner work regularly. Now, if I relax that, or I get thrown off, or I chase after something that looks good and, maybe some material thing, or maybe some woman I shouldn't be looking at, or alcohol because it feels good and I feel released and I get to relax and just start indulging in those things that we know are, stumbling blocks on the road, on the path, then you start collapsing back down and then it gets ugly. And then you have personal problems. And then all of a sudden you can't pay the rent and things like that. It's all how much inner work we're doing and how much we're pushing back against the enemy within, which we see outside of us closing in. That's why we have the lives we do. The inner work is what's coming at us. We have to process it.
Yeah. Exactly.
There's a saying like we have a saying here in Balkan, like you learn until you die, and you die done. It's always we always learn. It's really egoistic to say I know it all, right? And yeah, we should be open always, like for criticism, constructive criticism, mature criticism, not just ridicule, whatever. But give me your argument, okay? Oh, that doesn't hold water. Okay, can you rephrase it? Reflect, respect. Again, look at it again. Like respect each other. But we are talking about elementary stuff here, right? Really.
Yeah, for sure.
So grown-up people talking about how to crawl, right?
What's really fascinating is to see, if I had a hypnotherapist talk to me once, and he goes, breathe, float above the situation and smile and look down. And we've all been down in the micro, in the trenches. Everybody here has had something that kind of brought you right into the tsunami of all of this. But there's a pattern, and there's a pattern of behavior, and there's a root cause. And so much of this is ego and shadow and doing exactly what Scott just said and what Vivek has said. Obviously, Jeffrey too, everybody. But if only people just held themselves accountable and took that personal hygiene and responsibility, we wouldn't be in this sorry, sad mess as bad as it is.
Yep.
spiritual hygiene, ego hygiene, you know.
Yeah.
His ego is like a tool, you know, like a medieval tool. If you use it too much, you're gonna wreck your house or whatever.
By the way, for the benefit of Cory and his friends, so that they know, this is all spontaneous. I was just watching the show and Jeffrey invited me to hop on. Earlier today, I did inform Jeffrey that I was having a pretty tough discussion with Cory, and that I actually suggested, and I don't know if Jeffrey already had this plan. I actually suggested because Cory said, it's up there, why not debunk it? And I said, okay. And so I told Jeff, let's debunk it. So we started to, but his agent showed up, and I'm not being serious here. I'm not accusing, Cory of planting an agent, but it's like, it's just too, it was just too perfect, wasn't it? That he was able to scuttle that whole thing that we were going to do. And we can still do it sometime, and maybe I can make my own debunk video. He's kind of invited that. It needs to be done, but it's like the point of the video should be, look at what Mark says and what Mark teaches and what the One Great Network, and whose One Great Network is it? And is it Cory's, right to come on and deliver this message counter to Mark's teachings? And I say no. And so a debunk video needs to be made. And I'm not very good at that yet. I'm still getting the technology unwrapped and everything. So, but it's, something that I'm planning to do in the future.
If you go on the website, on the One Great Work Network, and type in vegan, all kinds of anti-vegan stuff pops up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You mean I haven't even scratched the surface?
No, there's a couple. There's dudes pushing carnivore diet. There's the Larkin Rose veganism. Oh, what's that one? What's that? Vegans vegan dishonesty. Yeah, like there's all kinds of anti-vegan stuff on the network, which I had heard back in the day that Mark had told someone to take something down once, but it doesn't seem like he is anymore, because Cory's got, at least, he talks about keto and carnivore almost in all of his videos. Like,
that screams campaign to me, or super ego issues such that he feels he has to tear down the big guy or the daddy of the collective, right? Has to tear down the daddy so that, it's just so animalistic and so immature. The whole handling of this is really bad. And it's you would not be off base to suspect some agents at work.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's just too perfect.
There's no way he doesn't have agents at work. He's Mark Passio, Like, I think all these guys might be. All they need to do is give him a little money to give Mark, and Mark lets him on the network.
That's a great point. It's too easy.
Yeah. And I got rejected because I haven't given Mark a bunch of money. And I've criticized guys on his network that give him money. He doesn't want me to piss these guys off enough to not give him money anymore, because that's the only reason. That's why that's his great compromise, is taking money instead of doing the best network.
It's
taking money and
like,
letting whoever wants up there.
It's basically like who has more money is gonna get more attention.
Yeah. But yet we're getting more attention. Oh, we went and looked at the stats of the One Great Work Network. They're getting like 800 views a month, less than 1,000. I mean, if you go to the website, half the links don't work. So what is the network really? It's simply clout. It's design, obviously by design. Mark's not promoting these guys as any of their work. He's just putting it on his broken website that gets no views.
Well, it is broken. It's old. I mean, it's
you
not,
tried to help him with that, Alicia.
I did, and I was actually, and I told you. I'll say it. So, I know I said it privately, but sure. I mean, I'm a marketer, and multi-billion-dollar brand marketer, right? So who am I? And I offered to help, and I was instructed by someone in his office who looks after his marketing that he would interview me. Not Mark, his person in the office, whoever that is. So he's got people around him that actively work to repel goodness, to repel offer of help. And I would say this, if those are the stats of why didn't Mark put some of the big donation money that he had, he is the key driver of people coming. And everybody gets to draft and win off of the halo of Mark's work. That's the one great what is the halo, and we call it in marketing draft and win. Like you have a race car who's the leader, and then the other ones like draft behind, so then they can they don't have the ability, but then they can kind of win with the winner. Why didn't Mark make the best possible website for him with that money and then allow the others? It's just like practical basic. It's
800 views, Alicia.
It's basic shit, but like he is surrounded by people who are trying to thwart his success.
It's already thwarted, Alicia.
Yeah, actively.
Actively.
It's very,
thwarted.
very, very frustrating. Yeah. And he's locked in. It's like some cage. I don't know. It's very frustrating to see. It's hard. We wish him well, want the best for him, and it's just sad. It's sad to see. If he's watching this, dare say if he does, he doesn't want anybody's sympathy. It's just like, but you just want to shake that tree and go, come on already. You can do this. You have all the knowledge. You have all the intel, Mark. Come on, apply it. If anybody can do it, apply it.
It's not a popularity contest.
No, apply it to himself and apply it to his work. Anyways.
That's a very, very good point. And it's all about really, I know this is such a basic, I'm going to sound like a school teacher, okay? It's all about setting a good example. And Mark is the example that we've been looking to. And now a lot of us are having our doubts, but I still have faith in the guy. I know that a guy who put out that kind of work has it in him to reclaim his work and to go the next step and to purge his space of enemy's venom, And so I'm hoping for that. I'm a very positive person, but I'm also striking out on my own. I have my own work and my own momentum going, and that's what we have to do. We have to fill the vacuum. Jeffrey just pointed out that they're all rushing over to this Revolution Radio, which has very few listeners, as far as I understand.
Yeah, no.
And it's going to become their little echo chamber, and it's going to be left to us to teach the natural law. We got some all-stars. I mean, we right here on the screen, and we also have Jana and Noah and many other potential badass natural law teachers, and as well, a lot of people still on the One Great Work Network that, if they see the momentum and they see the good example, they will follow. Follow not meaning the cult following, but follow as far as getting up off the couch and getting it done.
Oh yeah.
Well said, Scott.
Yeah. What's up, Darren?
What's up, man?
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, like I asked Curtis the other day what he thought about this, and he said, well, they call it audience capture, with when you make content and then it has to kind of conform with the viewership to get income and views and that. And then another thing that I had noticed, because I looked at some Sam Vecnan videos.
Sam Vecnan.
Yeah. It's I think it's called entrainment. It's almost like mirroring when like you mirror body language, but in a more group dynamic where like it's like when musicians get synchronized. Jeff, you're a musician. Like it becomes like a group dynamic where people mimetics, basically meme behavior.
Everyone's vibrating together. Yeah,
and the problem is, well, the frequency is what it is, right? Of how the group vibes together. And then that's introduced like actual dissonance, and then it's out of Mark's control because he's not like in other words, he basically has no choice other than to completely like shut it down.
Actually, what is with these people? They all are rock stars, like rock singer. So they are well aware of this fact, and I'm not sure about any other person in Mark Passio's gang. Like their basis of everything is not what people think that. Like they talk about natural law, but their basis is not natural. There's something else going on. These people are still satanic, because if you subscribe to one ideology or one belief system, can you actually truly come out of it ever in life? Like if you spend a few years in that ideology, can you truly? And as far as Mark Passio's older videos goes, I was watching yesterday one of his video, and he was saying that I still feel like that a lot of people should be killed. These are Mark Passio's words. I can show you in the video. But since I have grown a little bit, he was talking something like that. So now I believe that I should teach people. But it is not your word. People think that they are like natural law is just because they learned it from natural law or something. So the reality begins from there. Everything else does not matter. But nature and natural law is very different. Nature can still have the people who eat meat. Sorry. That is also natural, because there are lions, and I'm not dissing anything what you people believe. I respect that. But nature still has, like, it allows that as well, sadly. And people would say that this is satanic way of thinking, but it is not. Just if you go to the forest jungle and if you start to feed lion grass, would it not be torture to lion?
It doesn't really justify what we do as humans who have a conscience and can choose to do better.
Yes. Humans, this is our responsibility to not exploit the living beings of this earth. This is the core philosophy of Buddhism and a little bit of Hinduism as well. Like we should not kill others to sustain. So Hinduism and Buddhism, Hindus are mostly vegetarian. We are not vegan, but we have our style, sattvic. So it is a little bit different from veganism, but it is more like that. We don't eat meat or like those stuff like that. So, but like for example, you people are talking about some Cory. I don't know who this person is. He can have his own belief. That's right. But like Scott said, that he should not bring it to Mark Passio's house. He should not bring it. He can follow whatever the hell he want to follow. He should not attack. If he has some like disagreement with this thing, he should not attack Mark Passio. But at the same time, Mark Passio confuse people. On one hand, he's talking about all these things that are nice and all stuff. On the other hand, he says that violence is good. Mark Passio promotes violence. So how is it? How does like okay, as long as it's about Mark Passio, maybe he has balanced it, but can he expect the people of his group that they can also balance it like he has? So he allow a lot of things. Mark Passio also said that if a gangster want to cut the head of a child, it is okay. I can pull that video as well. So he is in a way supporting this gangster mentality as well. He is speaking for these criminals as well. And this is also a fact, because he calls himself anarchist, and he thinks that all the non like legal or government, like I don't see myself as anarchist. I see myself as Buddhist, wherever it falls. So I don't follow politics at all. So I cannot say that I'm anarchist or I'm Democrat or Republican or whatever. But these people, they have subscribed to this like anti-government mentality as well, and they promote it. and that attracts a lot of crazy people to his. Yeah.
Were any of those comments, because sometimes comments could be made and then there's context to that, were any of those associated with a right to defend, or were they something else? Do you recall?
Yeah, right to defend. Actually, he was talking against the government. He was saying that if gangsters want to kill children, so let them do it. What is the government has to do with that? That was his. That was the context.
Mark
So,
said some pretty crazy shit over the years.
yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's.
I just wanted to
I don't
say,
know.
like,
I haven't heard.
I think
I've heard
you're-
people say he said that, but I haven't seen him actually say it.
I have to find that video and I can show you that he has
Okay.
actually said this.
Well, this brings up an interesting point, and I'm going to have to go pretty soon. But you know, this whole do no harm, take no shite. I actually got so sick of that stupid low-level meme because it's not correct according to natural law. It's do no harm and allow no harm. The passive is allow no harm. That brings up the masculine self-defense principle right there. And it doesn't mean just defend yourself. You know, we've had a tradition on this planet, you know, and I know, you know, the Knights Templars are corrupt, you know, Freemasons and stuff like that. But we have this tradition of the knights that defended women and children, and that is the job of a man on this planet. And when you put those self-centered little things, do no harm, take no shite, you know, it's like, what? That's all you're going to say? We have, if life is to sustain, a man's job is to defend his community, his home, his family, and it's a woman's job too, if the truth be told. But you know, we have gender, and we have gender in the physical universe, and that tends to, but the differences tend to, you know, specialize our functions, right? But the thing is, allow no harm. I've never heard him rephrase and put into proper perspective the divine feminine, which is allow no, I'm sorry. The divine feminine is actually do no harm. The divine masculine is allow no harm. And it's not just for yourself. That's a self-centered, satanic mini-me mentality. Yet these guys love that little meme. It's like, we need a new meme. And I haven't seen one made. And, you know,
we'll make
it's
it.
My fault too.
We'll definitely make it.
He rephrased the one, don't do unto others what they would not like to be done unto them, like something like that.
Yeah, that's the golden rule, and we should have that as well, because, you know, Mark's endorsed that before, and it's correct. It aligns with natural law.
It's voluntarism.
And then, you know, I noticed some of these guys, and they have a point, but we have to clarify it somehow. And if Mark doesn't, and that is that, you know, there is objective morality, and he's taught that, and he's emphasized that. And then people come along and realize that, well, with relationships and other things, it's an agreement. It's not a cut and dried natural law thing. I mean, there are natural laws operating, objective natural laws, that's true. But the nuances, and this is where they get into all the legal things and think they have to have common law courts and things like that, because it is a fact that people have their own little worlds. And we call the, you know, you can call them little spheres, families, clubs, groups, neighborhoods, where you have your own rules, you know, and you have agreements as to how you're going to behave and act, and what's good and what's bad. And that is another dimension of natural law. It's a natural thing to have to do that. And this is where the compromises get made. I understand that. And you can't just do a simplistic, there's always an objective, you know, natural law truth to follow. There's other things to take into consideration. And that doesn't mean it's okay to harm or anything like that. There are natural laws that should never, lines that should never be crossed. And we have to differentiate between these lines that must never be crossed, like, never kill harmfully.
Don't
And
kill.
there's nuances where, a guy cheated on his wife. What is the, obviously was somebody harmed? Did they have an agreement that that's okay? Did they have an open marriage? Those kind of things. So it's a fact that subjective groups, there is a such thing as subjective morality, and it operates under the umbrella of objective morality, but it has different nuances, and people need to explore those nuances in an intelligent way that doesn't contradict natural law, because if you don't, people come along with these stupid, legal devices, which you've pointed out lately, have been popping up in Mark's groups, and they try to solve it that way, right? And there may be some merit to some of their schemes and stuff like that, because they're trying to transition away from government. But I'm just saying that we have to. There's a lot more work for Mark to do, or somebody who's going to do it if Mark's not, in order to clarify these things. We had a lot of stupid things that were brought up about, the arguments against veganism. We're getting good at fielding those. Jeffrey is. I'm still learning where the data is and what the counter arguments are. But we have to take these things on, because just like inner work is a never-ending thing that we get better and better at it. And we're rewarded because life becomes easier and we can do more things. The same goes for the outer work. We get better at it technologically, but we also have to be philosophical and start solving, where's my roads? If you take away my government, we have those arguments. Larkin Rose has done a powerful job of, outlining those things, but we also have these other arguments. Well, what's natural law between me and my woman? What's natural law between me and my family? So you got, there's a lot of work to do. It's not easy.
If I may interject, guys, people, what you just said, Scott, was brilliant, because people are still running this like macro in their head, trying to say, how can I force my will upon people while citing objective morality? Okay. And so basically what happens is they say there's a problem with the current system. Obviously that's true. And then they immediately try to become some kind of medium mitigating agent. Whereas, people like to say, well, without taxation, where will we get infrastructure? But who told you need the exact type of infrastructure that you want, and then you must make people conform to the dynamics that you need to achieve that? For example, there's a nice forest here. If somebody wants to build an apartment complex, why do you need a new apartment complex? Well, the old apartment complex isn't bringing in much rent, so we want a new one. Well, you see, that's where you introduce the monetary system. Or if we make a product that's really good, it won't break, and then people won't buy a new one. That's why Zenith televisions went out of business. But who told you need to generate profit? You see, so these are all ultimately based on people not wanting to admit something. When you ask someone to their face, look them directly in the eyes and say, is it good to do less harm than more harm? If they can't just say yes in a fraction of a second, then there's no point in even talking to them. They've just started their justification. They just started a justification machine, and it never ends. So that's when you just separate the wheat from the chaff, and you go, this person's preoccupied with their stock holdings, their assets, personal gain, or whatever ulterior motive other than, is this required to exist? People in the Gilded server were talking about, we need free energy, 0 point energy, this, that, and the other thing, quantum this. And I'm like, dude, we have cold fusion. I already told you. It's called the sun. The sun heats up the earth and it stays in a temperature range that doesn't kill things. So we've chosen to create light bulbs so that people can work for 3 shifts in a factory. We've chosen that. You see? So here's the deal. I mean, this is right in the 4 Noble Truths of the Buddha. The problem that life is fraught with suffering. The cause of suffering is craving or desire. Basically wanting things that you don't need. And then there is a way to alleviate that suffering, and that way is the Eightfold Path. In other words, living with the right perspective of accepting what you need and not harming people and nature to get things you want that you don't need. That's essentially the summum bonum of Dhamma. That you cannot codify it. You cannot write up a bunch of words or a contract. It's literally just know how to act. Nobody can tell you that. You have to figure it out, but it's really basic.
You're a fucking badass, Darren. Always impressing me.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. You're also very impressive. Thanks for having the balls to allow me to post all my crazy thumbnails and links in the What on Earth is Happening study group, which eventually got you in trouble by Mark Passio. And then, not backing off from here. It's very, like I said earlier, very commendable. I've seen nobody do that kind of stuff as long as I've been involved in these circles. But anyway, yeah, so we were going to watch Demystifying the Dark Occult by Jana and Noah, who are awesome. Jeff got Scott in trouble. Yes, I did get Scott in trouble. Unfortunately, but I also got Cory and I think Will and Logan in trouble also during that time, so it may have been worth it. Yeah, Jana is awesome. I don't know. I'm sure. Also, check out
doing a little research.
Patty Logger put out a new video. She's doing videos again. Check out her stuff. Natural Law Health. Check out her latest video. Go watch it on her channel so she gets the views.
And how
Frugivore diet versus carnivore diet for humans. Environmental impact.
Animal products. How that
go check that out.
Impacts our beautiful planet.
Is that up there?
The amount of land we need.
And then so this is a pretty interesting continuation, I guess,
Of what?
Of demystifying the occult.
Oh yeah, it's a response to Mark's demystifying the occult. They definitely align on some things, but there's some good critiques and just kind of go a little bit more in depth on the idea of the dark occultists being these enlightened people who are true hermeticists and masters. Kind of like how Mark says, this is their response to that they're not, essentially. But it's just an audio.
Can I just say something? I don't know what time it is for Vivek, how long he's going to stay on, but I also just wanted to acknowledge, thank you for sharing your story. I was really moved by your before and after pic as well, Vivek. It takes a toll on people, and thank you for sharing the learnings of your journey as well, and for coming on here tonight. You're appreciated.
Thanks for allowing me on your platform. And I should be leaving, actually. I have a few things to do.
Yeah. What time is it there?
It's morning, around 9.
Yeah. It's 9 in the morning. We've got Aryan. He's in Europe. I think it's probably about 6-ish in the morning. We've got a wide array of people.
Yeah. Yeah, Vivek, it was really cool to see your video. It's kind of a thankless job what we do, so it's nice to see something actually come back from what we've put out. it was pretty cool to get that after.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
making these
true.
videos is really hard. Making these videos and calling people out, it's emotionally draining, you know. So it's like it's nice to get to hear a response every once in a while.
You know what's crazier part of my videos is these people, they take pointers from my stuff, they steal them, and they pretend it as their own pointers.
Yeah.
Watch all my videos, they steal from there, and that is the part of their narcissism as well. They want to burn you on levels like you cannot even imagine. That is their own true ideology. Mark Passio is complicit with this. Mark Passio is not what he pretends in front of camera, I would say once again. And people have fallen for his cult mentality, and they will take at least, it took me 5 years to finally and completely thoroughly see all these things. There's one more thing I want to add. If you guys actually want to have a hold of all this thing, you have to understand psychology first and then natural law, because without psychology you cannot, like, we also make a lot of mistakes. We are talking against Mark Passio, we also make mistakes. I have also made mistakes in that context. I did not want to create all these videos for a while, and this was my last resort, and I did not feel right creating all these videos, but that was the last resort. They left me with nothing else. They were creating a narrative, they were projecting my image as some crazy person, something, I don't know. They have, what these narcissists do is they Darvo, they reverse the rule. So they were projecting in the videos that I was some leftist, some weakling. I was doing, I don't know how many crazy things they say about people. So they wanted that to be a narrative. So that's why I started to create video to log stuff. At least in the future, I can show to people that this was their point and this was my point. So that's why I started to create these videos. And one more thing I would say, these people don't operate directly because these people have identity crisis. Mark Passio has identity crisis. I would go that far and say, because when he started this stuff, he was a whole different person, and right now he's very different. And there was a period of time when he was praising QAnon, he was praising Trump, not directly, but he was complicit with this idea. He was sitting with those people, he was praising, and right now he's bashing those things. So these people are constantly creating a narrative where first they say and do those same stuff, and later on they project and make those things about other people. They scapegoat those people. So you have to get into the psychological factor first, and natural law is good side by side. So then you can have a handle of all this stuff. Thank you so much for allowing me here. I should be leaving. Bye.
See you, Vivek.
Thanks for sharing.
Come back whenever you want.
Bye.
Bye.
So I guess Padini might be coming up. So it's 4:12, 4 hours. Should we get into, or should we make a?
We should probably wait.
We should probably wait. Next show we'll get into Demystifying the Dark Occultists by Jana and Noah. Really super relevant to everything we're dealing with. Yet again, another Jana video that's super relevant. Yeah, Padini's going to have a quick salad, he says. Somehow, I don't think that's true.
I'm going to have a watermelon. Ah.
He's probably eating pizza while
Grab the fuck up.
posting some anti-LGBT stuff, some boomer distractions, some anti-vegan stuff, but claiming to be pro-vegan. Claiming not to have a problem with gay people.
Slavery is claiming not to be for slavery.
It's a pineapple on pizza, so he's calling it. Did someone say that?
No.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a
Bada
sin.
bing.
You put up Curtis and Padini.
Curtis and Padini. Oh, Curtis is still here. Curtis, you here, bro?
I'm here.
Oh, hey, man. How's it going?
Just
you got quiet all of a sudden.
No. I didn't get quiet all of a sudden. You censored me.
I occulted you.
Yeah. You started trying to cut me out and try to Silence me
Yeah.
so I couldn't speak.
The British
You sound
country.
very Canadian.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
racist.
that's racist. You sound very Trailer Park Boys.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. So,
He
how's
hasn't
that
used
fermented
one
cherry
A.
drink you're having?
What was that?
What was that, Alicia?
He hasn't used one A. Hasn't dropped an A bomb, so which is typical Canadian.
Oh.
A.
A
E-A.
and
A.
fuck off. Or no, what is it?
A is the
Sorry.
Canadian salt. It
Sorry.
goes on everything.
Oh, so we were watching a video of vegan gains earlier, and
Oh,
he said that he bought his wife a horse.
Really?
What?
okay.
What the fuck?
Is that vegan?
Buying a horse
Not
is not
vegan.
vegan. Not at all.
I mean,
Now,
I would be assuming
we're
that was for her to ride.
skipping a number of issues there because I couldn't give less of a fucking shit about vegan game.
But he's Canadian.
Okay, but again, I
Love
don't.
him?
You're best buddies. If you're Canadian, if you're both Canadian, you
That's what
must
that
be
means,
best
right?
buddies.
You must
No,
love
no,
each
no. I don't associate myself with anyone that includes other Canadians. So,
Yes, vegan
We're
gains got a
talking like
divorce.
Canada's a population of like 10.
No,
It's a tiny little country. right?
as opposed to the reality where it's closer to 40 million.
No
yeah, but it's
way.
split in half. There's half Canadians and half French Canadians, so it's kind of
Oh,
two
yeah, the
countries in
Quebec-
one.
That's all that's there.
The Quebecers can fuck right off.
Yeah.
That's a
Fuck off.
separate-
French Canada is the best Canada.
Tabernacle is ST.
Is Padini showing up? We got 18 viewers still. Where's Padini?
Oh boy.
I ran out of things to watch.
Radio, Revolution Radio.
Revolution Radio. Yeah, let's watch some
Oh, God.
crappy crap. I can't believe Jeremy Loeb's online right now and he's not here. I'm going to go into Jeremy Loeb's video game
Gaming?
he's playing
Oh my goodness.
and yell at him for not coming over with us.
He's not gonna stop gaming.
Oh, hell, I'm not gonna stop gaming.
I ain't never gonna stop gaming.
Motherfucker, I will keep playing.
We'll keep playing video games. History. Okay, we were going to watch some
I'm
things
still
earlier.
playing.
What do you want to play?
Maybe not.
Hell, do you actually game?
Play Fallout, bro.
Motherfucker, but like
Fallout New Vegas. And that's
No,
it.
it's all about Counter Strike.
Counter
man.
Strike,
Come on.
CS:GO, or no, it's CS2 now.
Well, yeah, now.
That's disgusting.
I know.
CS Source. That's the.
I ain't never gonna stop playing CS Source. CS Source is actually better,
It is.
but I always get smoked on that game because there's all these fucking sweaty ass fools up there, and they just kill me.
Sweaty.
Padini's coming.
very-
Do you know Padini, Curtis?
No, I don't.
Oh, you're gonna love Padini if you're a Logic guy.
Padini, hurry up. Get over here.
Padini's on the network, but
See,
he shouldn't be.
You're pitching all these adjectives like a logic guy.
Oh, I'm just having fun, bro. Send the link. Dude, I already sent it to you. Padini still doesn't know how to get a link out of the chat.
Padini is the
No,
comedian of the one
what's
great word.
most curious to me was that you censored me.
You were. I asked you not to interrupt, and you were interrupting.
You're breaching contract.
Yeah, you breached contract. That's how things work around here. I asked you very nicely not to interrupt Scott, and you did twice before I kicked you.
Yeah.
You did it twice, and then on the third time, I was like, "All right, that's it."
Learn to listen a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here
You got to
we
work
are.
on your presentation, bro.
Oh, I gotta work on my presentation.
Yeah, you got to talk a little faster, maybe not be drunk.
Mm-hmm.
because it's really hard to talk to someone
Is
who
it-
talks that slow.
Is that a meme or are you actually drinking?
No, I'm drunk on
You just asking
strawberries
drunk?
right now.
Oh, right. That's what you're asking. What
Fermented strawberry.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look, Scott's already falling into Justin's psychosis.
Oh, you need
Scroll
it.
up,
Alicia,
Padini.
how are you?
Padini doesn't know how to. There, he finally did it. He finally made it.
And there it is.
What up? What up?
Of course, he doesn't have a shirt on.
Oh man.
Why would I?
Make
why
sure
would
you
I?
don't go sit on the toilet like last time, Padini.
What's that?
So Curtis Griffin wants to debate you on flat Earth.
Yeah, go for it.
And
What
go.
the
He
fuck
wants
are
to know
we
about.
talking about?
It's his funeral. Okay. Well,
When did flat Earth come up?
You're
I
a flat
never
earther,
mentioned-
bro. That's all you've been talking about.
Oh,
who am I talking to here?
Okay. Apparently, I'm a flat earther, which is news to me.
Padini, why are you such a homophobe?
I've never said a word
you
about
don't listen to
flat
what I
Earth.
actually say. I don't.
And more importantly, like, if I went to the top of the Eiffel Tower and looked to the fucking west, I should be able to see the American continent without any actual problem. I don't know what the fuck the problem with the flat Earth thing is. So, no, I'm not a flat earther. I don't know what this asshole is talking about.
Yeah, he thinks I'm
And-
anti-vegan for some reason too. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
He thinks
yeah.
whatever he wants.
Couldn't imagine why I would think you're anti-vegan or a
something
homophobe.
Right.
Curtis is a militant vegan. Padini, respond to Curtis. He's a militant vegan. Go.
Curtis, you're a militant vegan.
Yeah.
I'm a militant vegan.
Why are
Let's
you
go,
Why are you
motherfucker.
militant about it? Why not just be vegan? Like, does anybody like the military?
Fuck you, fight me.
Okay, you really want to fight me? I'm a big boy, bro. I just got back in the gym. I'm like 250, like natural, without pressing weights.
400, dude.
Huh?
You're 400.
Oh yeah. Dude, I'm 5'10". I'm not 400 pounds. It's ridiculous.
Let's see this
5'10".
salad. Justin, show us your salad.
I ate it.
Salad,
God.
Padini.
What do you think I was doing while I was waiting? I
He
ate the salad.
consumed it.
Right.
I do eat a lot of pizza, admittedly. See, that's the thing. I don't actually eat nearly as much meat as you guys want to believe. I eat more pizza. I love pizza.
Padini, find
If we
something you
wanted
don't.
to talk about that joke, first off, I'm not
Oh
a
my
militant
god, dude.
vegan.
Curtis is wasted.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
so you're drunk? What are you doing that to yourself for? That's
Justin.
Not, yeah.
Justin.
Oh, no. I'm so drunk. I'm fermenting strawberries and drinking wine. What a
Arian,
piece of shit.
where's your character?
What a piece of shit.
Get your ALF outfit on, Arian.
Yo, when are we playing Vegan Street
We're
Rage?
never in your. I'm never playing fucking video games with you in my life. I've told you this for almost 10 years.
Why?
Because he can't hold character, because he's a piece of shit. Because he just makes up lies.
Well, there's a
Whoa, where'd that come from? Holy shit. Where'd you get that, Curtis?
Why won't you play Vegan Streets of Rage with me?
Because we're gonna play vegan Fallout first.
Right, because he's
I have
going to
no
run
sort of
around
voice
saying
thing.
every
I
one
like
of
the
these
voice.
people don't agree with my mindset, and you have to hate them or you're a piece of shit.
That's a fucking. That's a straw man if I've ever heard one.
You invited
No,
the man
that's-
on your show?
Look at I have Padini here. Padini's my best friend, and he's the biggest piece of shit anti-vegan on the planet.
I am not. I'm not anti-vegan. It just
And he's my best friend, so I don't know what you're talking about, Curtis.
that's what I'm saying. You know,
Curtis
we're
just
two
making
sides of the same
assumptions.
coin.
Shows up. Uh-oh.
He's the dark
Look
side.
out,
I'm the light
Padini.
side.
Look out, Padini.
What happened?
Arian's got you.
What do you mean he's got
ALF boy.
Hydrogen water gun.
The hydrogen water gun.
Oh, this is Will and Logan's machine.
This is Will and Logan's machine. Arian bought one.
Yeah, let me see it.
He's pouring water in it.
Is that a super soaker?
That's
It's a hydrogen.
that's Will and Logan's hydrogen infusion gun.
I think it's
Arian bought one for $10,000.
I don't know enough about it, but I do get seven levels.
And
distilled
I
water.
actually,
Padini, why do you stick up for Will and Logan, who are fucking criminals?
They're criminals. Where's
They're
the evidence?
scamming.
Where's the evidence for this?
We've been exposing it this whole year.
I haven't seen your show in a little while.
Yeah.
Well, tell me some examples. Like, give me some examples.
You know what a multi-level marketing scheme is?
Not offhand, but I could guess.
Okay, well then there's no point, really, because it's a marketing tactic that is very scammy.
Okay.
And has been used to manipulate people for hundreds of at least 150 years. It's kind of like the oldest structured scam. And your buddies Will and Logan are doing that. Not only are they doing a multi-level marketing scam, but they're selling a $300 Chinese device, and they're claiming it's hospital grade, and they're selling it for $5,000. And they don't know, they're making all these claims that if you buy this device, you won't have to spend money going to the doctor, and you won't have to go to the hospital, and it'll fix every ailment you have if you breathe this through this Chinese device that's plugged into the wall.
Interesting. Have you tried it?
Why would I try it? It's like I'm gonna buy a $5,000 device. Buy one, Padini.
I might have to
buy one.
Once they get paid from the comedy, they keep booking me, so it's looking good.
Once
they get paid. Hey, that's 4 months in a row.
Go to Skankfest.
What's that?
Kill Tony? You're gonna be on Skankfest or Kill Tony? You should go on Kill Tony.
My boy's working on it. This other guy's working on getting me with Jimmy Dore. But I've killed every open mic I've done so far, and he keeps booking me at Governor's, which is a big comedy club.
Yeah,
so
you're a giant clown, Padini.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
I'm king of the clowns, baby. Greatest joke writer that ever lived. Anybody?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I am.
I've heard one funny joke come out of your mouth.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure you stole that joke from someone else.
You're intentionally hate on my shit because you can't give me any credit because you have to be like.
I'm way funnier than you,
Daddy.
Justin.
What's that?
I'm way funnier than you.
You are pretty funny, but it's not. See, I don't actually consider myself funny. I consider myself clever. I was never trying to be funny. I was trying to be clever. It just happens that being clever often can be funny. I am
my
clever.
God, who are these people?
Did you see what happened with Sean Kelly? And then I said about how I was going to make Sean Kelly say uncle. Like that's clever.
No, we don't pay attention to you, Justin.
Why not?
Jeffrey, what was the video where Justin was actually on fire? It was with the couple or something.
Oh, yeah. That was a couple years ago before Justin
so good.
went retarded.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but thank you.
I don't remember that. It was like something about with the wife or the woman, and you were going after. It was
the wife was getting mad, and you kept going, why is she mad at me? Is she mad at me? Is she like actually mad at me?
I don't
it was
remember.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't recall.
But I've never seen you that smart ever in my life.
Well, I mean, you only see me in clippings, and I'm usually high when I come on. So I'm a little sedated.
I've debated you 5 times.
Well, yeah, and then you chopped it up and made it seem like, you took little clips of me and stuff. You never came on Facebook.
No idea what you're talking about. I've never chopped up any of our debates.
Yeah, you got nobody wants to with this guy. Nobody on earth.
Do the 9/11 Hulk joke. Do that one there. We're gonna watch some of Padini's comedy.
Okay.
Yeah, pick one.
Very, very conscious comedy. Very conscious comedy, especially
very conscious comedy. Is this your marketing scam?
Damn right. But
Are you finally getting a pitch together?
I started writing jokes because my goal was actually to wake people up. So as Oscar Wilde said, if you want to tell people today's joke is featuring my friend Joaquin. Hello. Anyway, all the sexual allegations and pedophilia going on in Hollywood. It got me thinking about
this fucking website is broken. I swear to God.
It's what?
There was sound. There was sound saying.
Oh, we didn't hear it.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah, I'm talking about Kevin Spacey and that. But that again, long before anything came out about him being a pedophile, I was years ahead.
So let me get this straight. Bill Gates wants to block out the sun, right? Okay. So he just gets back to having nude stripper pool parties. Okay. So Bill Gates doesn't want us to have any sunshine. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, he's very concerned with where the sun doesn't shine. Fucking cow.
That was good. See, I don't even remember this stuff. I just come up with it, put it out, and forget about it, you know? So you're going to come to my show? Where'd Jeff go? Well, he want to be... He couldn't be on camera while I'm laughing? What? Yeah, you see, he's like a Wesley Huff. All of a sudden, oops, I just fell off the camera. Like when Billy Carter started going in on. Huh?
Oh, that guy you're all claiming Wesley Huff knows who you are just because you've done some videos shouting him out.
Yeah, he made a video response actually against.
I forgot you were defending that. What's his ass? The biggest liar, Carson. What's his name?
Carson's fucking man.
Billy Carson's a scumbag, dude.
Truth, he's speculating.
He's pure scum. You only like him because he's anti-vegan.
Or that's why he's no longer vegan.
Let's watch the Order Followers one.
Anyone else noticed how virtually everyone on Earth is completely stupid and pathetic? I mean this too. Like virtually everyone I come up to and talk to, I always say, "Hey, how you doing?" And they say to me, "Can't complain." It's like, really? You can't complain? Have you looked around and seen anything? You want some complaints? I got a whole list. You want some of mine? These people were fucking stupid. Or the other one I get all the time is, say, "Hey, how you doing?"
Why is the closed captioning in
Vietnamese? Fucking sheep. Same old shit. Thinking same old shit. SOS. It sounds like a cry for help. You people are fucking pathetic. Get a thought, get a brain, get a personality.
Oh, I was pissed that day, huh?
I didn't hear a single laugh, Padini.
The audio is not coming through in these videos for us for some
one
reason.
called Order Following.
All right, so I'm going to try to break down more deep philosophical concepts for people now that they're really starting to wake up. So anyway, there's something called green language, and you can look it up for yourself, but there's not a lot of information on the internet about it. You kind of have to know somebody to teach you about this stuff, but I want to keep this video short, so look into it for yourself. Anyway, in the occult, there are 3 interchangeable words: light, sight, and soul, right? They're all interchangeable because they all symbolically represent the same thing. Like, for example, like when you have a bright idea in a cartoon, what happens? A light bulb goes off above your head. Or, like the light of my life, or let there be light. This is all interchangeable terms for like spirit or soul or whatever, okay? So the reason I'm telling you this is a little prerequisite knowledge for what I'm about to break down.
Justin.
It's called green language. When you break words down phonetically, they tell you what they are on a spiritual level. So keep what I just told you in mind, right? The first word is television, right? Break the word television down phonetically. Vision. It's telling you the vision of reality that our rulers want us to think and see. This is where virtually everyone on Earth gets their, what they assume reality
What
is,
is
what's
this
going on in
new?
reality from. So the
Is it
vision.
going again?
Okay, well, who created?
Okay.
Get Larry Smart on here. I got some
Get Larry on here. Larry Smart. That guy. I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah.
Didn't he like domestic violence Tony or something? And
yeah, I have some words for him. I've seen some bruises and stuff.
Oh boy, you gonna get him?
Is this a
you guys?
Is optional situation? Why are you generally sure?
Yeah, you're in a really weird position, Padini. I really don't like it.
Hey, it's a Goomba thing.
I just got out of the shower.
Usually I'm saved by a
I don't like to close to my house.
He's showing his
really
chest
making me
on it.
uncomfortable.
Hey, get Derek over here.
It's all right. I got no.
I'm very good.
Who is that?
Padini, how much money did you give Mark Passio to get on the network?
Oh, I'm not sure numbers go that high, bro.
Yeah, how much?
Maybe Derek can make a song about it.
You have to understand.
No shirt on.
I've known Mark before most of these people. I've been friends with Mark.
We know you. You are Mark's dad. We know that. You taught him everything he knows. We got it.
I said what? He's like 10 years older than me. How could I be his dad? I mean, I guess I could identify as
Go listen to Father Figure by George Michael.
I know.
Wait, so Padini, you actually believe that there are different versions of natural law?
Well, here's my
yeah, exactly.
I don't think anybody fully understands it. How could they? Just making the claim?
That wasn't my question.
Anybody telling you they know the full totality laws of the universe is lying to you. I think natural law is a great basis and foundation for being on the right.
Do you think there are different versions of natural law? Like Mark Passio has a different version of natural law.
Yeah, than like Manly P. Hall or David Icke. Yeah, Mark's version is different. Who's right?
It's a perspective.
What I'm trying to explain is that Mark, he teaches natural law, but how is he?
Yeah,
what's that?
Natural law.
Yeah, it's the New York style, you know. New York natural law. That's what we do here. You know, forget about it. You know, what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't think anybody has the full picture, because again, we're just limited humans and stuff. And like, for example, like anybody that claims to know the absolute definitive laws of nature is lying to you. Nobody knows fully. Like, again,
we're not talking about the laws of nature, Padini.
Natural law. That's what laws of nature.
No, there are two very different things.
Explain how they're different.
The laws of nature? That's Darwinism.
No, it's not. No, I mean, like, laws that exist in nature, like gravity, you know, electromagnetism, stuff like that. So I'm just trying to explain, like, humans we're limited. We don't know the full ins and outs of these things. Like, that's actually why one of my questions that I recently posed, again, I'm not trying to be anti-vegan.
Jesus Christ.
But so like, I was asking, like, okay, so if killing animals, like, when you take like a hunter, right? Hunters kill animals all day long, yet hunters don't experience nearly the kickback of natural law that cops and soldiers do, and they don't usually go around killing motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
How do you know that?
We'll just look into
it. We just read there was an article on a hunting forum, where the hunter was like, "Hey, I have fucking PTSD from hunting," you know, like, holy shit. And then there were like thousands of other comments of people being like, "Yeah, the last time we shot a bear, the bear was alive when we got to it, and it was sitting there like a human, and it fucked me up, and I don't think I could ever hunt again." Like, that's not true at all. Perpetrator-induced traumatic syndrome is very real, and people get it from doing the wrong thing. It's literally the natural law PTSD. You get it from doing the wrong thing.
A lot of slaughterhouse workers are alcoholics.
Who what?
No, they're violent alcoholics and criminals and shit.
Yeah.
Slaughterhouse workers. He said slaughterhouse workers.
Slaughterhouse.
Oh, he missed the
Padini. So all the karmic inventory that that exists from your diet and what you eat, you're passing that on to another human being. So it's not even about animals, it's about human beings. You're putting all that negative karma on another human that will be harmed for the rest of their life in order for you to have your meat and dairy.
But if that's true, like, how come everyone who hunts life isn't in complete shambles? Because every murderer that I know, his life is in complete shambles.
Hunters plenty of problems. They definitely have issues from doing what they do. And just because you don't know about them all doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
What's that?
Hunting is like a white trash trend that is just needs to stop, because if everybody went out and did hunting, there would be nothing in tomorrow.
It's a trend.
Justin, here's a question. Here's a question for you, Justin. On a karmic level, what's the difference karmically between the hunter and the eater of meat?
Well, the hunter's the person actually doing it.
Yeah.
So they actually kill the thing. So that they're more at fault.
The buyer, you're basically the order teller to the order taker who goes and kills that animal for you. You should know that language.
I never told anyone to go kill anything for me. Ever.
Yeah, you do. That's what you're doing by voting with your dollar and buying meat and dairy. You're telling someone to go kill an animal for you.
Every time you buy a quarter drink, I could say, "Oh, well, you're paying to bomb children across." Like, it just is what it is. Like, it's unfortunate.
That's not how it works, Justin.
It's not what it is, because it wouldn't just magically appear on the styrofoam tray wrapped in plastic at the supermarket if there weren't a buyer for it.
Well, I already gave you guys the solution. I'm surprised you aren't patting me on the back for coming up with my sanctuary idea. Where you don't have it's the greatest idea of all time. The Grim Reaper just said something. What's up? What was that?
No. You gave the solution that animals should live in a sanctuary, and you eat them in the end of their life, but that's not the solution. And
Yes,
you
it is.
still
It absolutely is the solution to the problem that vegans claim to have. That's what I'm trying to do is actually come up with solutions. And I can tell that most vegans don't actually care about the animals, because if somebody came to me with a solution like that, I'd be like, whoa, what did you say? That's a great idea. And it
You
is
know
a
what
great
I call that? I would call that a distraction ball, not a solution.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to distract from the point.
The problem is
of what's actually happening.
But the problem is you don't want to kill animals, right? You don't want animals to die, right?
not
Correct.
exploit animals, man. That includes not killing them, right?
Exploit's one of those words that can mean a lot of things. Like when you say exploit, what do you mean?
I mean, not to how to say. I'm not very good sometimes in English, but like to take advantage.
Okay, how is giving animals the greatest life ever? Life I wish I could have, where I just got lotioned and rubbed day and just treated like a king. And then when they die of natural causes, you turn them into meat. Problem solved. See, that's why vegans don't like me. I just outthink. And that you could totally do that. It absolutely would work. It totally would. And then veganism goes away. It would 100%. Why would that not work? We could take the farm now. We could turn them into sanctuaries. We could give them animals lives. They could live like kings. And then when they die naturally, you turn them into meat. Problem solved. No killing.
That's obviously not a viable option.
You're normalizing again.
Well, okay, why is it obvious that that's not viable? Why is that obvious? Make it obvious.
It's not a thing. There's been companies, leather companies, that have that same exact idea. It was vegan leather because they only use leather from animals that died from natural causes. What happened? There wasn't a market. Number one, vegans don't want to wear actual leather, even if it's animal that died from natural causes. And number two, the cost was so much higher than other leather. There was no incentive for people who didn't care that it came from an animal to buy it. It was such a small market. So I mean, maybe in a world where people were enlightened, I mean, that wouldn't be against natural law. That would seem to be the only way that's in line with natural law and veganism. It's like eating like roadkill. There are people, well, they like freegans that eat trash. They'll eat whatever's in the dumpster, but then if they're purchasing something that's only vegan, like there's all these loopholes, but you don't do any of them.
Listen, according to most vegans, what they yell about, like John Bob, is the fact that humans kill animals for food. I have given you a flawless, perfect solution, and I have others. I have other solutions that like, for example, I've brought up before, we have satellites, we have the ability to observe things from a distance. Why not create an app that shows people who do want to eat animal products, that don't actually want to kill anything, show them where the animal died, and then they could go get the corpse and eat it.
Do it, Padini.
Yeah.
Make that app. Do something good with your life. Do it. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I might.
No, I'm
a business with.
Sure, let's do it.
The Phillips, the P and P. The
P&P.
Is there going to be like a medi alert tag on these animals that will alert when they
double
drop
JPs?
Oh
JP.
No, oh my God, it's not an argument. It's actually a great idea.
Did you hear what I said at the beginning? How are you gonna have a medi alert tag on these animals when they naturally drop dead, and then a GPS target? Like, what the holy hell is going on here?
No, I just told you what we do.
Comic skit? Is that what this is? Is this another one that's going to become a comic skit?
Well, everything I do is a comic skit because
it's always a bit. That's the problem.
Saying,
he can't take anything serious. And once he starts losing a debate or anything, he goes straight to jokes.
Yeah, okay, that's rich. But no, I was just saying, I'm just really good. Like George Carlin explains, like how comedians are often side door guys. They don't see things the same way the average person does. And due to that, I'm very good at coming up with ideas. I've spent my childhood and up until today solving puzzles. So I don't.
Padini, you gotta have one of Allie's carrot hot dogs. You gotta try them. You'll be really impressed.
I was vegan for a while. I was vegan for like.
She makes carrot hot dogs, and they fucking taste like hot dogs. The consistency, the texture, the taste, everything. Alicia's seen them. They're dope. We buy 10-pound bags of fucking carrot or 20-pound bags of carrots. And,
yeah, I would try it. Like,
Now, why don't you explain the recipe just so everybody knows? It was really quick and easy. Well, not quick and easy. There were like 3 steps to it or something, and the broth and stuff
the broth
too.
is in. The broth is like so
Broth
good.
is drinkable in what?
Giant bag of carrots.
Wow.
Carrots,
So,
Padini.
so do you like my?
Have you ever seen a carrot, Padini?
The app.
Have you ever seen a carrot?
He plays with a get.
He's got a carrot in his butt.
I'm off tonight. Oh yeah, I'm gay on the internet. Oh. Yeah, look at this big grin, this fucking guy. Oh jeez. So yeah, so I'm actually trying to stop the militant vegans from feuding with everyone else and offer actual solutions.
I don't know any militant vegans. Who are these militant vegans?
John Bob is destroying veganism.
John Bob does not burn down fur factories, Justin Padini. He's not a militant vegan.
John
Do you like
John Bob's not burning down factory farms and releasing animals and shit. Those are the militant ones. So you guys keep using this militant word, but it's completely out of place and doesn't fit the definition of what we're actually doing.
But he left a memorable
You're a militant carnist then. And militant carnists are fucking emotional.
No, I'm Earth's mightiest thinker. That's what I am. I'm the guy that like comes up. That's what I am.
You're the mightiest thinker. The mightiest thinker on the network.
Yeah,
no, you're the third smartest guy in the world behind Passio and Larkin, right? The third smartest guy in the world.
So yeah, I'm out on the Oort cloud right now with George Carlin pitching lightning bolts at people. You know, that's what I'm doing. You know?
Okay, we have a skill testing question for you from the comment feed. Don't peek.
Sure.
How long do cows naturally live up to be? Like if they're left in their natural state, how old do they live to be?
Well, again, I'm not an expert on cows, but that's kind of irrelevant.
25 years.
I don't know, but the thing is, that's kind of irrelevant. Like I'm just saying, like we could totally get some older. Yeah, I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
To be fair, I didn't know the answer to this either. So
I'll just admit, if I don't know something, I'll just admit it. I don't make excuses. Like, I don't know, but it is irrelevant because all you have to do is get some older cows from a farm or something like that, and
they never get old.
But older,
period. But it will work.
Apparently we're talking 48 years old for cows, just so that you
No.
This is not a while to turn over.
Cows live older than me. Cows,
Period.
that's how long.
So
Panini, imagine how much money is spent on that cow over that 50 years to keep it alive, and then to cut it up and sell it for barely after it's got tens and thousands of dollars worth of food, medical supplies, medical attention, the space it has in the field, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars over that cow's life, and then cut it up for $2,000 worth of meat.
You see how dead they are for my idea? Like all we would have to do
you don't
just
grasp
wait till
the economics behind it, Justin.
But Jeffrey, it's subsidized. It's subsidized. Justin's
it's free. It's tax money.
Subsidized.
It's free money. It's free money.
You know what, Justin? Are you in New York State? Like you give me this Jersey vibe. Are you in New York?
Jersey boy, yeah.
You are
I'm New
Jersey?
York.
Okay.
Jersey.
Long Island.
Long Island.
Padini walks around the streets of New York wearing flip-flops and sweats.
You know it, babe. And I walk the streets with.
Remember the sock full of shit Mark was talking about? The 250-pound sock full of shit. Padini's Mark's talked about this guy many times. This 250-pound sock of shit, and I'm pretty sure it's Padini.
You still there?
Not to be opposed with sock of death.
So I actually do have to take a shit now that we're talking about it. Where's my sock? But anyway, I'm just trying to create peace between the vegans and everyone else. So what I do is I come up with the solutions to what they claim
Is
that
that
they
what
want.
you're doing, Justin? Creating
What's that?
peace? You're the one stopping the division between the vegans and the carnists?
Yeah, absolutely. What else do you think?
You could have lentil fields and be a big magnet of lentil fields. You could be richer than
Oh, I'm a
rich.
magnet.
Hey,
so he's got jokes.
Farmer Justin.
That's what I'm trying to become, actually. Yeah, I'm actually in the process of doing that.
Are you moving, Justin? You gonna move this decade?
What's that?
Are you gonna move this century?
I'm trying to get out there by the end of the summer. That's my goal. I've been working.
You've been saying that for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but now it's important. No, bro, 4 or 5 years. I bought it like 3 years ago. Like, it takes work. It's a lot of work.
But you're Padini. All you do is play video games all day. You must have all the money in the world to do it, not have to work and do all this stuff.
I don't play video games as you'd think. I actually play at night. Like, I should be playing now, but I figured I would grace you with, my presence.
You should be playing now.
Yeah. Well, why do you think I'm so smart?
You have to play now.
Solving puzzles. That's why I'm the best at thinking. That's why people come up with a point. I just come out from like 6 ways from Saturday. Like, you ever look at it this way and nobody knows what to do with me? It's because I grew up solving puzzles. See, like, I might come off arrogant, but I'm just being honest. Like, that's just why. I literally spent my entire life solving puzzles. Most people who read books,
and all of us else who also played video games our whole lives, we're not on your level.
Well, I mean, have you ever
solved puzzles your whole life?
No. Have you beat Promised Consort Radon with no Mimic Tier or no Summon?
Oh, I know you're like a fucking Dungeons and Dragons super mage or something.
Here, you ever played Sonic?
You're like the king of Pokemon or whatever.
Yeah. Have you ever played Sonic? What's the girl in the corner? Alicia? Here, you ready? The code for Sonic 2 is 19B65, B9, B17, press start. Hold down the A button, press start. 4B, 1B, 2B, 61, B9, B90, 4B, hold A, press start. It works. Try it. That's the Super Sonic code. And
hey, Padini's actually getting the numbers are going up. Usually when Padini gets here, they plummet.
I have to say,
we've actually gotten a couple people to watch.
Well, thank you. I have to say the last video game I played was called Pitfall. That'll give you an idea.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
Ari. Ari.
Yeah.
So
the one that I like is like this war of ours. It's like
what's
a 2D. I
mean, 2D. Yeah, Pitfall was
this war of
did you actually guys hear about the game I'm want to make with Jeffrey? I want to make a version of Paperboy called Bad Slave, where I ride a bicycle around throwing anti-government propaganda into everyone's mailbox. And player 2 is Jeff, and he throws salads. He just hits salads. It's a great idea. I actually have an ingenious vegan video game idea.
No, I throw broccoli.
With the public, it's going to make millions. I'm serious.
And the
broccoli and rice.
What's that?
I throw broccoli and rice at people. Not salad.
Game thing. It's brilliant. It's ingenious. I'm telling you.
Bricks of tofu.
Well, you have to use the image of Arian's hydrogen water.
Oh yeah, Arian's guy has to be a character in that game for sure.
But Logan
with the hydrogen with the Will Keller hydrogen gun.
They could chase after you like the dog in Paperboy. Like you could have like Will come out with the gun or something like that, and then maybe he'll like wet your salad, and then I'll toss it. And well, that sounded weird. Anyway,
Freudian slip.
Why am I a salad tosser?
No, because they wet the salad with the gun, and you're. That's what I mean. You throw salads, I throw newspaper, I throw propaganda.
Why am I a salad tosser?
Because it's hilarious.
All I can say is Race Weaver has begged us to stop talking about salads. So.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't, I had a salad before. I had,
Let me ask you one question. What would prevent you from being vegan?
I actually already was vegan, and
you weren't.
Yes, I was. I was vegan.
You were plant-based. You weren't vegan. Vegan is a lifelong commitment to animals, you fucking dick. I've explained this to you 1,000 times.
Yeah,
you have videos of me and you on the One Great Work Network where I'm explaining this to you 5 years ago, and somehow you forget.
So
the difference between plant-based and vegan. Vegan is not just something you throw around.
Pedini, please, can you listen to me?
I can. Especially saying it like that. That was a good accent. Go
molto bene, molto bene,
Why are you
piacere.
the biggest homophobe I know, but that you make me a salad tosser.
Play it too.
You tag me all the time in every single.
You know
post I make.
the actual definition.
Views.
Definition.
No,
of
you're
veganism
trying.
by
All you do is flood me with morons. Every person who's come to my page from your page is pretty much across the board the dumbest people that I come across on Facebook. All come from your page.
On my page anyway, so I mean it's possible.
That's the
Are you doing like the Guido like hairbrush thing right now? You're brushing your Do it. Do it. You were just doing it. What is up with that hair? You need a
man. What the fuck?
What is that?
It's called a flat top.
A veggie burger on your head?
It's called a flat top with fenders.
Oh
Where's
my
Paulie?
God.
Where's
The
Paulie?
flat top fenders.
That's right.
Forget about it.
Well, forget about it. What were you trying to say, brother?
What a beam, bada boom.
Hey. Oh, forget about it. Brooklyn.
What about it?
That's right.
Fucking orange.
I'm here to make Jersey Shore unshore. That's what I do.
I always have all this stuff I want to talk to Justin about.
Okay.
But then he gets here and I forget it all.
Yeah, I'm like good weed, you know. So what were you trying to say?
Such a homophobe, dude.
Pedini, you state that you were vegan, but do you know the actual definition of veganism?
Well, Jeff changes the definition.
No, I do not. I have never changed the definition of veganism.
It wasn't.
No.
You know, I
But
was
do you
like,
know the
vegan.
1951 Leslie Cross defined veganism? It's called. It said
animal
veganism. Can I just finish this and you can talk? So veganism is a principle that humans should live without exploiting animals. It's very simple. It's not reducitarianism. It's not less suffering. It's not utilitarianism. It's not, it's just respect animals, don't exploit them, right? Just that,
But my problem is with the word exploit. Like, what does that mean? Is it having a cat exploiting it?
It means like not to view them, commodify them, view them as a
pets.
product.
No pets.
Sorry?
No
pets.
Pets are
like,
unethical.
Yeah, don't you think that's a little extreme?
No, not at all.
No.
Pets are extremely.
Would you have like a black baby, like a pet, like a black child grown up, and he's my son, he's my pet, or what? He's black. I bought him.
What are you talking about, Arian?
Yeah, Burrick, is that Burrick? What?
Ariane is saying, where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
What would you do?
Sorry,
What would you do if he pulled his face off and it was Burrick and he's just like the Jews? He was faking it the whole time. He's doing an accent and everything.
Yeah, shout out to Mobius Maximus for hanging out in the chat all day, even though he's from Jeremy's channel. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, when we were on and we were watching. You were in the chat at the time, and they were doing the vegan stories, and then we dropped it your channel, and Mobius
cool.
is like, but
Oh, that's right. No, okay, I remember that now.
Remember?
I told him to follow. That's right. Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Strength and honor,
Yeah,
Mobius.
welcome. We just there's like a slight method to the madness, but usually by the end of the show we're just messing around.
Yeah, I tend to ramble on like a Led Zeppelin member. It just happens.
So do you?
I just come in here to spice things up sometimes.
What was your favorite plant-based meal when you were on it, Justin?
Oh, marinara pizza. I loved it. I still love it. I still get it sometimes.
Pizza. Oh, just with no cheese?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a big. That's the thing. I actually never liked dairy. I'm not a dairy person.
Oh my God, Pedini.
No,
you're
I never
a
was.
lying sack of shit.
I swear to you. I swear to God, my entire
All
life.
you do is post pizzas
I don't
all
eat
day.
eggs. I don't
There's
eat
anything
eggs.
you eat that I know Pedini eats, it's pizza.
But that's it. That's the thing. I've never eaten eggs. Well, I've never liked them. I've had
Pizza
them
is
before.
like the heaviest dairy you could eat.
No, it isn't.
Are
Most
you
of the pizza I
kidding?
get doesn't even have a lot of cheese on it.
Oh my god.
That's no. I'll show you pictures. You want? I got fucking images to back up what I'm saying, motherfuckers.
Alicia Mary's in the chat.
I know. I just said hi. I was like,
Oh,
wow.
there you go,
That's
yeah.
so
My ex,
cool.
Alicia. Wait, you got my ex in here? Oh, the one you thought was AI. Oh no, that's a different Alicia. Jeff actually thought my ex-girlfriend was AI. That was funny.
See if you were triggered.
Oh, yeah. So we caught Justin a couple years ago. He was flossing these pictures of this AI chick, like online, like fake sock account that just like, and he's like, "Oh, this is my new girl. It's my long distance girl."
Really?
And Allie had to hit him up. Allie hit up Padini, and she's all, "Justin, you know that's AI, right?" He's like, no way, no way. This is my new girlfriend.
You realize I lived in her apartment. It's actually like a mile up the road, and I just spoke to her earlier today. Yeah, I absolutely did. You want to see the text message? We were talking about lemon cherry poppers. I'm sorry, I get gorgeous women. They just throw themselves at me.
Lemon cherry poppers.
It's just the confidence that emanates from internally. You know, they just know. They sense the purity. What's that?
Lemon cherry poppers?
Yeah, lime cherry poppers. Yo, get that. It's some of the best weed you'll ever smoke in your life. It's ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous.
You smoke weed, Justin? You smoke weed?
Yeah, sometimes.
What?
I'm high right now. You can't tell? Yeah. We're going to smoke when I get out that way, right?
Papas?
Yeah, papas. Yeah, lime
papas.
cherry papas, you know?
Papas. Bracky DeRiga's in the house.
I don't know who that is. But anyway, so like I was saying, I never ate much dairy. I never to this day.
Why do you have such a problem with Jana and Noah?
Well, I'll tell you why I don't like Jana and Noah.
Tell me.
Yeah, I will. So it's not actually that I dislike them. I actually like Noah.
Padini, that's how you start every single anything you say. You say, "Oh, I don't have a problem with this, but." Then you proceed to explain how you have a problem with it.
It's one of those situations like they just don't like me, so because of that, I just kind of troll them a little bit. So like
I don't think you troll them at all, dude.
Well, yeah, because they block me because they're fucking cowards, you know. Rather than like debate me or get into a conversation.
Okay, so you agree that people who block people are cowards?
Yeah.
Okay, so Will
I've been blocked.
Will Keller,
you're kind of like
Mark Passio.
His business.
These guys are all blockers. They're all blockers.
Well, yeah, you think they're built like Padini? Like, you think anyone on that network is built like Padini? I mean, come on, guy. Like, who are you talking to? I'm Earth's mightiest hero. I told you this. So, like I said, you're actually going after their business. I was just trying to ask Jana some questions. And the thing with Jana is,
what
she kind of comes
question are you going to ask Jana? You're always, I want to ask Jana a question.
Well,
I want to ask Jana a question. What is this question you're going to ask Jana?
Jana, you know why Jana bothers me? She kind of reminds me of a female T-1000. Like, she comes off like a robot. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she was like made of liquid and just kind of, you know what I mean? Like, if you hit her with a bullet.
Will Keller's not robotic?
Oh, a little bit, but not like Jana. She looks like R2-D2 as a female. Dude. Like Jana looks like female R2-D2, but she's just not gold. You know she does. Like the way she talks and stuff.
C-3PO?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm built like R2-D2. Forgive me.
Yeah, you're built like R2-D2.
Only for the next few weeks, though. I'm getting back in shape.
So outside of ad hominem, what problem do you have with Noah and Jana?
None, other than the fact that they bothered me for simply asking.
Why do you get so turnt when they're around? Like, you get really emotional when they're around.
I do? Like when?
I think it's something else.
Oh, what do you think it is? All right, I'm jealous. I was in love with Jana for a while, and that's what happened. You know, Noah stole her heart, and alas, it's just pussy I'll never have. You know,
Julian, Jules mate, come up.
You guys, that's what it is, baby. No, they just block me. They don't want any piece of this. When I'm just trying to have an honest conversation. You know,
Jewel, you got to come here and see this guy Justin. You'll crack up. He's like the most the epitome of American New York douchebag.
Oh yeah, not just American. Like, I'm global douchebag. You know, like actually here. This is what I want you to do, Jeff. Can you get in touch with Earthling?
What do you want me to do? Huh?
This is what I want from you, Jeff. I want you to contact Earthling Ed and be like, listen, I'm the lead.
Why the fuck would I contact Earthling Ed to set up a debate between you and him?
I want
You're out of your fucking mind.
Hold on. I want you to contact Earthling Ed, and you say, I want to introduce you to Cosmic Padini. That's what you say to him.
Cosmic Padini?
Cosmic
You mean like
Padini
Mystic
versus
G?
Earthling Ed. That's what I want from you, Jeff.
New Age
Set it
G?
up. What's that?
That is the flash that
Like
I had.
Mystic G?
G.
Yeah.
And then so Mystic J, or would you go
Padinism.
Padini, how come the net? There's so many people that threaten people from the network.
One great threat.
Wait,
Like
what?
Seth, what's up with Seth Cosposa? Are you friends with that guy?
Yeah, I'm cool with him. I don't like
Why?
know him. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Well, what about him?
We just had a guy on the show who he ripped off. Well, he ripped off Braxton, and told him that once he paid to take this class, that Braxton would then be on the One Great Work Network. And then we just had a guy on the show who paid Seth for a class. Seth just like tried to learn some shit about him and like woo him with some fucking like classic scammery. And then then he didn't do all the classes. Seth was supposed to do like a bunch of classes with him, and he like didn't do the other ones. And the dude asked for his money back, and Seth he threatened him.
Really? Well, why don't you just ask
And then
Mark?
Derek Bartolocelli has threatened me a couple times in the last couple of weeks.
Who's that?
And then
You want me to take care of him, Jeff? You want me to take care of him for you?
no, I'm just wondering why there's so many like snowflakes on the network. It
Well, I
seems
mean-
like people are just like paying to get there, and like if that's what you did,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've just been friendly with Mark for a while, and I mean, who wouldn't want me on their network? It's like adding the Thing to the Fantastic Four. You wouldn't want me?
I don't know that terminology. I don't watch comic
Fantastic
book
Four?
movies.
Is that a stretch? Like Mr. Fantastic? What are you talking about? Don't act like I'm invisible.
What are you talking about?
Don't act like I'm invisible. Do you see how I just referenced all of their powers? He's that quick. How does he do it? And he's not vegan.
Justin, are you
He's
an
on
only
fire.
child?
What's
Are
that?
you
I'm
an
sorry.
only child?
Yeah, I'm actually an only mistake. Believe it or
Hey,
not.
mate.
What's up, Jules?
What's going on?
Jules,
boys?
get a
What
load
made
of
you
this
think I was
Guido
an
right
only
here.
child? The way I self-promote?
Crikey.
Just being
You know what a Guido is,
Yeah,
Jules?
Now,
I'm like a hardcore abuse
I
victim.
got no idea, bro.
what is the name of the stuff you
no
were
idea,
telling them?
bro.
Because Jules knows his doobie. So, what was the name of the one you were talking about?
Lime cherry popper is some of the top
Lime
5
cherry
best weed I've ever
popper?
smoked in my life. LCP, baby. Lime cherry poppers.
There
Not
you go,
lemon.
Jules.
Lemon's
Yeah,
good
I'm
too.
smoking on some
But this is some
threw
of the
some
best weed
jack.
I've ever
got
smoked.
some
And since I
jack
was like
hanging up
15.
back there.
Sick.
That's good shit.
Is that Michael Myers?
No.
From here it looks
Jules,
like...
Yeah.
Jules, did you ever see a TV show called
Oh, no,
Jersey
okay.
Shore?
Jersey Shore. Nah, I'm not familiar, bro.
Oh, okay. If you would probably appreciate this guy to your right a little bit
Cabs
more.
are here. He's got a good
That
smile
show.
about him. What's
I've
wrong?
never
He's
even
all
seen
right.
it. I've seen like an
But
episode. of one of my other
I
acts.
am curious. I do have a question.
For me?
For the big guy, yeah. Are you running the cycle at the moment, or are you just like good genetics?
Good genetics. I've actually never done any steroids in my life.
No,
I've actually been out of the
no
gym
shit.
for
Nice.
about years until
Do you
about
mind-
2 weeks ago. I'm just
Do
a
you
big
mind me
boy.
asking like your heritage and whatnot? Like,
What's that?
He's a Guido. He's Italian.
No, I was like a
Italian?
10-pound baby. I'm like naturally.
Che cazzo?
yeah.
This is me in my
Italiano.
full form. What's the question?
Yeah,
Italiano.
so this dude's not even on steroids. He's just his big natural.
No, he is. He's lying.
Give me hair
I don't
samples.
do like that, Jeff.
Not only have I never done steroids,
my
not
next
only have I
question,
never
if
done
you
steroids,
were-
I've never done anything.
If you asked Padini about his physique, he immediately goes, "I've never done steroids in my life. I swear to God."
Jules,
That's me.
Justin is 100% fruit and vegetables. That's what you're looking at right there.
I'm just saying, like, the complexion of someone on Mastodon, the build of somebody on fucking Trembolone, maybe Decker as well.
That's me. Go ahead. Send me a test. I'll take any test you
Look
got.
at the red spots. Look at the red
I'll
spots.
gladly
Jules.
take any test you want. No
To
problem.
your size. I'll
No
never
We'll
problem.
get more
that big.
plates, more dates to see
I'm
to
small,
tell us
but-
if Padini. Oh no, I'll get Durian Rider. Durian Rider
Pizza
will come
diet.
here.
No, honestly, I'm just naturally really big. I mean,
No,
I'm not
you
that
fucking
tall. I'm like
aren't.
5'10",
He-
but I'm
and
really
he was-
stocky.
So
I'm
this
really
this dude's been injured for like 5 years.
5'10".
Jules?
Yeah,
Jules.
no, you're right. I
He's
have.
been
That's
injured
what.
for like 5 years.
Holy
He
fuck.
blew up huge, and then
I-
he like got cut in like a week.
Okay. So there
He
is.
got
never
cut
been
like
cut.
overnight.
Hey, show me a
real quick,
picture where I'm
He
cut.
got
There
back
is
on the shit.
there is like fucking peptides and certain like certain things like TB 500 and BP, so like other things like that will promote muscle mass that aren't considered steroids.
Yeah,
like
no, I've never
things that
taken
help
even
with
GNC
recovery
stuff
and
other
shit. I
than
don't know,
I've
though.
taken protein. And when I first started working out, I tried creatine, but after a week of it not doing anything, I gave it to my friend twice, and that's all I've ever taken. Ever.
Creatine.
I'm just big. Like my dad was built like this too. He was like 5'5", but he was stocky as fuck. So I got
Everybody
the
should be
genetics.
taking creatine every day.
Have you thought about ever like
Smart.
running a cycle and trying to
Oh,
like
bro,
get
they
your
would
genetics?
have. My
to
boys
peak?
would give their life. People used to come.
He
up
wouldn't
to
be
me.
able to
He'd be a
fit through the
fucking- they were
door,
like, "You put
dude.
Jay Cutler to
Don't
shame."
promote him into making himself any bigger.
Yeah. My ego's
steroids
big
don't
enough as
necessarily
is. If you
make
couldn't
you
tell.
bigger. They can make you like leaner or things like that. I don't know.
He eats a lot of pizza.
Do you do like any weightlifting shit like that?
Yeah, I'm basically an out of shape bodybuilder. Go look at my pictures from like
Basically
3
an
years
out of
ago.
shape
I was just
bodybuilder.
hurt for a while. Is what I've just been injured for a while because
how'd you get
the
your
doctors
injury?
couldn't locate what the injury was. They didn't know what it was for like 3
Did you get
years. So I lost a lot of my
did you get
muscle
the
mass.
fucking safe and effective as well back in 2021?
Who what? What was that?
No.
The gene therapy.
The safe and effective back in 2021.
I'm not sure.
Didn't you go do stem cells?
Yeah, I've done stem cell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done stem
He's
cell.
asking about the jab.
Do you drink your piss?
Yeah, I rub it all over myself. You know, that was Shaliqua's idea. You know, rub it on your shoulder.
Yeah, that's all the new agers push that shit.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Hey, not new ages. Not new ages, man. It's translated from
Jules made us push
Roman
it
and
too.
ancient Greek literature like Galen and.
I mean, I wish I had an accent like that. I would
not
trade
saying
it.
that there's not some sort of use to it, but
You want to make sure it's dry age 21 days.
All right.
Clomiphene. No,
No,
clomiphene causes
Pete.
blood clots.
No. There was somebody who was an advocate of drinking 21-day dry old pee. That's it's a bit of a joke.
Oh, really?
No, thanks.
Well, I know in certain parts.
Yuck.
Vegan. That sounds
Pretty
really
crazy shit in some countries. Like Quaaludes are made in Africa for fuck's sake.
So I've never tried the Quaalude. I want to try.
Yeah, I've been hanging out to try them too. I'd be fucking mad.
I did like.
I heard they're real
Quaaludes
cool.
once, but I never did a Quaalude.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I'm probably. What's that?
What's that?
Was it?
So in New York and New Jersey, that's where all the Italians live, Jules, and they're called Guidos. And Panini's like the dictionary definition of a Guido.
Yeah, my
Is it
grandmother.
like, is it a derogatory term or is it like
My grandmother actually lived around the corner from John Gotti, for real. My dad and uncle knew him. Not like knew him. They, like,
I'm only 23, so I don't know.
I
know. Jules is like, I don't know. I
I
was just born.
Brain to his girlfriend cut off his brain, his second brain. John Gotti. Which one is that? Who's the one that had his?
Oh
pee-pee
no,
cut
that's
off?
you're
the
talking about
lady
Marie
that
Bobbitt, I'm
cut
pretty
the guy's
sure.
wiener off.
It was
and
Wu-Tang
threw it
Clan.
out
He was
the
on
street.
Yeah. Sorry, I
What
got
was
that.
her name?
That sounds like what happened to John Bob.
That was in the 90s.
What was
It'll
that?
come to me while I'm asleep tonight. I'll remember her name. Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
Lorena Bobbitt. I said it. It was Lorena
Bobbitt.
Bobbitt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lorena Bobbitt. It's Joey
That
Buttafuoco.
vegan memory. That vegan memory is. You know, I'm the one that's high. I'm pulling the show. You see what it does
I'm
to you?
fucking way older than you, boy. Joey Buttafuoco.
I want to do just
Yeah,
a quick shout out.
Buttafuoco.
I just want to do a quick shout out to Mobius and Mary.
Mamma mia,
Jeremy.
tequila.
Thank you guys for coming and watching to Mobius and Mary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. And look at the time as well. It's very cool. I don't know if Mary's
Let me
still
just
on.
open the can, I think.
Jeff, Tony wants 4 more kids.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Oh.
This girl we're friends with. Jeff's been in love with.
He's in love with this train wreck.
Oh yeah,
Has,
I love.
Has
Nathan.
like 9 kids already.
Yo, my
Panini's
last,
gonna like.
my
Panini
last, no, my last train wreck had a heroin addiction and had track marks. Oh, you see, that was
Now,
track marks.
Now,
Okay, that was a joke.
Who
That
got
was
her
a
on the
joke.
heroin? Did she get herself on the heroin, or did you get her on the heroin?
No, I tried to rescue her from the heroin. Her dad like molested her.
Fuck, you got a hero complex, like someone in a burning car, you run out to save them, sort of.
Yeah,
thing.
like
I just fling the car with them inside of it. I just throw the car into the bed. You know, I just toss that shit. You know? And I scream veganism when I do it. You know, veganism.
Hey,
Oh,
speaking of
God.
veganism, do you eat? No, he's not fucking vegan, is he? No way.
He's not fucking vegan.
Nah,
He's the
I was
biggest
gonna say,
anti-vegan.
I was
looking
vegan.
like that.
He was never vegan in his life. He was plant-based. He did plant.
Yeah, that's smart. You can't smile and say that. You're gonna like
Fucking
straight
matters.
face stuff.
Yeah, I'm not absolutely crazed about it.
Rules
Like,
in the house.
But
oh, what the fuck?
all right, well, listen. You doing this next week? I got video games to play, and I got to
No,
jerk off.
probably not.
Justin,
We do it like once a month now.
can you do a on-the-fly comic thing on shadow work?
On the fly on shadow work. I mean, I'm kind of in the dark as is now. What do you want from me? You know?
Padini claims he's been doing shadow work since he was a child.
Yeah,
he says he was doing shadow work in the womb.
No. I had to get abused first.
Yes,
that
Tony
you know.
Boom.
Yeah. Actually, I do have a good joke about being in the womb, though, and this is a true story. So what happened was years ago, I was in the back of this kid's Eclipse, and you know, this is when I was big, so it was really tight in the back, and I started to kind of get claustrophobic, and then I realized, I thought to myself, like, why do I have the audacity to get claustrophobic in the back of an Eclipse? I spent 9 months in my mother's fucking womb, you know. Hey, shadow work in the dark, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, shadow work in the dark. Veganism, the great network. Logan, Will, he's ripping them. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's something to do with the old calendar. We're not actually in the womb for 9 months. It's almost 10 or something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
But
yeah,
exactly 10 months.
I want to get away from my mother as quick as possible, so I'm not even sure how long I was in there. That bitch is a fucking cunt. But fuck my mother. But that's a whole other topic.
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
Easy there.
Yeah, you've got some unresolved mommy issues by the sounds
Yeah,
of it.
clearly.
My mom left me when I was a teenager. She ran off with some guy.
Hey, my mom abandoned me too. My old boy fucking cut me off for 7 years.
I'm
I ran
also
through his
fucked
house and
up.
stole
That's
his
why I've done
plant.
shadow work. To become the
His car.
champion I now am, you know?
The champion.
Well, have you had DMT
Do you have your
before,
left
Justin?
ear pierced, Padini?
I got both of them pierced.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's
Yeah, both ears pierced. He's gay. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
No,
and
it's the
super
left one that's
homophobic on the internet.
Yeah,
Super homophobic
that's
on
over
the
on my
internet.
channel. That's on my channel. I don't know if it's here as much, but
It's a Jersey thing.
No, I'm not
It's a
homophobic.
Jersey. Is it a Jersey thing, Justin?
The ear piercings? The 5 ear
I'm
piercings you have?
Howard Beach. Like, let's, you know, like it's a Howard Beach thing. It's, you know.
There you go.
Bro, I was all tattooed and pierced up, and I didn't have 5 earrings.
I got 3. I don't have 5. And this one you can barely see.
Huh?
You know? I got 1 in here and I got 2 in here. I got the dangly one.
What the fuck you
Nikola Tesla, with the Tesla earring. That's what I call it. The Egyptian Tesla ankh. You know,
what do you think about like Will and Logan, all them being like super into Crowley and Thelema and shit?
Are they super? I mean, I actually think like Crowley's a pretty interesting character. Like, I don't agree with
that. Wasn't what I asked.
What do I don't know. Like, you're asking me to speak on people that I don't know what they're into or whatever.
Those are your best dudes. What do you mean? You go to bat for those guys all the time.
Like, I'm friendly with them, but like it's not like my or somebody I'm like friends with in real life. I'm cool with them. I like them, but
you defend those
we're
guys
friends,
like
but
they're your
I don't like
boyfriend.
know all their business. From what I know of Crowley, though, I find him rather interesting. Like, again, I wouldn't recommend doing everything that he necessarily the best influence, but is he fucking interesting? It's like you having me on the show. Like, you're a vegan, militant vegan. I'm like your enemy is part of that philosophy, but you can't deny that I'm fucking interesting and entertaining. It's like the same thing with
I can't deny that you're entertaining. I could definitely deny that you're interesting, but I could definitely not deny that you're entertaining. You are very entertaining. But
oh, thank you. Appreciate that. You know, and like I said, I'm not even trying to help you guys solve it and get over your addiction. You know,
so I'm here fucking doing anything of the sort, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm here to give therapy. No, I'm in the light, and you guys are all in the dark right now. See?
Why do you think
There's
that?
another shadow joke.
Oh shit, my bad.
know?
What, you want some light in here, bro? Like
Braxton,
fucking. Okay.
Braxton just said that Aryan is the only militant vegan here.
Yeah, he is. Well, because he's vegan
Braxton's a
straight edge.
loser. No, you know, I tried to be
Vegan
friends
straight
with Braxton.
edges
He
are
emotional as fuck.
terrorists.
Like he just deletes all the time and then he'll message me like something about the
I'm a
shit.
proud extremist.
Oh, that was mine.
Extremist, vegan straight edge extremist.
Yeah.
Vegan straight extremist.
Balkan
Yeah,
mafia.
the weirdo. I thought he was cool, but he's too sensitive. He's got too much estrogen, Braxton. You know.
You know how they say, no one will hate you and love you like a Balkan. I'm like,
A Balkan?
Like with the ears, the Vulcan.
Vulcans?
What about Guido Vulcans? Would you be down with
Guido Vulcans? What about Guido
I'm
Vulcans?
kind of like one. Guido Vulcans, you know. You know.
You're gonna get that
So you don't
ear
think I'm
surgery? Get that ear surgery where they point them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right. But and then we'll hang like a little bit of garlic off the tip, you know.
Jules, did
But,
you just go on recently, or were you listening earlier?
I only just got here before.
Oh, okay.
You just
Sorry
waking
to
up.
interrupt.
All right. Well,
No,
I'm gonna
not
come
just
back on next
like-
week then, because I got video games to play and I got to jack off. So you know.
All right, come
That's
on
up.
next week then, bro. It's good to see
All
you,
right, you guys
Padini.
have a wonderful night. You know, power to you. Stay vegan, and we'll talk soon. Take
Bye, Justin.
toodles.
Toodles.
get on.
I
Get
think we're
back
gonna
on.
do a West Coast natural law event, and Padini's gonna do his stand-up comedy at it.
He's actually funny. He really is.
He's very funny,
Hey.
but he's one of the most frustrating people I've ever known in my life.
How long have
Because
you?
everything turns into a joke.
How long have you known him?
Oh God, long time.
Wow.
I knew him like way back in the day, but we weren't really buddies until more recently. And then, yeah, he has like a weird, yeah, I don't know. Panini's a fucking character for sure.
Darren's been quiet.
I think he's at work still.
No, he got home at 11 Eastern, and he's.
Nah, I'm here till 6.
Oh, are you still at work?
Yeah.
Where'd Curtis go? Where's Curtis's drunk ass? What the hell was that? You guys sent me out? Wait,
No,
did Noah know Curtis?
he decided to come on because he wanted to talk about the grifters.
Yeah, then why'd he talk so much vegan shit?
Yeah, he kind
Not
of
expect
was
me to
really-
fucking react.
And he was like, bless him, but he was staggering coming out of like the other room. Anyways,
No,
That's
it's like
a good batch
I don't
of strawberry
understand these
wine.
harness. I don't understand why. Like, did he really think that we haven't heard those concepts or those arguments before? Like, people are lined up 500 people deep to tell me that shit, and have been since the 90s. Like, people used to say the same shit. It's just like, dude, do you really think you're intelligent for having this super mainstream fucking argument? It's really funny. And then he's just getting like, I don't know, whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm really I don't know what to make of it because you know, Darren, if you've got through and he's truly doing the 30-day veg.
You listen to me, motherfucker. That's right. He was yelling at me. He was saying sorry.
Maybe
Sorry.
it was just he was off in the moment tonight or something. And anyways, it's kind of weird.
No, it's just Carnists have a shitload of confidence because of the majority, you know, the crowd backs them. Most people back their argument. So they're very confident. And then you get these intellectual types that are all, oh, I can debate a vegan. I could destroy any vegan. And so they come in here.
Nah, you can't be
and-
confident with aromatase, bro. Like gynecomastia is not a good look on anybody, but trenbolone, testosterone, whatever
Padini?
else. Yeah, mate, maybe. I'm speculating a little bit.
Oh my god. No, he was a blimp not that long ago. He got big again really fast. I mean, you can get big again fast, but I don't buy it.
Yeah,
He's
I
just
don't
kind of
know.
like a fat dude with buff arms, and he like does like DECA and like HGH, and it just makes his shoulders big and his arms big, but then like
I mean,
human growth hormone. That's it's good if you have an injury, but like people abuse it and whatnot, and then they're fucking.
he's been injured for like years and years and years, so it's like
Yeah, and it's hard to get back into bodybuilding and things like that without, fucking. You're not gonna touch any weights after the fact, bro, without looking into something that's gonna help you recover
it's
that.
gonna
injury.
damage your liver, your organs. Everything.
Oh, not necessarily. Like there is things you can like. I've ran cycles before, but
Justin, I'm not on steroids, Padini.
Yeah.
I mean, like the how to say the size and size is not strength. You can. I saw a video like on YouTube. There's like two bodybuilders, and then there is one like really rock climber, right? And the guy did the same sessions that the bodybuilders did. They were shocked. Like, how can you do full range, like back exercises? And he's like
the Swedish guy.
I don't know if he's the Swedish guy. There was two guys,
Blonde
like,
dude, little blonde dude.
I think maybe, I'm not sure. And they were like, "What the like? How is he doing all the full range? And it's about, I think, nerves and like structure. How much more nerves you have, and it's about like I don't know how to explain it, but
core
like,
strength.
the more you do like an example, a pull up. If you go full dead hang and then you go up, you're gonna strengthen your joints, of course. But people do this, they don't go all full lock, and then of course through time you're not gonna be big with calisthenics, for example, but you will be more strong, I think, than some people who just do pump, in the gym and eat creatine.
I think it depends what you're training. Are you training strength, endurance, or
yeah, strength. I'm talking about like strength, like a functional strength.
Yeah, functional.
Because bodybuilding is not functional strength. It's just you lift, and if you go to daily life situations, you're gonna get tired really quickly, and like, I mean, it's not very practical and useful. I don't even like. I don't know what's bodybuilding. Why would you want to look like that? Like very
To
big
attract other men.
Well, some people, I think it's genetics, have a big part to play in it for sure. And years of training, would take years of training to get to a size like that. Other people, it's effortless, bro. Just
a lot of those bodybuilders aren't strength training though; they're just training to
ego lifting,
aesthetic.
Yeah, exactly. But why does it look for me like a body of like I don't know, Fight Club, Brad Pitt stuff, like human body, like that? For me, that's like aesthetic.
Maybe it's a competitive nature, so to speak.
It's
like for the
not
most
a,
part, blokes aren't comparing themselves to women, are we? You're not looking at another bloke to try and compare yourself and all your accolades and accomplishments, or even in the gym, you're looking at other men to figure the standard out. I don't know. I'm not too sure.
I was
listening
to something on YouTube earlier today, and they were saying that when people, I mean, I know it was Gabor. What was his name? Gabor. What's his? Yes, the therapist. He was saying some people will go for a run because it's for their health and they want to do it, and other people, or gym, or just like this right now, right? And others will do it because they're addicted to it, because they actually need to replace what they don't want to face with an activity. So the same could be true with this bodybuilding stuff. It could be actually a bit of an addiction in order to avoid something else that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, like when you stop smoking, you start eating a lot, maybe,
Yeah, I mean, it's a replacement, isn't it? You're subbing it with something else to soothe.
Yeah, something that you're running from, like can't face
Yeah.
it or something. Yeah.
To cope.
Yeah.
Coping mechanism, yeah.
To cope.
I want carrot hot dogs.
Oh, they're so good. She makes the best.
Are they like
hot dogs.
you blend them and then you spice them, or what? What do you do?
No.
No. So it's just the whole carrot. If you really want to make it look like a hot dog, then you shave around the ends and everything, and then you make a broth and you like saute them in the broth for like a while, 20, 30 minutes, and then you can either grill them, or what I do is I air fry them. And something happens to where it's like you bite into them and it's like it has like an outer skin and it like pops. It's like
exactly like a hot dog.
It's so hot dog like that. It's wild. And then you soak it in the broth. And
Hot out.
Would
It's
you
so
put
good.
it in a hot dog bun, or you would eat it as it is?
Oh, hot dog.
We'll do, but yeah, I've just like hot dog
Hot dogs,
dog
they're
on
big.
rice even, or just like straight like hot dog, dip it in ketchup, hot dog. But yeah,
hot dog.
Hot dog, diggity dog.
Oh my god, that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen Arian do.
We need to like have that as a sound bite
sound
now
bite.
on
And
our
then
soundboard.
We need Alicia saying sorry on the soundboard too.
Sorry.
Sorry. Pizza, burger, butter, motherfucker.
Have you ever seen Trailer Park Boys?
Oh, I've seen a bit of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a funny fucking show. It's
fucking
Canadians.
Has Alicia?
Alicia, we told her about it. She
We
had
did.
never heard of them.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
right, that's right.
I haven't watched it.
it's pretty fucking
It's
funny.
it's an old, yeah.
It's like an old classic.
Yeah, comedy.
These guys
I like
just
the-
like. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the one that Jamie has, the cartoon. There's one part where they're boxing, right? The one guy is like beating out the other guys. I think Jamie knows what I'm talking about. He like they're training boxing, right? And,
Yeah.
He like there's
in jail.
The animation and the how to say.
That's late. Yeah,
sound.
yeah. They did some weird stuff. They did a whole season in animation.
Oh wait, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Is that-
And it's like kind of the like least watched. Yeah, it was like a weird. But yeah, anyway.
Hot dog, diggity dog.
The hell?
Sound American, boy.
That's American.
No, that's actually from like a TikTok video, because people have to be able to say, like example, you have the when they sing like do re mi fa sol la si do, and then there's like a app that you have to. It's like a game. You have to be precise on the note. Do re, and then you pass through the loop. And then there's like a pizza, and then if you say it correctly, you pass. And if there is a burger, circle, you pass through burger, and then there is one like hot dog, and there's one woman like said hot dog, and it doesn't pass. And then she said hot dog, diggity dog, and then because she was frustrated, like.
I haven't seen that one, but that sounds like a pretty
really,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
TikTok, man.
TikTok.
I don't have TikTok yet. It was on Instagram.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse Clubhouse. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh boy. 5.5 hours. We did it again, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It
Yeah,
was a
they've been
really
going
good
long.
discussion, and we had so many different
Oh,
many
God.
chapters to this book. And
Yeah.
And I'm not tired. I just slept before I came on the show, and now
Not
I'm going
delirious.
Damn.
You were full delirious mode last week.
yeah.
That was really
it
funny.
Really, I think it was insightful. It was eye-opening. It was revealing.
I'm
It
charging my hydrogen water. This is some it still doesn't work. It's like a Tesla.
Oh no.
I really appreciate that Scott came on here and he didn't have to do that. And he was just really real. He was candid.
Yep.
Frustrated. Couldn't have been easy for him. And it's just really honorable that he's doing what he's doing. And
other people come up.
Hopefully it sets an example for people to disengage from the tribal herd mentality, open their goddamn eyes and look at what's going on, understand psychology, as Vivek said, understand cult aspects, as has been discussed, understand the value of shadow work for everybody, every minute.
Continuously.
Not I've done it. No.
And not my shadow work is my body of content on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's not how it works.
No.
Doing is more important than teaching.
And the comments tonight were also on fire. It was wild on the comments tonight. There was a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
So thank you to everybody who's been watching and commenting.
Cory's presentation was terrible tonight. Wow.
In the comments.
Yeah, just showing up and being like, "Oh, hey, Carnist, peace. Fuck all you."
But it's really like I don't even know how to. It's so totally contradictional. You know? Like I mean, it's like going in the like a group of social civil rights activists, you know, and then a racist guy comes and said, "Oh, shout out to all the racists," right? Or something like that. Like it's totally. I don't know why these people come to the Great Work Network or whatever. Like, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Anything like it's just for attention or it's just for,
it's for clout.
What is clout? Like I can imagine the word, but like
it's like if you hang out with Mark Passio and take a picture with him and put it on Instagram, all your friends are going to think you're really cool. Yeah.
Kind of like that halo effect, but you're trying to take it from the person you're with.
Yeah. And Mark sells. Yeah, exactly.
Darren's jumped
Anonymous Lurker, anything by Carl Jung, basically.
Any books for Shadow.
Who else?
Steiner. Michael Tessarion's interesting, but he's like pretty heavy and pretty deep with like the lingo vocabulary, but his analysis of Jung stuff.
Huxley is a good read. Yeah.
Watch the show.
Bada bing, bada boom.
And thank you to Jeffrey and Allie for creating the space for this to happen.
I'm glad Scott felt that this was a safe place to do that.
Yeah.
That's a big deal for him. He's had a lot of his life wrapped up in the network, and he's really upset right now because no one seems to care about keeping things going over there at all in the right direction.
Well, 9 years of volunteering, and it's like, what? Is it going to get pissed down the drain? He cares. He's doing this because he cares. Sorry, Allie. There's another story.
There's that soundbite. Sorry.
We need another soundbite, but the Eskimos. It's like
Eskimos.
Breach of contract. Eskimos. I could just like.
It's like it was like he was so shocked that I knew what he was saying before he said it, and it's like, bro, people line up and say the same bad arguments over and over.
Or he would try to say, "No, that's not what I'm going to say," and
like,
then say it. You're like, "Wait, no, that's like your point, though. Like we're just jumping ahead a couple steps before you say it, but we understand what your point's going to be. It's the same,
boring stuff.
Same thing with anarchism, but who will build the roads, though? Like that's like literally the equivalent of like veganism. All these like dusty old arguments.
Like what kind of roads do we need? Like who puts these rules, right? Like
Yeah.
I think Vivek or somebody told this.
Vivek was rad. You know, he didn't get too crazy.
Yeah, there's definitely some things we disagree on,
Yeah,
and he's
but
like,
it was fine.
yeah,
you know?
he's well spoken enough and controlled enough to be able to chill and have the conversation. But yeah, it was cool. He hung out for so long.
Yeah.
I hope we positively influence him a little bit to maybe like do some more videos and
Yeah.
like just, you know, not be
Talking to his mic.
yeah, we
Straight to
talk
his mic.
straight into the mic, but just be like a little bit more like, you know, just he can come here and vent if he gets a bunch of nasty comments and hate and abuse
it'll
or
be
whatever.
cool.
It's interesting if any one of us had gone through his journey and for allegedly Mark to do what he did, it's understandable that he's as pissed off and
yeah,
it's understandable, which is, you know, so hopefully tonight as well for him coming on and hearing different experiences ish, it's a bit more healing for him too, dare I say.
I forgot to talk to him about moral relativism. That was the one thing I was going to talk to him about, and I forgot.
think, yeah, he mentioned it in one of his videos we were watching, where moral objectivism came up, and he's like, "Oh, but morality is essentially relative." And I think he used like the lions in nature example for that as well, about how there's no morality in nature because look at how the lion attacks the gazelle and eats it alive or something like.
That's the
It's weird. I corrected him on that, and he kind of ran with it like that wasn't what he meant. Did you catch that?
Or he kind of like
He agreed, but
well, lions eat their young as well.
yeah, I literally used that in one of my things earlier. I was like, animals eat their own children sometimes. Should we do that?
Yeah,
because
that could
it's
be
nature,
either to protect them or like
keep
stress
the numbers
response.
down. Yeah.
Or not to or not to have competition, like like I want my genes to continue.
And sexual immorality as well in nature. Well,
yep.
That too. But that could be a chemical predisposition that they're exposed to that's causing that as well.
Are there any other animals that eat their young like that, or just lions?
Cats.
Rodents.
Yeah, all sorts of parrots. Yeah, lots of animals do it. You got to separate baby puppies from the father sometimes as well because they can turn.
Yeah,
on
dogs.
Oh, then bears
So
are
they
really
do it.
nasty.
Yep.
Yeah.
Birds will kick
A lot
out.
of creatures.
Pigs, I think also. I'm not sure.
Braxton saying hamsters too. That's gross.
Birds will like kick baby birds out if they seem like they're like mentally challenged.
If you rescue a bird and the mother senses human scent, he's gonna kill it or something. Like that.
I heard that's bullshit. Yeah, I heard that's not true. I heard that was just a wives' tale.
Okay.
And it's how many people have like not helped birds because of that.
Yeah, a lot of people are afraid to put baby birds back in the nest because they're like, oh, I don't want the mom to like smell
But
or whatever. But I guess
interfering-
that's a myth, so you can like.
Interfering in that natural process, could that bring about bad karma?
I had bought into the rumor.
What did you ask something? Sorry, Jamie.
Oh, it's like interfering with that natural process with that animal that needs help. Is that like you could bring about bad karma on yourself in that
Nope.
sense too?
There's
by
nothing
trying to
wrong
do
with
something
helping
good?
animals in nature.
I mean, you can have
Like a lot of people watch something go down really bad. Oh, don't get involved. That's nature. Like that's fucking stupid in
Well,
my
it's a
opinion.
distinction between laws of nature and natural law. Laws of nature is.
But when the morals come in, if the animal's half fucked, do you still help it even though it's gonna die? Or do you interfere in that process and maybe
I would think that at trying to end or less, it comes back down to reducing harm. So like if you as a human, you're like, oh, I can raise up this little dying chick or something so it can live a little bit of, it's live a life and let it go. Then you could argue it would be morally wrong to not help in that case if you're able to. But again, that's the difference between law of nature versus natural law. Natural law applies to humans and human action. So it's like our nature is to raise consciousness and align with natural law and do stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of like the word of like being like stewards essentially of nature and
Holistic,
our surroundings.
thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't sound like such a softie, but there was a cicada on my balcony a couple years ago, and it was not well. And I basically watched it for about 24 hours, trying to give it whatever I could and shelter and water and whatever.
You're like, I'm trying to help.
It kept turning upside down, and it just broke my heart. I fell in love with this cicada. Like, it's just like I told you. I mean, it's gonna sound like a softie, but like
You see something struggling for life, it's like we feel that, like it's such a, you know, like a real universal, whether it's an instinct or an emotion or something, it elicits an emotion out of us.
Oh my God.
I was trying to
I bonded with the darn thing.
You should see.
I
you
do the
should
same. I'm like the same. I know. It's like
You could imagine how many animals we come across riding bikes all the time. We've saved
That's a
like 20 snakes probably over the years.
and it's such a quick decision too, because you'll be on a bike and it just takes one moment of I won't do anything, and it's like you'll think about it later, but then
Yeah.
stopping and actually
And,
like
turning the snake
pushing it
around,
off the road,
sending him
yeah.
off into the into the safe direction. It's like you know, we see him run over and shit, and it's like
It's worth pausing your day for
yeah, it's
like
not that big of a deal.
5 seconds to a couple minutes to just like, hey, maybe that thing
Save
gets
an
to live a
animal's
little
life.
longer. Yeah.
And also, choosing not to eat meat and dairy will save those animals' life. It's not that big of a deal to you, but that animal, it means everything to them.
Choosing not to exploit other females. Yeah.
And for
Yeah,
those in the
that too.
transition, try to reduce. Like, just it just takes steps. Just try a little less and try, you know, change the ratio as a starting point.
Yeah, I personally like one year or more like now I kind of, and like with all due respect, I started to like not to talk about reducing anything, just either like try to understand it, because I do like street activism like 7 years now, and the organization I'm involved with, the values, like the principles, like for veganism is like rejecting animal exploitation. And lots of like now vegans, there's some like not infights, but there are a lot of like Peter Singer rhetoric, like utilitarianism, like I don't know, welfareism. You know, this is all not in the benefit of animal liberation, like emancipation, and because it's like prolonging. It's still example. Yesterday I saw an Instagram post from the Save Movement. It's an organization that does like vigils in front of slaughterhouses, right?
Yeah.
And they posted like it was cringe for me a lot, and other activists commented like criticism. They compared lentils. It's better to eat lentils. It produces less CO2 than feeding chickens and then producing. And like, why you're basically, while you're trying to promote like veganism, you're objectifying animals again, because it's like saying, I don't want to have a cotton slave farm, slave plantation. I'm gonna have a hemp plantation because hemp absorbs more CO2 and less water. You know,
Right. Yeah.
Slave plantation, man.
Yeah.
That's a good metaphor.
It's really good.
You know? Yeah,
there were a bunch of good ones today.
Yeah, and like, why should I don't want to say less suffering. I say what, like, just leave leave them the fucking alone. Like yes, there is gonna be a gradual gradual reducing of suffering, because as every individual realizes that exploiting other sentient beings is wrong objectively, then there is gonna be less suffering gradually. But saying to other people you should reduce it, it's like saying you should reduce beating your wife or something. Like, no.
But at the end of the day, I mean, if that's trying to meet them a little bit, at least as a reduction, so it's less that have had to die than 100%. It's a reduction of the. I understand in an absolute, but in the real world, you know, it might take that, and it's still better than nothing.
Some people
and
won't,
it really needs to be acknowledged. You know, it's baby steps. And look at Mark; it took him 12 years or whatever. So, you know, that's where I'm coming from.
I want to say something about Mark and his baby step rhetoric. I think he says that because it took him like a lot of years, and he's taking that like an excuse for other. Like, I did that, it took me. You know, he doesn't admit he should have done it like overnight or something. No, baby steps like me because I know best. No, maybe you don't know best. Maybe you should not take baby steps because, you know, baby steps are for babies. I mean, I say this. Yeah, I maybe sound militant now, right now, okay, but like, if you know, why should we like baby step ending exploitation? Like, because it's really not doing respect for the victims, right? For the animals, because then we are still focusing on humans like privilege, and not like, yeah, we don't have the right to do this, right? Like, so objectively speaking, yeah, we should stop it and stop normalizing like or me, I'm less and less tolerating like the rhetoric of that we should wait for somebody's journey, you know, like the journey has a fucking blood trail, right? I mean,
it's new age bullshit.
The hate out there
Everyone's on their own path.
Let me read. This was on LinkedIn actually this week. So if I may share this story, but it'll show you the anger that's out there, Arian. So, and actually Ali has seen this. I don't know if she shared it with Jeffrey. So there was somebody on LinkedIn that posted a meal, and she's like, "What's wrong with this?" It was a vegan meal. And she's like, "No protein." And it was absolutely full of protein. It was everywhere. She was just being a ding dong. So anyways, it elicited a lot of comments, and one came from a chef in Malta, and this is what he said. He said, "Have you ever considered the thought that maybe, just possibly maybe as vegans, you are detested? So therefore, unless the chef is a vegan nut job himself, I am not sorry to say that chefs just hate cooking for vegans. Just because you demand to be catered for specifically, make it announced what you are not liked by the majority of us. So don't be surprised if we do not put the effort. To be brutally honest, we do not care about vegans and their demands, just more of a pain in the ass. I believe Bourdain called vegans a splinter fraction Hezbollah like of vegetarians." This is the shit that's out there. So
he's an asshole.
What?
I mean, Bourdain was an asshole for me.
Total asshole.
Yeah, total.
Yeah.
Piece of shit asshole, and everybody worships him for some reason. It's weird.
Celebrity chef, whatever.
Yeah, whoop-de fucking do.
Yeah.
The phones and the MC Ultra shit, like with like Beatles and all that.
This is a picture of I made black lentil flatbread.
Oh, I thought that was going to be poop.
Oh, no, come on.
No, it's on.
No, it's
plate.
flatbread.
It's a half moon. It's not pretty like a chef's, and then it was filled with like a chickpea kind of dip thing. Anyways,
that's awesome. That looks
delicious.
good. Dude, if we do this event we're gonna have the most epic fucking what's it called? Food.
Most epic food.
The like what's
Cafeteria?
it called? No, like when everyone potluck.
Potluck, yeah. Potluck.
Yeah, what event? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna do a comedy show with Padini.
Oh.
Oh.
Are you gonna make it a virtual potluck?
No, it'll be a natural law comedy show on the West Coast.
Oh.
America Natural Law.
Oh yeah. Oh, I want to ask Nemo if I can have a clean version of that so we can run it on the show. I love that song. I miss that song.
Europa Natural Laws.
Yeah.
Theme.
All right, that's 6 hours, folks. I think we're gonna watch Slow Will.
I have to turn on my hydrogen water.
Oh yeah, you gotta get it ready, man.
It's not
Extra effect while using it while watching
stored
this.
in the tissues. Remember,
So,
we're talking
we'll see you guys in a couple
about
weeks.
Yeah, man. Oh, okay.
hydrogen.
And yeah, who knows what's next? Oh, well, we got the new network.
Of
Hopefully,
the universe.
have some more information about that. But we're also doing an arc.
Fully natural.
Oh, we don't.
The body itself.
We can't hear you, Alicia.
If I ever see this guy,
Kabbalion study. Kabbalion study.
Oh yeah, that'll be the next one.
Oh yeah, the Kabbalion study part 2.
Jump in.
And Noah's going to be there, which is really cool. Noah will actually be here to do the part 2 of the Kabbalion with us next Sunday.
Online or in person with you?
Yes, live and in person.
Wow.
how do you pronounce it? Kabbalion
No,
or
Online.
Huh?
Online.
No, not live and in person.
Not
No,
with
but live online on the panel.
Okay.
And was there something else?
Not that I can remember. Right.
Maybe not.
Kabbalion or Kabbalion?
Kabbalion, not the
Kabbalion.
Kabbalah.
Okay, okay.
Kabbalah.
Okay.
That's Alicia's stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. See you guys next
Night,
Sunday.
everybody. Night, Jules.
Later, Jules. Thanks for hanging out, bro.
See you up, guys.
Hope you're getting healthy.
Yeah.
We're gonna go down under now.
In the body within minutes. So it's fantastic. Exactly. Yeah. And then the next thing that it's doing within a very short time of entering is it's having a profound, powerful antioxidant effect. So, you know, it's targeting the free radicals and the oxidative stress, but in a selective manner, so it doesn't just completely eradicate all out, but the effects from the H2 on the cellular level can last up to days. Sometimes even the science showing up to 5 days, 5 to 6 days. So that's pretty incredible. Why that's important is that there's no compounding effect. There's no buildup. It's not stored in the tissues. Remember, we're talking about hydrogen. It's the essence of the universe. This is fully natural. The body itself produces small amounts of molecular hydrogen gas in the gut. This is why eating your fiber is very important. So, being absorbed by the body in the blood and down to the cellular level, this can reach every organ and every system in the body within minutes. So it's fantastic. Exactly. Yeah, and then the next thing that it's doing within a very short time of entering is it's having a profound, powerful antioxidant effect. So, you know, it's targeting the free radicals and the oxidative stress, but in a selective manner, so it doesn't just completely eradicate every single free radical. The body actually needs a certain level of those to maintain homeostasis. So somehow it's smart, it's intelligent, it knows how to target the most harmful those called again? The hydroxyl radicals. Yep. Right. Specifically hydroxyl radicals. And for those unfamiliar, a free radical is just an unstable molecule that causes damage within the cell. It also accelerates aging and contributes to chronic disease, DNA damage, and cellular damage and things like that. So most antioxidants are just blanket protectors. They just neutralize everything that they come in contact with. Hydrogen is selective. It only targets those hydroxyl radicals and leaving the beneficial ones alone. So what does this mean? It means that there's less overall oxidative damage, reduced cellular stress, and better overall cellular function. So this is incredibly beneficial to overall health because oxidative stress is linked to a plethora of different chronic conditions and potentially fatal conditions, cancer, neurodegenerative diseases, cardiovascular issues, and so on. So hydrogen combats all of these at the root. forming.
Absolutely, man. Another hallmark of, this beautiful compound molecular hydrogen. It's the cellular communication and the balance that it brings. So hydrogen isn't just about neutralizing bad stuff. It also helps the cells communicate better. It's a signaling molecule. So this adds profound positive influence on the systematic the systems of the body itself. So it supports the natural cell signaling, homeostasis, balance, and just improves overall function, right? Because molecular hydrogen can get down to that cellular level and affect the mitochondria, it can help in the regulatory of inflammation responses by signaling, turning on and off certain proteins and enzymes that that induce inflammation and wreak havoc on the whole body. So it plays a role in modulating gene expression. Again, turning on and off certain some gene markers and expressions primarily for oxidative stress, inflammation, and the effects of that show profound benefits in certain ailments, diseases, mental issues as well. So it's increasing the longevity of the pathways as well. After it does its job, hydrogen can convert the hydroxyl radical, which is like Logan said, it's just an unpaired element, and it turns it into non-toxic byproduct, which is water. So one of the cleanest and easiest, safest ways to support cellular health. That's important because the majority of drugs, supplements, and other chemicals that people might take for their wellness, they have an issue with one, bioavailability and absorption, so they don't even get out of the intestinal tract, or they're not activated in the liver. And chemicals and you get byproducts and you get the compounding effects, which actually in some cases cause more damage than what you were initially trying to do on a positive level with that supplement, drug, or chemical.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah. So, as Will mentioned earlier, another aspect of where this molecule is able to penetrate deep into the body and then in the cellular level is in the mitochondria, and this creates profound energetic, right? Because your cells are a electromagnetic network that is your power supply of your body. So the mitochondria is the power plants of your cells. So and they produce ATP, which is where it's essentially the universal energy currency of the body. This is where they're made. And so just a natural byproduct of this energy production creates a certain level of oxidative stress, which can eventually damage the mitochondria over time. Once those mitochondria become dysfunctional and too damaged, your energy levels are gonna drop significantly, and your aging accelerates. So how does hydrogen actually support the mitochondrial function? Hydrogen, as we've discussed, it reduces oxidative damage naturally, and it can penetrate deep inside the mitochondria. So this allows them to function more efficiently. This will enhance the overall ATP production, leading to higher energy levels, better endurance, and improved cellular repair. So they're able to constantly be repairing themselves and basically keeping them in a peak condition. The research that's coming out is suggesting that hydrogen may help stimulate mitochondrial biogenesis, which means the creation of new mitochondria. So this is a game changer for the energy levels. I mean, people are addicted to things like energy drinks, coffee. They live on that stuff because their cells are just so bogged down with oxidative stress that they're only functioning at a small percentage of the way they're supposed to be.
the way we're supposed to feel naturally when our body is functioning the way it's supposed to. Absolutely, man. Yeah, well said. For sure. So, we touched on some of the main attributes of the benefits of molecular hydrogen and the science, what it's doing inside. Let's talk about another major one that has a lot of profound studies showing with brain health and the protection that molecular hydrogen can utilize. So, hydrogen's ability to cross the blood-brain barrier is incredible. So most antioxidants struggle to reach the brain itself. But hydrogen, being the smallest molecule, can pass through very easily and effectively. This allows hydrogen to reduce oxidative stress and inflammation directly in the brain, protecting the neurons from damage, and also hindering and dismantling the potential for these cytokine storms, which are the precursors to major damage and cognitive issues. So the studies studies suggest hydrogen may enhance memory, focus, and mental clarity by reducing oxidative stress in brain cells. Again, on that cellular level, one of the one of the most profound and common antidotes that people say is the lifting of brain fog, the mental clarity as well.